we'll just pick right on back up with Pyre. It's so interesting to me that there's a versus mode in this game. I can't imagine doing the PvP. It probably is pretty hype though. I'm not sure if I would play it for very long though, if that makes sense. There's definitely some value there, but it's interesting that they decided to have multiplayer here. Oh man, right into the voice acting. No primer at all. So Bertrude's voice, right? She was very witchy. Yeah, that's Skeletor, right?
Good riddance to that mouthy rape. Show us then what trinket she bestoweth upon us.
How far back are we? Oof. Doesn't seem that far away. Seek the demon scribe's favor. With some time spent to spare after having landed, you joined Ruki on a brief expedition to the monument of Solium Myrrh.
Hey, scribes. It's your pal and ever loyal servant, Ruki Greentail here. Just stopping to say hello is all. If you're feeling generous, just thought I'd let you know I'd sure like to get out of here this time, okay? So let me out, okay? I owe you one.
Soon, you and he are finished paying your respects. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Solium Myrrh has shown you favor. You shall soon begin your ascent, though there is time as yet to pursue your vocations. And he also gets +2. Oh, Ruki Greentail's here. All right. What's up, man? You find Ruki having just put back his Greentail family portrait. There's something of a wistful look in his eyes. Then something comes over him, and he moves in close, lowering his voice.
Look, chum, I gotta level with you about something real quick. Truth is, I haven't been entirely upfront with you about my family situation.
He hesitates a while, then,
We ain't exactly quite as rich as I've been putting on. I mean, we do just fine, and we've got lots of money stored away. It's just mostly locked up in savings bonds, and
he seems to catch himself in the middle of another tall tale and relents before you can respond one way or another.
the situation is, my mom, back on the other side, she needs a little bit of help, financially and otherwise. All she's got now are my knuckle-headed uncles to keep her steady. Always told her I'd make something of myself, you know? I was just a clerk in her shop. Things started getting tough for us, so I started looking for all kinds of different work. Got in with some unseemly type sorts, I guess, but the pay was real good. We took to shipping certain types of stuff down here, of all places, flushing it straight down the river, watertight. The pay was right. My mom was so proud of me. We were eating real good all the time. But you could probably guess what happened. I barely scraped by after they flushed me down here. Would have been food for a bunch of howlers had Jody not bailed me out of a tough spot one fine evening. As for my mom, she doesn't know the half of it. My uncles told her. I'm away on business. Oh, I'm sorry. My uncles told her I'm away on business. Not entirely untrue, I guess, but if she knew, it'd break her poor heart. So I don't know how else to put it, chum, but I want to get out of here. Get back to what I was doing back home. On the straight and narrow, though. I'd go straight this time for sure. Just don't go tell everybody that old Ruki Greentail's just a mama's boy, alright? I got a certain reputation to uphold. He quickly scampers out the door. His past has been weighing heavily on him, but you sense he was sincere about wishing to lead an honest life. Alright. So we get the last of Ruki's bio just before he's gone. His crime was smuggling. He was involved in an illegal operation shipping contraband to the downside, and his motivation was self-gain. The records state he sought to undermine the social fabric of the Commonwealth, sort of, and he's been exiled for 4 years. 4 years. His mom thought he was away on business. He barely made a living as a trader in the Commonwealth, trying to provide for an aging mother and several good-for-nothing uncles, until he found a much more lucrative clientele among those exiled to the downside. To them, he would ship various commodities. But just as things were looking up, he was finally caught, cast down the river. Thereafter, Jodariel saved him from a pack of howlers, and he promised to repay her.
Interesting. I think that their profiles update from the ellipsis ending. Joe Dariel. She was a seasoned captain serving on the blood border, and she fostered the orphans of her fallen brothers and sisters. One day, she captured a flock of harp fledglings who had flown too close to the Commonwealth. When she was given the order to put them down, she refused, and thus was sentenced to exile. There, she survived on her own and gained her horns. Many years later, she encountered Hedwyn, whom she last remembered as one of the children she had in her care. And then Bertrude. If you need someone cursed or guarantees a fortune on a big day, or to consort with elder patrons such as Opham Unburied or Massus Needle Eyes, you would go see Bertrude. Opham Unburied, he died repenting and did not linger in his grave for very long at all. And then Massus Needle Eyes. It is widely held that nothing beneath the heavens is beneath his notice. Fair enough. Bertrude was one of the most infamous alchemists of her day, and plied her trade right under the Commonwealth's nose without regard. Ironically, it was a modest-sounding request for printing inks that ultimately got her in trouble, resulting in her exile. In the downside, her reputation preceded her, and she resumed her practice. Alright, and the rest of Faye, she was a special child, left abandoned, and despite her seemingly simple nature, she possessed a strange affinity for the old ways. One day, she was taken by the authorities, and when she revealed her fixation with the scribe, she was deemed witless. And when no one claimed responsibility for her, she was cast into exile. On the downside, she has wandered aimlessly in search of more clues about the legendary heroes who so fascinate her. Alright. So Rookie Greentail's on his way out. We can mentor a companion. Or we can forage. I feel like we're mostly in a good spot as far as mentoring goes. So let's go foraging. Not that I super need money, but... sense something, a source of enlightenment here. You sense something Falcon Ron values here. Okay, Falcon Ron is the merchant. A source of enlightenment, huh? Grants an exile plus 1,000 enlightenment. So that's basically just... that's just the same as tutoring them almost, right? Maybe a little bit better. Is there anyone who needs enlightenment right now? I imagine not, because I did check. She could use a lot. I'm probably gonna bring her to the thing, just because. So I did her quest. We can save this thing for should we encounter any other party members, perhaps. Maybe that's the most prudent thing. Seems like everybody's got a decent amount of experience at the moment. Alright. Faye shall gain favor from the scribes here, and Pamitha here. It's much more likely that I'm going to use Pamitha, so we'll go this way. I don't know that I will. I think Sir Gilman is still has banishment sickness. Ultimately. What? Did I forget something? I didn't forget anything, did I? You can hear me? Yeah, everything's fine. Streaming. We're streaming. We're recording. Everything's fine. Oh, I should probably leave this chat, though. Yeah, it's fine. All right. While traversing the sheer cliffs on the way to the summit, you pass a monument to Jomir Manymane, and Pamitha happens to take notice. Pamitha's voice. It's really just my voice, but as feminine as I can make it without changing the tenor of my voice in any particular way. Oh, I think I skipped that on accident. Well, here we go again, huh, Pamitha? Pamitha. Not that you're in a hurry, really. What would you even do if you got out? Think on that for next time. The dead can wait to hear it. Soon you and she are finished paying your respects. As you prepare to continue your ascent, you sense that Jomir Manymane has shown you favor. She gains +2 presence. Yeah, the bonuses, I mean, I guess they do matter, but I can't ever It's one of those things where like 10% here or whatever, I almost never feel it personally. It's just something that it's supposedly better, so I believe the game, but I don't actually notice it personally. You and your companions arrive at Scribe's Gate before an archway carved of stone. Shall we, reader? The minstrel leads you towards his counterpart, who seem unsurprised to see you all approach. The exiles of the Nightwings, and you again, Tarek. Greetings, Celeste. Aye, we have returned. The stars shine darkly these past nights. Nothing more than a portent of your arrival, is it? Likely nothing more. Now, they are ready for you. Then come forth, each of you in turn. Please state your name and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Wait, you. She points to Bertrude. You are new amongst the group. You shall go first. Please, do as she asks, Bertrude, madam.
We are known throughout the downside as Big Bertrude. We follow Sandalwood, for we are fond of him. He led us into exile, and he shall lead us out.
The gate guardian acknowledges her and motions for the rest of you to proceed. Everyone does so, as before, including you. Once you all have declared yourself, she regards you all for a moment and beckons toward the mountain's top. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Thank you, Celeste. Until the summit, Tarek. It's too early for me to be tired. We got a long stream before us. All right. Hey, welcome back, you guys. I guess this is a pretty decent spot for business all of a sudden, because used to be it was real bad up here. I had to just wait and wait and wait, and sometimes it got real cold, like I was telling you before, and stuff like that. So anyway, you buying anything or what? What is this? After being banished, the bearer returns in a burst that draws in nearby adversaries? Huh. Well, all right then. Definitely want this. I don't need any of that. That stuff's stupid. What is this? Oh, yeah. No, I don't need this. It's dumb. You can have that. That could come in handy, though. And I probably will use this. In fact, I should even equip it to someone. Sure. That makes a lot of sense. What does this do? I see. So she has one of the rings. I feel like I should give Jodariel and Bertrude the experience. And if I'm doing that, then they have to have the rings, right? If I want to use them with the rings. After being banished by an adversary, the bearer has a chance to return immediately. That's not a bad thing for Jodariel to have, honestly. What is this? 3, 4? I use it enough, I feel like. Something like that. Or I can give her the ring. For infinite stamina. At the start of a round, briefly gain infinite stamina. That's something. Certainly not nothing. Think about this for a little while. Because she has infinite stamina. Her dash is pretty long. So I would do her first. Wait, obviously not her first. Whoa. Don't go crazy. So Ruki first. Then Jodariel. No, then Bertrude, then Jodariel. Because it goes... You start out as the person on the bottom of your layout, if there isn't someone in the middle on the field. You guys have a good day out there. Thanks, man. All right. Again, you have reached the Fall of Solium, where one among you can go free, provided you prevail against the dissidents in the liberation rite. Reader, we would ask a moment of your time. We have to talk. As darkness falls, the minstrel and Volfred pull you aside. We have some news that is, depending on how you look at it, potentially unfortunate. The lone minstrel directs your attention towards the dark night sky. The stars are fading. This is true. When the advent of the Titan stars, visibly fewer stars seem to be shining than once you saw in the sky above. Yes, the stars themselves are vanishing. Why I do not yet understand. But what it indicates is this: the rites are drawing to an inexorable end. The light of the stars. Without it, the rites would be unable to commence. Anyway, that is the bad news. The good news is there are a lot of stars to go. How many liberation rites remain, I do not know as of yet. The arithmetic is complicated. An estimation of the number of stars, the rate at which they fade, the accelerating rate at which we're being summoned here. Anyway, I'll work it out as soon as possible. For now, I felt that you should be aware. We can inform the others in due time. At the moment, though, they have this right to think about, and so do you. Look forth. And as the stars above begin to shine, Volfred's words begin to sink in. It seems you have a limited number of chances remaining to liberate your companions, including this one, now. Oh man, look at the other Titans. They're all over this place. You can call upon the Titan star to rank up faster. Interesting, interesting. And what is this? Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. The downside is your adversaries shall never be banished after plunging into your pyre, or your adversaries each shall have plus 50% stamina for use with their abilities. That doesn't seem like it would affect very much. So what do we have? 3, 6, 7, 8? 3, 6, 8. Yeah. So there's probably 2 more. Something like that. I'm not going to activate any of those. I have far too much fear in me to activate the Titans. I might if the game tempts me with it, with like a challenge, but until then, I'm certainly not going to. It's just simply not worth it to me. I'd much rather just win.
Congratulations, Frida.
Thank you.
It would appear the rites are drawing to a close.
Why is that congratulations?
In all his bitter spite.
Yeah, it does seem that way.
For now, your exiles have another chance at freedom here upon the fall of Solium.
Yep. You could see the bard and the
Your adversaries
watcher at the gate. I don't remember what her name is. Her name is Celeste, but I don't know what her title is. Gate Guardian, I think.
Whichever side prevails soon shall send one of its own into the warm embrace of civilization.
Indeed. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the dissidents, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respect you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Barker bursts out from some hidden corner, laughing as he paws at his mask. A real pleasure to be here, mates, truly. Barker Ashpaws. Call me Barker, though, right? By the by, it was a real pisser getting here, you know? Begging your pardon, Barker Ashpaws, you thusly speak upon the summit of the sacred mountain. Oh my, so terribly sorry to offend you there, lassie. I forgot we got the stars up above. I forgot we got the stars above up there to make me watch my language. No, let's get one more thing straight, lassie. I don't give a bother about your sacred mountain, so you take it, you shove it. Me and my pack, we're just here for laughs, you get that? The other side ain't any better than this one. We ain't interested in your freedom. But just the same, we're gonna take it. Take it from those wee little babies there, so antsy for it. Hear that, you Nightwings? You better put up a good fight here, or I ain't gonna be happy, you understand? Then he shoves his mask back on. Right, come on. Let's hurry up and get this damn thing started. He's got such a good track, too. Wow, look at how big his presence is. As for you, Nightwings, you bring darkness with you. What have you wrought upon the stars? Celeste, please, we do not know what is amiss here. The Nightwings have come only to see that the liberation rite is carried out. Indeed. Then make your choice, Nightwings. Who among you is to be anointed here?
Who shall return to glory?
Obviously, Rookie Greentail. He asked. Good choice there, chum. Though if I get out of here, I don't know what you're gonna do without me.
Who shall stand with him?
And we'll bring not Jodariel there. bring Bertrude there.
We shall lend our support to that one then.
And Jodariel.
Jodariel.
Understood. Let us return him home.
Now,
All right then, mates. No more waiting, no more holding back, and let's rip him to shreds. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
commence.
Later, man. 17 points right in the slammer. Yeah, that works just fine.
About time we got this blasted business underway, eh, Greentail? Rookie looks on in silence, but says nothing in response.
His voice. It's the voice I was just using, right?
We gotta beat him. We gotta beat him. We gotta beat him. Don't care what it takes. Don't care what it takes. Don't care what it takes.
It seems the pressure of the liberation rite is getting to him. Don't think I forgot. Don't think I done forgot our little arrangement there, Greentail. Though, how about I make you another deal? I get out of here tonight, then you're scot-free. That's right. I ain't gonna care even a lick about you once I'm gone. Now, you just think on that while my pack and me go wipe the floor with you. Just like that. Oh, it's a little short,
What in the? All right, mates. Something's going right funny with that orb, as I can tell.
Better laugh it up while we can. We still can, eh? Indeed. Something strange seemed to happen to the celestial orb, and now it shudders now, as though possessed of the same chaotic powers as your adversaries. Just like that. Once more, Rookie. Just need you to dunk this one, brother. Later, man. Oh, man, we circled the drain a little bit there, but we sent it right in, just like that. Easy mode, no problems. Rookie, it was a pleasure having you, brother. See you on the other side.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free.
It's a pleasure, man. It was a pleasure.
All misdeeds return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
What a joke. Here I was thinking we were gonna make him cry after all this. Come on, mates. I've right had it with this stuck-up place. Well, so let's get out of here already, eh? So, what now? I guess I'm just supposed to jump into the waterfall thing right back there, and then that's it. I'm home free. I'm home free. Something comes over him then. Now listen, chums. Don't go any of you thinking you're gonna miss me, yeah? You're gonna do just fine, even without Rookie Greentail there to keep an eye out all the time. Even though the rest of you are just a bunch of slowpokes and all that. Me? I'm gonna be so busy drinking myself silly on Commonwealth stock, I'm sure I'm gonna soon forget each and every one of you. But just in case I don't, you be sure and stop by and visit me if you get back there too. Just look for Mama Greentail's shop, right in the heart of town. You can't miss it. So yeah, stop by, say hi, you know. Now, I think I gotta go, so, excuse me. He drops into the shimmer pool and disappears within, although you still can hear him going on about something. Whoa, let me tell you, this is weird in here. Hey, it's starting. Uh-oh, wait. Rookie earned back his freedom.
Godspeed, Rookie Greentail.
Yeah, no, he doesn't look like he's doing so hot.
The scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may yet continue.
I don't know why. I'm like really, really convinced that there's 10 of something. If not scribes, obviously, 10 either party members or 10 titans. I don't know why, but something just has it in me thinking that there's definitely 10. even though there's really no evidence that there are specifically 10. All right. You prevailed in the liberation rite against the dissidents. Already does the Black Wagon feel a little quieter than usual without Ruki, who returned to the Commonwealth. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. He hath passed from this place, along with all his eccentricities. Grieve not for him. Would that we all someday achieve the same. You wonder who, if anyone, among you shall be the next to go. Then Volfred asked the group to gather. He sent you know what news he is about to share. Everyone, I must apologize to bring such news at this late hour, but I felt that you all would wish to know as soon as possible. The context of our plan has changed. 57% success rate. He looks about at everyone before revealing to them what the stars have revealed to you both. The stars above are disappearing. They seem to just be fading away, one by one. For reasons that the scribes alone may know for certain, though we all may harbor our suspicions. See for yourself if you have any doubt that this is so. A hush falls over your companions, all exhausted from the rite, and now stunned into silence. If this phenomenon continues unabated, and we have every reason to believe it shall, then the rite shall cease when the stars no longer shine. Permanently cease, that is. Your companions exchange glances. You sense negative emotions rising, confusion, fear. Before, I gave you the impression that should the Nightwings not prevail in a liberation rite, there would be other chances. This remains so. However, our chances now are numbered. The exact number I have yet to ascertain, but to be quite frank, there are more of us than we have chances left. You sense your fellow exiles are beginning to realize what this means. I know this must be difficult to hear, but it is not to be a cause of panic. Our plan remains essentially unchanged. We shall take which opportunities arise and return as many as we can. I urge you all to take whatever time you need to think this through. At dawn, we shall head south again to Moonlight Alcove. We can discuss this further then. Now, please get some rest. Our path grows harder, though not insurmountable. Not while we stand together. We can still prevail. The group disperses. Some whisper in the hushed tones, others turn to their quarters, speechless. There will be time later to better understand this omen. All right, who is it? Sir Gilman? After the liberation rite, you find Sir Gilman in an uncharacteristically quiet and contemplative mood. He salutes you crisply with his tail. Glory to you, Master Reader, and glory to the noble Rookie Greentail. Long may he prosper in the Commonwealth, and in so doing may he benefit the plan into which we all have been thrust. Then he falls silent for a time. You sense him growing very emotional. Noble Rookie, this night found a kindred spirit, Master Reader, one of questionable honor, the greatest cunning, and such blinding speed as to befit a minstrel's tale. This knight fears our triumvirate lost something irreplaceable in him. Of course, this knight is also pleased that Rookie has achieved his freedom, very much so. And furthermore, this knight shall now continue training even harder than before. Rookie Greentail, this knight shall train on until such a time as he is swifter than the jagged lightnings of the deathless tempest. Now, Master Reader, this knight must beg his leave of you for it is time, not for his rest, but for his training. Know that he is very grateful for your wisdom and your guidance in these rites. Between yourself and Master Rookie, you have instilled within this knight an unshakable resolve. He bows low and bids you a good evening. All right, what's the news story here? The dissidents. In the words of Haob the Swallow, the accursed, I myself, Haob, did form the dissidents under this simple tenet. Those who do not belong, belong. The other scribes, some of them showed, at first, reluctance to allow an imp and one accursed to designate one of the 9 triumvirates. But Myrrh, the horned one, stubborn as he was, stood by my side. In time, they came to understand. for I remained, as ever, at their side, a living bit of proof of their absurdity. The dissidents are an extension of my oddity. Those who do not adhere, they are not to be discarded, underestimated, or dismissed. They are as necessary as are those against whom they rebel. And also from the dissidents? No. This one is on kinship in the words of Triesta Tithys, the Blessed Born. Each one of us within the eight, besides the imp Haub, we would have perished in the downside had we not found each other and together formed our union. Here in the downside, all are bound. But that which binds us here does not have some latitude. But that which binds us here does have some latitude. We chose the bond of kinship. Our exile took precedence over our differences. The empire, which had subjugated all our kind into a tense alliance, shall give way to a society in which our differences are paramount. There may you embrace your ancient cultures, whilst jointly forming a great culture all its own. Next to mercy, it is kinship that shall form the bedrock of our commonwealth. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. And this is Triesta Tithys, Haub, Solium Mur, who's the leader, if you will, Luce Glorian, Molten Millith, Jomur Menimane, and Gulathanian, who's like the first. He's like the second in command. That's leaving this one still. So we have 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're missing one of the scribes, and the Nightwings is also a one of the triumvirates. Let's see. What color are we missing? This green? Yeah. Right? So we have red, purple, orange, yellow, green. Oh, I think there's a cyan. Or there's this blue. Wait. Oh, so there's 3, 6, 7, 8. This has to be the blue because there is no cyan here. So red, purple, orange, yellow. Yeah, there's got to be 2 greens. And this is the pink one. Okay. I don't know who it could be though. The 8th scribe. I'm not sure which one it is. I'm surprised I haven't gotten anything on them though. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Or if it's just like I just happened to choose stuff that didn't have that stuff. Good morning, everyone. We are at the mercy of the stars, and none can show how soon they'll be shining for us. Let us recover for a while at Moonlight Alcove and decide how to proceed. So not everyone gets to make it out. Which does kind of make the fact that I chose Tizo not the best, but you know. Alright. Best make ourselves as comfortable as possible here for the time, Nightwings. The rites ought to commence again before we know it. Until then, be well. Thus, you and your companions remain on the mountaintop, waiting for the stars to shine again. The cycle of the rites is ending. The news that Volfrid and the lone minstrel revealed to you now threatens to disrupt the group's resolve. Who most deserves their freedom? Can there be any hope for your revolutionary plan to exchange the Commonwealth if too few exiles manage to return? These questions hang like a fog over you and your companions as you linger here on Mount Allodiel. For now, the exiles of the Nightwings vow to stick together, for as many opportunities as they shall have. Many moons pass. One cold evening, Volfrid finds you off on your own. Well, my boy, it's time once more. Come see. Volfrid indicates the sky, and through the snow you see that he is right. Soon all of your companions are gathered. Volfrid regards the group in his steady manner. As you all know, I have refrained from participating in the rites myself. This was a long-held choice of mine, for a variety of reasons. Chief among those reasons is so that I might direct our plan, free from unwanted attention, both from our adversaries here and those who would oppose us in the Commonwealth. Another reason is my past experience conducting the rites. It did not end on good terms. Before my time, the Nightwings comprised 3 exiles: Brighton, Erisa, and Oralek. Brighton, a former member of the Nightwings who conducted the rites alongside Oralek and Erisa, and of course we've heard of Erisa and Oralek before. Little Tizo was with them as well, still learning their ways. After Brighton regained his freedom in the liberation rites, the Nightwings took me in. A story for another time, but for one thing, I had capacity to read the ancient book. Anyway, when next we earned our way into the liberation rite, Oralek was anointed for return. He had long been in exile, and his horns were beginning to show. We prevailed. Little Tizo snuffed the accuser's pyre. Thus, Oralek earned his freedom. However, just as the shimmer pool was to engulf him, Erisa, she shoved him from the precipice and took her freedom in his stead. She perished, of course. Only the anointed can transcend the shimmer pool. But she thought the warnings were a myth and paid the price. She was always restless. I presumed Oralek perished too. To survive a fall from Mount Alodil, I was left alone. Subsequently, I made no attempts to reassemble the Nightwings, knowing that such treachery, such harm was even possible as part of this ordeal. I, frankly, still do not hold Erisa entirely at fault for what happened. I hold instead the Commonwealth responsible, for it put us in this desperate situation. And I resist the urge to think the rights may be partly to blame as well, for pitting brother against brother, sister against sister. Wolfred breathes a deep sigh. Now I see that Oralek yet lives, at a time when our plan is already in motion. And even the stars are fading. Perhaps a signal that the scribes themselves know that the Nightwings are divided, that they do not approve. But I choose to take it as a sign that we must act. The scribes have put us in a set of circumstances where each one of us may rise to the occasion. The knights and our plan need all the help they can get. And so, I have made a decision, which I wish to announce here to you all. In the name of the Nightwings, and, reader, by your leave, I would conduct the rites again. Long have my skills languished in this manner, I admit, although I trust I shall regain them soon enough. While I once vowed never to conduct the rites again, our present situation calls for all our resources to be brought to bear. So, if I may be of use during the rites to come, I shall avail myself. That's all. Now then, our reader shall determine where we are headed, come first light. Wilfred bows his head to everyone, while the others exchange looks, then one by one salute him in turn. Wilfred stands ready to conduct the rites again. Once more, do several stars shine bright in the night sky, revealing several paths for you to pursue toward salvation. The stars themselves await the will of the Nightwings. Oh, I guess I can check these. Oh, is it Ors? Is Ors the one that wasn't in the, I guess not. I don't remember Ors showing up, but maybe I'm wrong about that. The Fate has the highest number. So Pamitha and Tamitha. It could be Chastity and Wolfred. And the Pyre Hearts and Gilman, I guess. It seems like the Tempers just are simply not going to return in a way that matters. I thought that they were going to interact with Jodariel in some capacity, but it seems really like that's just not going to happen. How is the Fate top in the running if they're 4 and 12? Like, genuinely, how? What is this? I understand why they're at the bottom, because they just lost to me. Because they just, like, reset the bracket, if you will. But how is the Fate at the top of the running? It's crazy. I really thought that Wolfred said that he was gonna, or that he had some estimate for what everyone would contribute. And it seems like that isn't true. Alright, so we have no stars up here, but we have Triesta, Lu. Oh, is that it? Kaelmer? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that everybody? That could be everyone. Wait, there's other stars too. Huh. Yeah, I guess you can kind of see all the stars, not just ones that are relevant to the scribes. Okay, so, I don't see any reason to mess with the accusers in any meaningful way. Oh, wait. Are the accusers not the accusers now? And now it's, Orlek? Who was it last time? Was it the accusers I was supposed to meet? I don't remember. The stars revealed to you a path toward the Hulk of Ores, where the right shall continue. Come morning, your travel shall continue. For now, everyone needs to rest. Oh. Oh, Volfred's biography's here. And we have everything. He's a long-standing exile. Wow, look at how much experience he's got. He's a long-standing exile of the Nightwings who seeks more than his own freedom. He is a sprout. Yeah, who cares about that stuff, though? He is of the astral sign Cassius. He was born on the 21st of 6th moon, suggesting he is contemplative and passionate. One's astral sign often foretells one's disposition, strengths, and idiosyncrasies. Yeah, I remember reading that before and being like, yeah, sure. Publishing. He owned and operated a stamping press, using it to spread an anti-Commonwealth propaganda. And his alleged motive was insurrection. The records state he sought to undermine trust in Commonwealth doctrine and tradition. And he's been exiled only for 9 years, actually. I thought it was way longer than that. So that means that, Jodariel has been here for well longer than Volfred. Interesting. That's also interesting. Bertrude has been here for 21 years, when I got the impression that he was exiled actually first, because she was helping him not get exiled. But it seems that she was caught before he was. All right. By day, he was an unassuming history professor. By night, he operated a small but illegal stamping press of his own design, for which he used to disseminate provocative ideas concerning how a truly peaceful Commonwealth might look. When his underground press was at last discovered, it was publicly destroyed. Eventually, he too was found and cast down. In the downside, he was taken in by the Nightwings, who sought someone with his experience. Since then, he hatched a long-term plan to recruit like-minded individuals who might stand together to usher in a new age of the Commonwealth. All right. And what are we looking at now? Oh, an afterword, you say. A list of terms which you may wish to know. As an exile of the downside, a reader of this book, and as conductor of the rites, you're engaged now in a cycle which has lasted since the dawn of this age. Here, within this part of the book, is offered summary of all key figures, locales, terms, and astral phenomena you shall encounter, either firsthand or in passing on your path. To know the history of the downside and the rites is to prepare yourself to walk the path toward enlightenment, and then to liberty itself. Should you be free again, remember, reveal not the rites themselves, nor the existence of this book. Okay. What do we have? Okay, so the rights terms. The adversary is the opposing band of exiles you stand against during the rites. Sure. Aura is the solitary weapon to be used in the rites. We know what banishment is. We know what the book is. We know what casting is. Enlightenment. Expulsion. Sure. Rights. Raiments. Rank. Sure. Reader. Right. Wait. Rights and right are both here? Interesting. Stamina. Sigil. Gol Galathian, also known as the Master General and the Nomad Scribe. He wears the legendary Tower Shield, Oathtaker. Haub the Swallow, also known as the Accursed, the Imp Scribe. He possesses the legendary Wings of Misfortune. Jomir Menymane, known as the Alpha Chief and the Cur Scribe. He wears the legendary Jawblade, Kneebender. Luce Glorian, known as 100 Minds, and the Sap Sprite. He wields the legendary staff, the genealogy of Sklorian. Whew. The Accusers, interesting. We're going from the Scribes to some of the Triumvirates. I see the respective ones, perhaps. The Accusers is the Triumvirate formed by the nomad Golgalathian. Founder on justice and loyalty. The sigil is the Shattered Scale. The Beyonders are eternally expelled, not a true triumvirate. Their sigil is the Forked Star. Of course, that includes Sandra. The Chastity is the triumvirate formed by the Sap, Luce Glorian, founded on integrity and modesty, and their sigil is the Bloomflower. And the Dissidence is the triumvirate formed by the Imp we just read about, Haub the Swallow, formed on difference and conviction, and its sigil is the Leering Maul. And that leaves the Essence, the triumvirate formed by the Harp, the Saint Triesta Tithys, founded on liberty and piety, sigil the Empress Tier. So that's actually different from the last page, which had Jomir Menymane. Instead, we got Triesta for some reason, but that's fine. Oh, I see. This... Wait. What's going on here exactly? Have I just been reading half of this whole time? Does this have worms on it? It doesn't seem that it does. Oh. Have I only been reading half of these pages this entire time? Weird. What? I don't understand. Why would they only have half of it appear under the inspect? Oh well, I guess we'll just keep rocking for now. Curs are swift dog-like creatures known for their loyalty, optimism, and appreciation for the simpler things. Crones are heavy-set serpentine creatures, known for their bluntness, stubbornness, and a penchant for mysticism. Demons, those who have withstood exile in the downside for long enough to be transformed by it. And then there's the Empire of Ser, the or our nation, I guess, which thrived for an entire age now. It is on the brink of ruin as we remain imprisoned here. Who wrote this? Which thrived for an entire age? Oh, the Empire of Sar is the previous one? Probably. Yeah, because it's written by the scribes. Got it. Harps, winged creatures from whom common folk perhaps descended. And then the Black Basin is the land of black glass, searing vapor, and strangling forests. Single largest region in the downside. The Deathless Tempest is a storm which perpetually rages in the sea. Yeah, we kind of stopped it sort of a little bit. Well, not like stop it, but enough for us to pass. The Downside Prairie is one of the Downside's only verdant regions, although tempest swept and overall unlivable. And the Flagging Hands are a gloom-filled, generally foul and desolate region of the Downside, beyond which lies the sea. And the Jomir Valley is a sprawling, sand-swept fossil wasteland towards the south. Man, there's a lot of stuff here. The Cairn of Haob, located in the Jomir Valley. Here, the accursed imp felled the bone titan Shak-Six Shoulders. The Fall of Solium is located in the Mount of Aladil. Here, the 8 scribes gathered and ordained the rites. Only from this point may worthy exiles regain their freedom at the base of the inverted fall. The Glade of Lu, located in the Black Basin. Here, old 100 Minds himself vanquished the root titan Limbless Arazek. And the Hulk of Ors is located in the Sea of Solace. Here, the Underking felled the sea titan Unfathomed Plurns upon the carcass of the doomed exploring vessel Dazraban. Beolanthius is the Hive Titan vanquished by the scribe Jomir Menymane. And Dolnus, the Locket, is the Ash Titan routed by the 8 scribes in Black Basin. Okay, so there's some titans that weren't taken out by a single person, including Sungries, the World Titan, slain by the 8 scribes as a unit as well. We have Endriga, the Widow, the Blood Titan, vanquished by the scribe Underking Ors. Wait, so 2 of them were taken out by Underking Ors then? Yeah. Oh, wait, no. The Hulk of Ores is where... Here, the Underking fell the Sea Titan, Unfathomed Plurms. Yeah, yeah. So Plurms and Andriga the Widow both were vanquished by Ores. Interesting. So that means that one of the scribes didn't get anyone. The leader? Myr? I don't think Myr got anyone, right? Interesting. They gave 2 to the Underking and none to Myr himself. Limbless Erazek, the Root Titan, vanquished by the scribe Luce Glorian. Lord Gandroth, the Serpent Titan, vanquished by Galathanian. Sungrees, we already said. Wait, do we have them all here? The Hive Titan vanquished by the scribe Jomir Manymane. Wait, did we do those? Yes. And that ends with Sungrees. So we have Shack 6 soldiers by Haub the Swallow. A Tattered Mantle, the Imp Titan, slain by the traitor Kaimler, Rope Caller. Interesting. So the traitor slayed one of these. Who's not a member of the scribes. So we have Jomir, just generically the 8 scribes. Ors, Luce Glorian, Galathanian, generically the 8 scribes. Haub, the 8 scribes. And Ors again. And Saint Triesta, and Molten Millith. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 of the scribes are directly... Oh, 7. So 7 of the scribes are directly attributed to something. Ors to 2 of them. And then you have 1, 2, 3 that are taken out by the scribes as a whole, and an extra one by Kaimler, Kailmer, Rope Caller, who is not a scribe, but he is the 9th, which kind of implies that there's a traitor among the squad. If there's 9 of us, if there are truly 9 of us, which there would be with Wolfred, right? These are stars. I don't really care about them. But yeah, if there are truly 9 of us, because Hedwyn, Tizo, and Ruki were the 3 that got liberated, which leaves 6. If there are truly 9 of us, then it would make sense for 8 of us to be placeholders for the scribes, and 1 of us is a traitor. And not to be that guy, but if 1 of us is a traitor, couldn't imagine who that would be. It's actually funny because Hedwyn is the deserter, which is kind of like betrayal. I mean, we're all charged with crimes, I guess, to be honest, but his crime is publishing. Hers is conspiracy. Interesting. Makes sense. So I don't feel the need to use the experience thing on him. And I think everyone else can kind of just it's just a matter of, oh wait, but if I don't want either of these to go, I feel like Sir Gilman makes sense to be next. We're running out though. We are truly running out of space. I don't remember how many there are total. I feel like you're left with 3 people though. You're either going to be left with 3 people or 2 people. Because obviously you can't do it with only 2 people. So 2 people would make sense. 3 people would be somewhat tragic. And if I had to choose who should stay right now, Jodariel strikes me as someone who would be okay with staying, honestly. Bertrude literally said she does not care. Faye also seems like she wouldn't mind, I'm gonna be honest. Volfred seems like he would be more than willing to stay as well. So I put these two as kind of equals. They're also fairly equally capable, I feel like, as far as the plan goes. I have really mixed feelings about Pamitha. And Sir Gilman, I think, should go. Though he also strikes me as someone who'd be willing to be okay staying, to be honest. So of the people that I have left, Bertrude and Faye, I'm not really interested in liberating. Gilman, Volfred, and Jodariel ultimately are kind of equal. I don't even think Pamitha is like necessarily interested in going. Doesn't seem like that's her motivation, to be honest. And even then, is she going to contribute to the plan? Is she dedicated to the plan? I don't feel that way from her. And I do think that the plan is important. So for the plan, if I'm doing it with the plan in mind, it's probably impossible for Volfred to make it. So Jodariel and Gilman strike me as the two most important. But we'll run Volfred as much as I can. And that's where we're at.
I do so hate to thusly contact you, O reader. Yet an awful rumor reached me recently.
Yeah?
That you have within your retinue a traitor.
Mm-hmm.
To the Nightwings and the Commonwealth alike. But you would never harbor such a traitor, now would you? I trust your time within the downside would have taught you that.
You rise after a fitful night of slumber. Somehow, the voice, which thus far has reached you only in the rites, has found its way into your sleep as well. You shake free of it. The time at Moonlight Alcove has made everyone restless. The group is eager to set forth at your command. I mean, is Pamitha a red herring? She's the only one who's like actually two-faced. Like literally two-faced. She'll say something to you and then you can see her internal dialogue say something different, you know? As the wagon soars across the skies above Wakingwood, you notice Volfred appear lost in thought. You cannot sense straight away what he is thinking. Do not mind me, reader. It is simply that being here, in this vicinity, brings back a lot of memories and gives me much to ponder. I hid within those woods for many, many years, making preparations for our plan. I cast aside my raiments and became untraceable. There, I waited for the plan to germinate. So, it means a lot now to be here, above that place, at last. Quite the view, wouldn't you say, my boy? It's so interesting that he talks to you in his mind, because he knows. Pamitha also seems aware. Other people are kind of aware, but not quite like she is, which is interesting. What's the story here? The Hulk of Oars. The Hulk of Oars. It has drifted here upon the sea for longer than one might expect. Perhaps you have already read of the doomed ship's demise in the embrace of unfathomed plurns. Some say it was the sea itself which preserves the ship's remains. hidden properties within the water, sea creatures blinding together, ruined planks of wood. Those such as yourselves and the accusers know another truth, I gather. The stars would not align over the wreckage if it did not have greater significance than first appears. May you have good fortune there during the coming rite. Your flight takes you near to where you breached past Stormwall into Deathless Tempest. With the climate in the downside intensifying, you wonder if the storm has spilled forth from its confines and started to ravage other regions of the land. Just, cruising through, seeing if there's anything new to interact with the squad. Oh, sorry. Oi, mates, look at what you look at what ran into us again. You gave us a proper licking last time, and we owe you for it. I gotta say, I kind of like your style there. Come right on crashing into us like you don't even care. You ain't even care. That's pretty good. Keep telling my mates here we ought to do the same. Yeah, oops. Somehow I ran into them twice. I ran into 3 ships. Well, 2 ships 3 times. Once in a pair. That was a weird noise. All right, so we have 3 choices here. Wolfred observes the waters on this route seem to be shining with stardust. Faye observes that this current to the Hulk of Ores is teeming with fish. And Pamatha thinks this may be a more restful current towards the Hulk of Ores. A more restful, so like vocations probably. So we'll go here. Is there actually a trader among us? I'm not sure. Amunga. You touch down at the Sea of Solace, where you first encountered Sir Gilman and the Pyre Hearts. You soon shall carry on by sea, though for now, you have some time to spare. Wolfred, what's up? There. Wolfred appears to have finished sealing some sort of document. He smiles as he approaches you. Hello, my boy. Was just on my way to make a drop. Report a bit of progress. Report a bit of progress our supporters on the other side should like to know. It is not clear to you as yet exactly how Wolfred is able to communicate with agents in the Commonwealth. We have our ways of making certain that such messages manage to make their way to whom they need to reach, most of the time at least. It's not exactly the most dignified of methods, but the messenger imp is as hardworking as the rest of us, or dare I say more so. Most imps lack the capacity to do that job. They of course cannot traverse the outer boundaries of the downside, but they can squeeze much closer to any of us. Wolfred offers to tell you more of this process. It seems that he has been using certain imps to relay messages to his agents in the Commonwealth for some time now. From that point, we depend on certain other means. A trafficker like Ruki would likely be familiar with them. Then, my agents intercept the messages as they arrive. The messages are coded, in the off chance they reveal themselves before unwanted eyes. But even still, my agents put themselves in great peril there, supporting our case and our plan. I could not ask for a more dedicated bunch. A shame we cannot meet them, separated as we are. If we succeed in our endeavors, it shall be thanks in no small part to them. They have identified hundreds of citizens grown loyal to our cause, found hidden corners where they can speak freely. Their goal is to grow in numbers while remaining safe. For we cannot resist the Commonwealth if too few citizens stand with us. Whether due to apathy or fear, or lack of willingness to see our nation as we do. Some of those agents I have known for many, many years, since long before my exile. Many were former students from my days of teaching Commonwealth doctrine. It was clear then who among us did not take the common view. These days, I report to them our progress, and they in turn report theirs back. From their assessment, I update the estimation of our plan's success. Our chances of success increase substantially each time we liberate one of our own, but those loyal to us in the Commonwealth slowly gather strength, regardless, knowing our efforts. Thus do we inspire each other, not unlike the dynamics which I see among the Nightwings here. Now, good afternoon then, reader. I have a delivery to make. He strides out of the wagon, bearing a sealed message. The Sea of Souls, in the words of Molten Millith, the Wild Witch. Wow, very, very M and W there. Beyond a shallow, sickly gulf, our voyage grew increasingly forbidding and much harder to explain. How could a sea exist here, at the bottom of the world? We could not deduce whence sprang the carcass of ancient sailing ships we found throughout the Sea of Solace, though the warnings that they signified we duly noted. It was here we first met Ors, called the Underking, who brazenly assaulted our small skiff, for we had trespassed his waters. But then the Underking relented, for he witnessed Solium Mur in all his doom and glory. Soon he would side with us. Then, with the Underking, we sailed forth into a tempest beyond reasoning or measure. Interesting. Wait, was there more? Is there a thing? Oh no, it was probably just this guy. Alright, let's sift for stardust. Your time in the immeasurable depths of the fathomless trench passes mostly without incident when Volfred approaches you, pointing out to the sea. Observe the surface of the waters there, my boy. That is stardust, come from above. The two of you begin sifting the waters. It is a slow process, but eventually you wind up with a significant amount of the precious material. Pile of stardust. Wow. That is a lot of stardust. Alright, and we continue on. Straight to the Hulk of Ors. The wagon comes to a sudden stop after a near miss with someone or something that got right in its path. First you see no sign of whomever or whatever it was, but then a voice rings out from off the side of your path. The friendly yet somehow aggravating tone leaves little room to question who it is. Hey guys, so maybe watch where you're going a little bit more next time, I guess. You must have scared Dad half to death. I mean, just look at him. But it's good running into you like this because I got for you a real special deal. We got something pretty out there. We got some pretty out there stuff on hand, and it's been slowing us down a bit, to be completely honest. Something about I don't know, but Dad just hasn't been himself. But once we open shop, why, these little numbers, they're gonna fly off the shelves. And you have first dibs. All you gotta do is give us a lift, because you're headed to the Hulk of Ors, right? Just drop us off when you get there, okay? The Black Wagon does not provide for you the most spacious accommodations, but it may have room enough for Falcon Ron, barely, at least for the short remainder of your trip. On the other hand, you sense a troubling energy from whatever strange artifact he is transporting right now, and wonder whether you should get involved. Yeah, sure. Come on, Falcon Ron. Though your fellow exiles exchange cautious looks, you invite Falcon Ron to climb aboard. Oh, thanks, guys. I'll just squeeze right in. He does not. Dad, come on, put your back into it already. Eventually, Falcon Ron manages to get on board, and as you prepare to set forth again, Falcon Ron has joined you. Yeah, sure, man. After what felt like an interminable trip, during which Falcon Ron did not even once cease to speak of matters relevant only to him, you reach your destination. Anyways, thanks guys, and remember what I said. These thingers I got here, you got dibs on them. If you come visit me and Dad, that is. Now we'll be going, so be seeing you, okay? Whether from Falcon Ron's ceaseless drivel or the ill effects of his cargo, everyone is left feeling out of sorts. -5 glory. Woof. That's actually brutal. Hey guys, thanks again for helping me and Dad get back here. We really owe you one, so as promised, I got something really, really good for you. He pauses for a dramatic effect, and he reveals for you the Black Hoof. The bear has 100% more stamina than usual, but cannot grasp the orb. The Black Heart. After getting banished, bear either returns with infinite stamina or as a fast-moving howler. And lastly, the Black Claw. Bearer's aura remains while grasping the orb, but cannot cast. That's actually kind of sick. They emanate with energy that cannot possibly be completely healthy. Nice, huh? You guys got first dibs on these bad boys, and I can tell you what, They're going fast. Yeah. I don't know about all that. That seems inordinately cursed. I mean, it's also in the name, but like, it's like extra cursed. Can I do this? Nice. I don't really feel any need. Lunar class. Oh, yeah. I guess I do have that now. Yeah, I don't really feel the need to buy anything from them. Those are interesting, but it's a shame. I feel like I'm hoarding my money, but I just simply don't want to use any of these. I like the rings, the paired rings. I like them. I like these two. And what's the other thing that I have? Oh, this. I don't love this, but it works well enough. We got to get him his trial. So it's interesting that this amount of money is what I have. So that's basically, you sell these for like 80 or whatever, right? You get 80 times, what is that? 4? 32? So that's like 4 of them. Maybe I have spent more money than that though. So maybe I've spent like 6 or 7 worth. I'm surprised that I've spent 640 worth of money though. Well, 640 minus what I have. But I guess that must be what's happened. I haven't gotten much money besides from selling those, right? Like 70 gold, maybe like 120 gold all said. It's how much I've earned. And then I've sold various things, mostly the things I get from the relics, or from Sandra. Which, by the way, maybe I should check in with her, see if she has anything to say. I sense my lovely reader has returned. Then how may I assist you? What's up? There is an undulation I have sensed, reader, which means I think that your black wagon sails the seas. Am I right? Of course I am. She laughs at this, or at least, or she laughs at this, or what did she say? Or at herself, perhaps. Yeah. I scarce remember the sea. It has been a little while since I have bathed in it, you understand. My memories of it are wistful, nonetheless. Although, if I remember correctly, the Sea of Solace is a disgusting mockery of the Emerald Seas near the Empire. Do be careful out there, will you? Now, let me cease my prattling, lest I extend my sentence by another such eternity or two. We had best stick to business. Alright. And we have a new book, or a new page. I keep saying a new book, but it's always just a page or two. Alright, The Hook of Oars, in the words of Luce Glorian, 100 Minds the Scholar. The Dazraban was first of many river ships to vanish in the downside. Although presumptions of its loss were not inaccurate, the doomed ship and her valiant crew had charted half the Sea of Solace ere the end of their brave voyage. The sea titan Unfathomed Plurns was not fond of vessels sullying her sea, and split the doomed ship with a single swipe. The ship's own shattered prow would later end the sea titan's cruel reign, as the boastful Underking loves to recount. The stars themselves must have been moved by this. That point within the sea, now sacred, has the stars dancing in homage every now and then. All right. Once more, you have returned to the Hulk of Oars, and your companions stand ready beneath a starry night sky, awaiting the commencement of the rites. You overhear some of their words to one another as you await the signal in the stars. Almost time to get to work on the accusers, I suppose. Lower thee thy voice, and raise thine eyes aloft. Just then, you observe a glint of starlight that begins to shine above, and your companions soon fall silent. Anew. Beolanthius. Your adversaries shall deal an additional 5 to your pyre. That doesn't sound that bad, honestly. So I get that Orlek like showed up or whatever. What's with his squad? Number one and number two. What happened to the another exile? Oh yeah, that is him. What exactly did he do to those other guys? Are the accusers just like dead?
He has no love for our sacred tradition. Yet
Mhm.
you would heed his poisoned words over mine own?
I mean, you've literally been antagonizing me this whole time.
Friends. Then fine.
Where's?
Let us
Oh, there it is.
return to a more formal distance.
The adversaries whom you were to confront when instead you had your run-in with Orlek have assembled at the opposite side of the clearing, and their pyre burns bright. Lindell emerges from the ranks of the accuser and calls out to the rest of you. You Nightwings, you thought that demon thug you sent to waylay us would be enough to stay us from our true path, you utter scum. Each time I think that I have seen the lowest of your depths of treachery, you manage to surprise me yet again. The accusers seem all the more determined to prevail against you now, after Orlek denied their chance to stand against you last time. I see. Reader, my boy, let us confer a moment here. I am returned here now to the rites, a tradition that I had once disavowed. And, now that I have donned the raiments, the voice knows I am here. It is no matter, really, for our plan is well in motion. All that remains for us is to prevail. I shall aid you and the others in this task as best I can. Let us see now whether these old limbs of mine are still of any use.
And there he is at last.
A shield.
Alive and well.
Interesting.
I know that you can hear me, Sandalwood. You're causing quite a stir
And he can blink.
in the Commonwealth.
Seems quite useful.
You plant your little
His
seeds
movement
of
speed is very slow,
Know that your design
but he can spawn that.
shall not be
Wolford is banished, his sapling expires, and he can only have one sapling at a time. But it's good for point control. Alright. Now then, Nightwings! I look forward to conducting with you all, if and when, of course, the reader calls for us to stand as a triumvirate together.
Go on then.
Alright. So I'm thinking... probably... doesn't seem that... Oh, they're gonna dunk pretty good, I guess, but doesn't seem that alarming. So I'm thinking we're gonna mostly be scoring with Gilman. And we'll use this with him. And besides that, we'll run Wolfred. And oh wow, so my points are going to be lower than normal. Wow, his points are going to be next to nothing relative to what they're used to. That's fine though. So we'll go Gilman, Joe Dario, and Wolfred, I think. We'll give him the extra enlightenment if he needs it by the end.
Sir Gilman. Joe Dariel. Wolfred. It is done.
Prepared as ever. Come then, Nightwings, we are prepared for you. Are you though? Are you truly?
Commence.
Looks like you're sleeping, brother. Womp womp.
Be gone.
Later, man. Where are you going, brother? You're invading my base, bro? I mean, you're welcome to try. Have Dario plunge into their pyre? I already did that. Did you miss it? You didn't see it just a second ago?
Do you believe you can prevail in this?
Oh no! Get a load of that idiot. Why do they keep walking into it?
Their Pyre shan't survive much more of that.
All right. Oh no! I jumped over the thing on accident. No! Oh, I'm so sad about that. That wasn't what I intended to do at all. Surely you guys know. You guys believe me, right? You know that I would never do such a thing.
Splendid. The orbs unclaimed again.
Later, man.
Blessed be.
Nice try, but you were a little too slow, brother. Speaking of too slow, fast online. No, not again. I cannot lose to you again. This cannot be happening to me. Well, I got bad news for you, brother.
And it is done.
Just like that.
Fine, yes, the Night Wings did prevail.
Yeah, boys?
They overwhelmed their adversaries utterly.
Yeah, you know how it is. Wolfred back on the docket, back on the scoreboard. Blast! That a decorated constable of the Commonwealth should end up having to consort with fools as these. In these accursed robes and miserable circumstances. Those damn scribes certainly exist, for it is clear they have no love for me or anyone of decent birth and station. Our adversary seems no stranger to defeat, and yet he wears it without dignity. Yeah, got him. Absolutely roasted. Absolutely roasted. 6 feet under, brother. Got him.
Sir Gilman's not as foolish as his
This knight wonders at times about where we are. Wait, nope, that's not what he wonders about. This knight wonders at times about why we are here and which forces have transpired to bring us together. Has Under King Ors himself taken an interest in this noble quest? The inflection was a little weird there. But it's fine. It's fine.
That Wolfred always was a little slow to pick things up.
It's been a while since my last outings in the rites. Begging for your continued patience as I recollect the way. All right, so we have 2 trees here. The rites of masteries enhance a sap's ability to spawn saplings and protect his triumvirate. Wherever traveled Luce Glorian, he planted his roots and spread his wisdom to all those who would listen. And rites masteries enhancing a sap's triumvirate's ability to persevere in a rite. The words of 100 Minds helped his kin make peace with the many mysteries and dangers they faced. All right. If Rolford is banished, a sapling shall automatically spawn near his pyre until he returns. Interesting. It is said that his strength and wisdom of the ages always followed in the steps of Luce Glorian. After casting Sprout, Volford's sapling spawns faster than usual and gains a larger aura. The 100 Minds knew that all the knowledge of his ancestry was always there to guide him. Unstable sapling. After casting Sprout, Wolford may remotely detonate a sapling in an aura burst. Interesting. And, epiphanies about the very nature of the world occurred with regularity to Luce Glorian the 100 Minds. While Wolford and his allies are banished, adversaries are slowed and cannot use abilities. Interesting. I don't know how useful that is, though, but, whatever. The winds of change shall scour the land from whence we came, but leave this land untouched, Luce Glorian. Once per rite, if Wolford's adversaries extinguish his pyre, it is restored by 10 instead. It was Luce Glorian who ushered in the modern age and showed his people that a flame need not be feared. That's actually not bad. Usually they only score on me once if they score. Unless I lose. So I guess it would still be wasted, but theoretically, you get maximum value out of it if they score once. Well, I guess you really only get value out of it because it's like health, right? So you only get value out of it just before you would run out. Realistically, as long as you have 1 hit point, you might as well have infinity hit points. When using his shield ability, Volfred shields his allies as well. That doesn't seem that useful, but okay, sure. He fearlessly explored the other side and was among the first to venture down the river that later took his name. Did I read this? It was Luce Florian who ushered in the modern age and showed his people that a flame need not be feared. I think I read that. Volfred permanently gains +5 hope, hastening how quickly he returns from banishment. The great sap scholar, having fathomed every thought, still always smiled when he met someone. Once per right, if Volfred's adversaries extinguish his pyre, it is restored by 40 instead. Okay, it's just a better version of that. The stars well hidden from us on the other side here now reveal themselves, Luce Glorian to Solium Myrrh. Yeah, I'm not worried about this side. I think I'm just going to go with this side. He's much more likely to be banished. I don't need that. After casting Sprout, Volfred may remotely burst it. While Volfred and his allies are banished, adversaries are slowed. Actually, do I care about these? I guess actually I want these 3. All right.
Wisdom of old 100 mines. Until the next right.
All right. Back at the wagon, back at the black wagon, back at the farm, you are taking some time to recover after vanquishing the accusers with ease when Volfred approaches. The Nightwings are in capable hands these days, my boy. Thank you for your continued efforts, given all the challenges we face. The rites may be ending, but we still have time to achieve our plan, especially if you continue to prevail like that. Come, let's see whom we shall square against next when the stars align. The stars yet shine for you, revealing various paths forward. Jomir. I don't think we're going to Millith. That place sucks. Lu. Vernal Star. What's the planner look like? It's the Fate still. Is the Fate among these people? No. Maybe I should go against the Tempers anyway. I want to see if they interact with Jodariel. It doesn't seem like they will. But I guess it's like a more individual story for the most part, except for Pamitha and Tamitha. The triumvirate you shall confront this time shall be the Tempers, led by the demon Ignarius. They have prevailed in the rites on many occasions in the past. The lone minstrel then offers you such details as he knows of your next adversary, Ignarius, a longtime resident of the Downside, as evidenced by his appearance. The strongest of the Tempers, he has waited years to earn his freedom. Born to a middling Commonwealth family, he got into trouble early and often, but found his calling in the Commonwealth's not entirely legal red light district. There, he took many jobs, most involving his sheer size. Most notably, he was a bouncer at the Starry Eight, where he came to symbolize his reputation. It's an infamous tub in the Commonwealth. It is widely believed that the Commonwealth officials sometimes showed up incognito here to blow off steam. One day, a particularly belligerent guest got under his skin, so he gave him a tremendous thrashing. The club clientele all gave a cheer. However, the guest turned out to be a wealthy chamberlain, who then exploited his connections to have Ignarius arrested and then exiled. This was 14 years ago. In the Downside, Ignarius dropped his given name, as is sometimes the custom, and survived alone through his tenacity and strength. In time, he drew the notice of the Tempers, who revealed to him the rites, recruited him into their ranks, and let him work his way up. Now at last, it is his turn. Other than the Nightwings, the Tempers have liberated more exiles than any other triumvirate. They had high hopes for Ignarius in turn. Now, good evening, reader. You wish a good night to the lone minstrel. Your travels shall continue at first light. What's up, Jodariel? You approach Jodariel, who seems to be busy explaining something to Sir Gilman. And so, feinting left against them proves to be reliable. They all lead with their right wings when they choose to strike. They are quick, but can leave themselves quite vulnerable. Such sage counsel, madam! This knight feels most emboldened should he ever be forced to confront the high-wing remnants in single combat. Pray you never shall. Being here, I suppose it is unlikely. She notices you then. Reader, the good knight and I were just comparing survival strategies we picked up on the blood border. Reminiscing on old times, it could be called. Indeed, the good Jodariel has volunteered to become this knight's master-at-arms should we ever achieve our liberty together, and this knight humbly accepted. What? I said no such thing. I owe you nothing, worm. Ah, but the finest lessons are the harshest made, madam. This knight is overjoyed that you would thusly train him as your protege. Reader, spare me, please. You somehow managed to steer the subject back to military tactics. This knight is most impressed with your familiarity with the finer points of being sliced to ribbons by the high-wing remnants, Master Reader. So Gilman and Jodariel continue the conversation for some time. You sense they are in relatively good spirits, all things considered. I wonder if they only interacted because I paired them together last time. Interesting. There's probably all kinds of interactions in this game, because this isn't a very long game, so you don't have, well, unless you're like doing it with intentionality, you won't necessarily get all combinations. And it seems like it has been a while since I've heard from Jodariel until just now when I used her again. And it also feels like it's been a while since I've heard from Faye. You know, and I haven't used Faye in a while, so that very well could be exactly what's going on. All right, so we have Glue Hive that Jodariel thinks will be the quickest route, leaving time for vocations. And Bertrude spots a convenient landing here, where we could also pursue our vocations. Well, if I had to choose between the two. You and Jodariel make a quick search of the rocky pathways of Glue Hive. However, you find nothing of note. Nothing here of any use to us. We should return. You soon return to the Black Wagon, where the others are preoccupied with their own pursuits. You should have time enough to pursue your vocations. Should I mentor Wolfred? Probably not. He's got plenty of time. So forage? I guess. Something Falconron values here. Traces of celestial residue. What does this mean? Oh, Stardust. Okay. And so we go to the Spring of Jomur. I'm a little not thrilled that not everyone gets to make it out. I kind of wish everybody could make it out. I wonder if there's like an optimal way to play this game. I should look up more and see what I'm missing in this game. Maybe there's more that I just don't know about. A messenger imp with news and rumors from the other side comes huffing towards your wagon, here in the dry flats of Jomur Valley. You let it in and offer it some light refreshment, as Ruki would have done. The imp's message turns out to be from him. You learn Ruki's past transgressions have all been forgiven since his return to the Commonwealth. He was even offered a well-appointed home and place of business. It must have represented just the kind of lavish lifestyle that Ruki always claimed to have had for himself and his extended family. Eventually, and somewhat reluctantly, however, he refused the gifts. Instead, he tracked down Wolfred's agents and gave them ample information, thus emboldening their ranks. The last bit of the message sounds as though it was transcribed word for word from something Ruki said. It simply reads, "The rest of you better get back here soon, or else!" You thank the messenger imp for the report. Soon, it has all your companions talking. I had every faith that our friend Ruki would stand tall and rise to the occasion.
We understood that Ruki holds no small degree of influence, at least among his kind.
Ah, noble Ruki! He sets a shining example unto us all!
Don't you think he must have been sad to have turned down a house? I hope he isn't sad.
It seems that Greentail had himself a conscience after all. Hard to believe he would have turned down living in that kind of luxury. Though, maybe he got used to it out here. The news of Ruki's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. The messenger imp accepts some scraps to eat from you and rushes off. Your companions give +1 hope for the next rite. All right.
Whoa, hey guys, let me tell you something real quick. Now, I happen to have heard that Mr. Greentail, he's moved on or something like that. Well, I just want you to know he was one of my favorite customers, and because of that, I'm going to give you some great deals, okay?
I don't know why I always buy this Stardust, but it just feels right. It just feels right. +4 quickness, +4 hope. Oh, I see. It's just a refresh of those. Flame Leech. After dousing adversary's Pyre, Bearer's Pyre recovers up to 50% of damage dealt. Interesting. I'm okay, though, but interesting.
Pleasure was all mine. And Dad's, you guys.
All right, great. What do we have here? Forage findings. In the words of Jomir Manymane, the Alpha Chief, there was a simple pleasure to be found in foraging about this place. Easy for a cur, of course. Easy for a cur to say, of course. Though barren looking at the naked eye, the downside has its share of semi-hidden treasures waiting to be found. It was a nose for treasure after all which drew us here. Certain types of artifacts found in this place would fetch a reasonable sum in soul, whether because they shine with inner light or due to other special properties. I have observed that stardust, freshly fallen from the heavens, sometimes glimmers in the afternoons. I have not found use for it yet, although because it brings me faith, perhaps I have indeed. Oh, I should look at the index. So we got all the titans, but what about all the scribes? Okay, so we have Gulathanian, Haub, Jomir Manymane, Luz Glorian, Molten Millith, Solium Mur, Triesta Tithys, and the Under King Ors. Yeah, so Solium's the only one who didn't personally get attributed to a titan, even though there were quite a few titans that they as a group were able to handle. Interesting. Actually, let's check in with her. You bring me brief reprieve from solitude. What seek you in exchange? Oh, she doesn't want to talk. Okay. Maybe I should challenge her to practice, right? Just to see if there's like new dialogue from practicing, maybe? Typically, Jodariel is always among the first to start making preparations for the rites, just as soon as you arrive amid such places as the barren wastes of the Spring of Jomir. This time, however, she does not assist the others. She does not even don the raiments. Your concern is noted, reader, but it is misplaced. It is only that the one we face this time, Ignarius. We denied his liberty before. It seems almost cruel to set him further back. How absurd that I should even care. It is simply that I seldom see those with features similar to mine, those who have survived here long enough to earn their horns. I shall now go to prepare. So she does have something? Interesting. Soon it is nightfall and the stars begin to shine. Okay, and this is Shack 6 soldiers. So we have 3, 6, 9, 10 right now. But that's still not all of them, right? We have Bleanthius, Lord Gandroth, Shack 6 soldiers, Unfathomed Plurns, Isolk, Zilvius the Horse-Headed, Limbless Arazek, Endriga the Widow, of course, Time Singer Harn. That doesn't sound familiar, but sure. And Archbeach Sungrease, yeah, of course, Sungrease. Yeah, we're definitely missing some. So, course, I don't have... I really need to, like, have the book open and look at them. Like, I can't... There's too many. There's simply too many for me to remember every single one of them. I need a mnemonic or something.
Look forth, you exiles of the Night Wings.
Yeah.
You are returned once more unto
Well,
the
it's not that we're the
splendid
exiles
Sonira.
of the Night Wings. We are the Night Wings
The
and
adversaries
exiles.
you are to confront shall be the Tempers.
Yeah.
Snuff out their pyre's flame and show your worth.
That's the idea.
Now, prepare yourselves.
All right. Hey, well, if it isn't Curly Horns, surprised they didn't let you out already. Not that I'm complaining, was hoping I'd run into you again. See, when you've been stuck here for, about 14 years, not that I'm counting or anything, you gain some appreciation for the simple stuff, you know? Bit of cool breeze, a solid meal. Anyway, it's good to see you in one piece is all. Jodariel removes her mask and stares at him. Why are you doing this? We have a rite to conduct. Yeah, well, I've conducted a lot of rites, you know? Fat lot of good it's done for me. Yet, here you are again. Yeah, anyway. He throws on his mask. Guess we better get things started. Our kind, we got a reputation to uphold. Jodariel watches him for several moments, then rejoins your group. Our adversary, Ignarius. His heart is not in this. We should be able to prevail against him without difficulty.
Who shall besmirch the Night Wing's name?
Roster bio. Oh, I can see the enemies rosters too? Lady River? These guys all have names? Perfrumpta? Her name is Perfrumpta? She is a crone who answers to Ignarius. All you know for certain is that she serves the Tempers. She is a worm who answers to Ignarius. Lady River, huh? And Yowlson. Huh. Well, alright then. He's the notorious demon leader of one of the most feared triumvirates in the rites. Yeah, we've seen all this stuff. He was a bouncer. Starry 8 was a popular spot that often got rowdy late at night. He's a Geminian. I somehow know that now. And his crime was assault. He struck a ranking Commonwealth official when he was in no danger. Or when he was in no danger, yeah. And mercy guides our hand. We spare your lives, but rid ourselves of you. The records show that he showed no ability to restrain himself. Yeah, sure. 14 years. Born to a middling Commonwealth family, he got into trouble early and often, but found his calling in the Commonwealth not so legal like... Yeah, I've read all this before. Yeah, we've read that before. Okay. It's just captured in the log. Okay. So we'll do basically the same setup as before. We're going to do Volfred on the other side, though, because I had to switch at the start of the rites, which was a little clunky and not ideal. Our adversary is giving way to feelings. We have the advantage. Bring it on, then, Nightwings. Let's see you beat me again. Am I supposed to lose here?
Now begin.
Kind of feels that way. Because winning is as much a part of the game as losing is. Ooh. Oh no! She was so fast. I tried. You ain't half bad there, Curly Horns, you know? Shame we're on opposite sides like this and all, fighting over who gets out of here. Back home, I would have just walked up and bought us both a drink. I would have punched you in the mouth. Ignarius laughs heartily at this. That's what I like about you, Curly Horns. You hate my guts as much as I do. Now come on. Let's see you stomp me one more time, just like you Nightwings did on that mountaintop. Ignarius, are you... I've returned. Need a break from COD before it makes me explode? Well, this guy alarms me. I find him alarming.
Glory of the great Ignarius.
But you're just in time for me to dunk on this fool. That's for sure. We're playing Pyre now. Though, I do want to ask. No! No. Stop. Stop. Okay, well that certainly didn't work. I feel like I don't have a good way to score with Wolfrid. But it's alright. Uh-oh. Yeah. Dodge out of the way, you fool. While I dunk on your goal, brother. Alright. I really only have one strategy, and it's just go fast. Just be fast. Be fast and score. Oh. Okay. I guess my aura is very big. I can just walk into them, huh? No! Unless I'm a fool. Unless you're a fool. We're both fools. Oh, no. All right. Oh, all I had to do was stand there. But I casted my aura like a fool. It's okay, though. Wait, it's brighter than mine? Oh, wow. They actually pulled ahead for a second. It's all right. We got this now. Oh, so I see. Okay, that was close. But not too close.
Banished, one and all.
Whew. That's really unfortunate. That was really unfortunate. Come back. Come back. Okay. Whew. Oh, no. No.
Thrust straight into your flames.
Okay. It's fine. I don't know if I should be scoring with Gilman, because I have to score again anyway, and now I just have to score from a disadvantage. But I do get my stamina bonus. Yeah, no, it worked out. It worked out. That was close. That could have definitely gone extremely poorly. So the problem that I ran into there is that I didn't press W to jump in with Jodariel. Her dash isn't good enough. I like landed in somebody's aura, I think. But it's all right. We figured it out. We're good now. Well, Curly Horns, what can I tell you? Guess you Nightwings still got a spring in your step. You could have prevailed. Why did you hold back? Ha! You really want to know here, huh? You really want to know there, huh? Indulge me. Sure. You free tomorrow night? Jodariel scoffs at this. She dons her mask. Then she turns and walks away from him without another word. Ignaria simply stands and stares. Damn. Been there. Been there, Ignarius. Been there, brother. Oh my gosh. How we doing? Chillin'? Yeah, chillin'. So he needs at least one more. Damn. Huh. Someone's there, sneaking around. Show yourself already. It's Jodariel. She stands there for a moment, saying nothing then. This was a mistake. She's curious. She leaves him just as soon as she arrived. Hey, hold up, Curly Horns, wait! Wait! She keeps him waiting there. Ignarius just shakes his head, and he keeps waiting. For there is little else for him to hear there, down in, there is little else for him there, in the downside. He keeps waiting, but not for very long. Not for very long. After you vanquish the Tempers in a pitched battle, there is little time for you to rest as yet. The night beckons, and the next rite reveals itself to be a vital one. It is already time, reader. Come see for yourself. The coldness of the season now presents to us another chance. He heads out straight away, and you follow in turn. Indeed, among the remaining stars, you see one which you are familiar with. I'm sorry. Among the remaining stars, you see one with which you are familiar now burns ever brightly. The path of freedom is laid before you. Wait, are we already done? Oh, wow. Seems like a short cycle this time. So it'll be against the fate then. We're at 62% on the plan. The fates, huh? Already are the Nightwings summoned back to Mount Alodil. Picture the rites as a wheel broken free from a wagon. It is turning uncontrollably, and soon shall reach a sudden stop. We should have several chances left for someone to go free. Either of us or else our adversaries, but not both. What is at stake each time is further complicated now, I must admit, knowing we have so few opportunities remaining. Those whom we send back into the Commonwealth, should our plan somehow fail, they may look back upon their exile with fondness. So, returning to the Commonwealth is not inherently a mercy, I don't think. Moreover, there are also those among us whom we count on to prevail in the rites. We need them on the Nightwings just as much as we need them in the Commonwealth. We cannot simply grow our numbers here, given the circumstances. And so, who stays, who goes, these choices affect us all. No pressure there, my boy. Now, I don't know about you, but I shall go and take my leave for now. Let's set forth at daybreak. Oh, Faye. Faye seems to be in a happy mood, though she always seems to be around Jodariel, who is listening to her with patience. So I would like just look within the Sallow Cap's daybreak for the morning dew to drink, and once in a while I would find maybe a stream to drink from too. Though I'd get really very thirsty sometimes too. I tried drinking tree sap once. It wasn't very good. Really it was very bad, I guess. She seems to be discussing how exactly she managed to survive in the downside all alone for so long. Jodariel watches her intently all the while. Food! Well, food was harder to find usually because, this is a bit embarrassing, but I tried never to harm a living thing, you know, because it makes me very sad. But sometimes it is the way of things, I understand, I do. And so I would eat as often as I needed to, and tried a lot of different things to see if they were good. Most of them weren't, though. But I got by, I learned to get by. I already knew how a little bit, because back home, where I came from, there I had to get by, there too. Here, well, it was harder, but it wasn't that much harder, really, in a way. Jodariel remains silent for some time as Faye trails off. Then, she embraces Faye and holds her there, gently. Faye lets out a breath, but says nothing either for a while. Faye, may I ask a question of you? Me? Of course. What question is it? How old are you? Do you know? Oh, I'm 19 years old. That is how old I am, I think. Truly, then, you have seen a lot in not a lot of time. Know that what you have achieved is a feat. I have known seasoned soldiers who could not have lived through the experiences you have described. Oh, really? Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have seldom seen Faye look so joyful as this moment. As for Jodariel, you could count on one hand the number of times you have seen a smile play across her lips. You leave them to their conversation. Solace shell. The sparkly thing in its center is, in fact, its heart, which it airs out from time to time. Interesting. A keepsake from the Sea of Solace. Only a monster would attempt to remove the heart, or would have the strength. Alright, what else do we have here? The Tempers. In the words of Halb the Swallow the Accursed, Myr, the Horned One, formed the Tempers under his own ideals. Ingrained in the Triumvirate are basic truths about the dual roles of strength and gentleness. The Horned One, he has a dualistic nature. For as long as he and I consider each a friend. The stories I am told about Myr's youth describe no one I know. All of us are capable of more. I once was an imp that could not write. Myr once was a man that could not think. The Tempers once were ordinary folk. Now they rise to greatness, always striving, never overreaching. They are not like Myr himself. Rather, they are what Myr wished he could be. Which of the scribes am I missing? I forget. Because one of them I don't have any books on, or a chapter of for. So we have, it's Myr, right? He's the one who hasn't written. Gold Galathian, Jomur Menimane, Molten Millith, Luce Glorian. Oh no, it's Solium Myr right here. Yeah, this is Myr himself. Halb the Swallow, Triesta. Oh, is it the Underking? Yeah. So Ors, despite taking out 2 of them, didn't. Oh yeah, didn't they mention that Ors wouldn't write? Because he would... Yeah, somebody mentioned that, I think. That makes sense. Got it. So they just left a chapter for him, despite the fact that he wouldn't even write in it? Interesting. Alright. So we have another liberation right ahead of us. This time against the Fates. I wonder if Faye has anything to do with the Fates. She kind of wanted to talk to that one guy. But maybe I haven't enabled that by using her against the Fates? That could be something. Once more, we sail above the fall of Solium. The temple of the 8 scribes awaits us at the summit. None have seen the temple, save for those worthy to conduct the rites there, and myself and my counterpart Celeste. You may then wonder whence it came. The cycle of the rites has turned since the beginning of this age. Over its course, whilst waiting for the cycle's turns, some exiles thus paid tribute to the 8 scribes. I think the scribes may not have wanted such extravagance, or the carved effigies to them along the way. Yet it is the triumvirates to decide how best to honor the rites. They chose to honor them as you see there. How you remember this, of course, whether you even wish to, that is yours to decide. The scribes would not want otherwise. Alright. So we got Volfred will gain favor, and Pamitha will gain favor. We'll go with Volfred. Again, I plan on using him. Mostly for the experience at this point. You make a landing upon Mount Alodil, where Volfred pulls you aside while the others complete the post-fight inspection. He puffs at his pipe before speaking up. Reader, as you know, I wear the raiments once again. This means that I, myself, may soon be worthy to regain my freedom in the eyes of the 8 scribes. Know, however, that it is not my wish to go just yet. It is true I could be of some benefit to our plan in the Commonwealth, but I feel my place is here for the time being. Perhaps once the Nightwings are on a surer footing in their path, my time shall come. Those are my feelings on the matter, and I wanted you to know. I shall, of course, defer to you. Our path is not to contradict the reader's will. Anyway, I trust that all of us, yourself included, shall find our freedom. If not soon, then by when all of this is over. And Jodariel, what's up? Has seemed more reserved even than usual since her confrontation with Ignarius and the Tempers. Nevertheless, she addresses you. Tell me something, reader. Back where you are from, did you have someone whom you considered close? No. You told Jodariel that you had nobody close enough to be worth mentioning back in the Commonwealth. She shows no reaction to this, but you can tell that she is listening. I see. I led a solitary life as well, though for a time I had someone. It is something which did not end well, but there were times. She trails off. We had our times. She looks up to you. She looks up to you then. That Ignarius. He is a base fool. We have not a thing in common save a set of horns. Yet here I am, drawing comparisons with how I felt at times back in the Commonwealth while speaking to you and him. I'm a little bit old to have such thoughts, reader, especially in a place such as this. Thank you for your time. Do not reveal this to the others. It is a trifling matter and not to be of anyone's concern, especially not mine. Jodariel makes it evident that she has nothing more to say about this. Tell her Ignarius seems alright. This is definitely it. You admit, without some degree of difficulty, that you have grown to care for her yourself. You understand full well how Ignarius must feel. You knew from the first that you had never met anyone like her, but you could never have surmised the degree to which this has turned out to be true. Jodariel says nothing at first. Brave of you to say. Such flattery, how brave of you to say. In turn, as this conversation demonstrates, I have come to value your kinship. But we shall have to draw a boundary there, for a variety of reasons. I know I am not being delicate, but you and I both understand, I think, how feelings operate. Please forgive me mine. I care for you, and I am grateful that you care for me. She departs with a nod. You sense her mood grow darker for a moment, not because of anything you said, but because of how she knows she made you feel. Yeah, no, your boy just got rejected. It's fine. I have this. Let's do a practice right. I can send you something out there. What is it you want? Just a friend. Just a friend. Just a friend. Certainly, reader, that is why I'm here. See you in the blasted book in just a moment. My beyonder shall be waiting. Great. This is fine. Sandra appears and looks upon your fellow exiles. Welcome to the practice rites. You were fortunate your reader summoned you, as you could use a little discipline. Now, come forth and let us see how capable you are. In the practice rites, no enlightenment is rewarded. You may train here with your fellow exiles as much as you wish, or press escape to return to the wagon at any time. Interesting. Ooh, a roster update for Sandra, huh? She is an apparition from the age of the Emperor Solium Mur, who pursued him in his exile. She is a nomad assassin under the sign Cassius. The Sisters of the Arch provided a grim but terribly reliable service to those who could pay. During the Empire's long reign, sometimes the common folk needed to pool their resources for such services. She was charged with attempted murder. She trained all through her young life for one vital assignment she knew one day would come. And her motive was vengeance. An entire countryside despoiled, and for countless years she cared only for her sisters. Almost a millennium ago, she set out to find the missing emperor and take his life. She had her many reasons. She and her Sisters of the Arch plunged down to the river willingly. When at last they found their mark, they found a man transformed and humbled. But Sandra thought this yet another one of the Emperor's deceptions and struck at him repeatedly, even as her sisters relented. The scribes had to respond. Blinded and expelled, Sandra became a living instrument in the rites. She now exists to train exiles in the rites and teach them penitence. And we have Lishan and Zavesta. Interesting that he's a demon, or she's a demon. How exactly is Zavestov a demon if they got exiled 837 years ago, presumably, right? Oh, well, it's unknown for them. But presumably they would be all at once, right? I don't know. Maybe that's something too presumptuous of me. If you are ready, then, Nightwings, grasp the orb, and we shall train with you. Just like that. Just one round, you know. One round for sport. Okay. Maybe if you land on it, it's okay, but it didn't seem like the whole pyre was covered that time either. No! I whiffed that. Oh, man, I was so off. No! No! I almost had enough time, too. All right, it's fine. I don't think they can do anything about this, yeah. I'm gonna have to have a whole new strategy when... Oh, no! I didn't anticipate that going that poorly at all. Oh, man, that was a desperation play, but I did buy enough time. Yeah, certainly enough time. Okay, we'll just RP walk for a second here. Oh no! Okay, well, not my best play, I'll say. Oh, you whiffed it! You whiffed it! You fool! Now I just... No! No! I'm a fool! I've always have been! Yeah, no, they nailed it that time. It's okay. It's alright, it's alright. So my plan is a little bit, almost want to say modular. Like, if one thing goes wrong, it seems like my plan as a whole kind of just fails. But it is pretty consistent. Oh, what? If I don't whiff the inputs, what are you doing? You were right there, brother. All you had to do was walk in. Oh, it's so sad. All right. Oops. That's not how his power works. It's all right. We got the dub, and that's all that matters. Complete a practice right. There it is. Achievable. First time I got that one. Obviously. That's how achievements work. All right. Let's see if Sandra has anything to say. Your vision returns as the effect of the Beyonder crystal dissipate. Time seems to have stood still while you experience the vision. So we have a new page on the Beyonders now, huh? Written by Haub. All right. To call the Beyonders a triumvirate is to stain the other's efforts. Yet I am beholden to describe them here. A pack of bandits loosely organized under the Sisters of the Arch. They traveled all this way into my land to take the Horned One's life, to kill my friend Myrrh. We thwarted them. We had them at our mercy. Mercy had become imperative to Myrrh. We spared their lives, but banished them into darkness far beyond these lands. Now and forever, the Beyonders cling to a beholden duty to confront the true triumvirates whenever they so choose, so that whenever the true triumvirates clash, it shall be to their fullest extent. You know, that makes a certain amount of sense. They would be the 10th triumvirate, right? And I'm the 10th member of this group, being the reader, and not someone who can be freed, if you will. Yeah, can I talk to you about being... No, you're not interested. Okay, that's fine. Maybe the next time as well. Could be that... like I have to go through something like this sequence, even if it's not a right, and then she'll want to talk. Kind of like how after the right, Jodariel didn't want to talk to me. There was other things that had to proc first. Having completed the post-flight inspection, you and Volfrid visit the monument of Triesta Tithys, here in Emperor's Ascent. Oralek, was this somehow your doing? You who accused the scribes and the stars themselves? I pray for you this time. And if the scribes will for the rites to be ended, then we shall have to work for that. I'm sorry. I pray for you this time, and if the scribes will for the rites to be ended, then we shall have to work with that. No setback shall be insurmountable. Soon, he has finished paying his respects. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Triesta Tithys has shown you favor. You soon shall ascend the mountain, though there is time for you now to pursue your vocations. Wolfred has +1 quickness. All right. I guess it only makes sense to do this. She's almost maxed. I think Sir Gilman is next, huh? He's third. So I can tutor him just to make sure. Just to make absolutely sure. This knight shall be your eager protege. You sit down with Sir Gilman to go over some of the subtler aspects of the rites, such as the state of banishment and how to return from it. You sense he is beginning to understand. This knight has little fear of banishment should his self-sacrifice help clear a path for his compatriots. How am I gonna win? How am I going to win? Jodariel will gain favor, and Faye will gain favor. Well, Jodariel's definitely going to be used. So, Jodariel's like my main unit, kind of. I can definitely work with Bertrude. Jodariel, Bertrude. Faye is usable. Pamitha's also usable. Yeah, I can make something happen for sure. En route to the mountaintop, you pass by a monument to Luce Glorian, and Jodariel happens to take notice. You scribes are quite predictable. The others were naive to think our opportunities at freedom were indefinite. So, now we have to make the most of every chance, is that not so? I fail to see how that is any different than before. Soon, she has finished paying her respects. As you prepare to continue your ascent, you sense Luce Glorian has shown her favor. 2+2 presence. Great. Though presence doesn't really seem to help her very much, because usually she has the ball. You and your fellow exiles gather at the foot of Scribe's Gate before an archway carved of stone, where stands the Gate Guardian. Greetings to you, Celeste. I see the exiles of the Nightwing have returned, even as the cycle of the rites begins to draw to a close. The Nightwings accept this as the will of the scribes. The Guardian laughs at this, softly for some reason. And you, Doric, do you accept their will as well? But the lone minstrel does not answer her. It is no matter. Now, Nightwings, each of you, come forth and state what it is that you seek while crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, the Nightwings declare themselves. You shall pass through. You all pass through as before. When Wolfred takes his turn, Celeste stops him. You, I see you wear the raiments once again. Explain. The cycle of the rites is ending. While I do not know exactly why, I have my fears. One of my contemporaries, he who fell from the summit long ago, he lives and seeks his liberty again. He stands against us now, and believes his triumvirate to be the true Nightwings. I remember well the contemporary whom you mean. Then the Nightwings stand divided. Yes, and so I wear the raiments once again, in case that it may help to right this wrong. For I am Wolfred Sandalwood, and I seek liberty for each of us, so that one day we all might stand shoulder to shoulder on the other side, and bring our freedom to the people there. She considers Wolfred's words for a moment. I see. I see. Then move along. The Guardian of the Scribe's Gate regards you all, and then she beckons you onward. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Celeste? What is it, Tariq? The will of the scribes. Long have we both followed it, I think you would agree. In equal measure has it drawn us close as separated us. But if their aim now is to keep us apart for another age or longer, then no. No, I do not accept their will. You blaspheme, Tariq. At the gate, no less. But the lone minstrel simply puts his hat back on. Then, may the scribes themselves admonish me. Until tomorrow night, Celeste. Having reached the peak of Mount Alodil again, you see the vastness of the downside all around you. It leaves you deep in thought regarding which of your companions ought to be free this night, as Ruki did last time. What's the story here? Oh, Wolfred. Wolfred looks up as you approach and smiles. I never thought that I would say such things, my boy, but it is good to wear the raiment in the rites once more. The march of time does have a way of healing certain hurts. Besides, the Nightwings of today, we are very different beasts than the triumvirate which took me in almost a decade ago. Ours was a triumvirate of exactly 4 with Kizo, who proved to be an exception. Though historically the Nightwings never took on more exiles than needed. I have mentioned my predecessor, Brighton, and my former companions Erisa and Orlek. Perhaps naively, I had hoped my time with them would not be relevant directly to what we now attempt. But seeing as our stories are now intertwined, do let me know if there is more you wish to learn of them. Yeah, what happened to Brighton? He said that things went well with him, right? You inquire about Brighton, you understand was liberated prior to when Wolfred first joined the Nightwings. I never met Brighton in person, but I know him rather well by now. Though, for that matter, my boy, so do you. He studies you for a moment, then... Brighton was born wealthy, but not special otherwise. You would have no reason to have heard of him. He was exiled for negligent misconduct. I do not know exactly why, and do not care for spreading rumors. I first heard of him through Erisa and Orlek, who found in me a suitable replacement following his liberation. They spoke little of him. Orlek gave the impression they did not see eye to eye, but he assured me I soon would hear from him myself. Indeed, as I became accustomed to the book... Sorry, I read the rest of this. I did not know who Brighton was. Indeed, as I became accustomed to the book, which you know well by now, I soon began to hear the voice. Wolfred looks at you, as if to see if you yet take his meaning. You see, my boy, after Brighton's liberation, he assumed a new identity within the Commonwealth, and a new responsibility to the triumvirate which liberated him. That voice you heard from time to time, whensoever the stars align, it's his, Brighton, the last of the Nightwings to be liberated, besides present company, is Brighton. He is no longer Brighton. He is now none other than the Archjustice Androboles the Ninth himself, the Grand Judge and figurehead under whose watch the Commonwealth is governed in this day. Wow. Liberated exiles retain certain burdens to their old triumvirates. They have much to thank them for, not just their freedom, but their exalted status in the Commonwealth. The theocratic rulers of the Commonwealth, they do not wear masks and raiment simply for the sake of ceremony. They are not who they appear to be. Their public pasts are nothing but fabrication. Like Brighton, they were once exiles too. Brighton, that voice, he has no love for either one of us now. He knows full well what we attempt to do, yet he is bound by the tradition of the rites. He shall always accept on ceremony and complain. He shall always stand on ceremony and complain, but I think he knows deep down that he is powerless. How ironic that one of such high status in the Commonwealth should be so frightened of some long-forgotten exiles such as we. Anyway, that's Brighton for you. He must have seen in you the potential to be one of his staunch supporters for a time. If that's a path you'd want to pursue, I should apologize. Now, then, whom else should we talk about? So, Erisa's the one who burned up in the light in the river. You ask about Erisa, who you understood betrayed Orlek at the moment of his liberation, but then perished in the Shimmer Pool. I'm afraid you know the brunt of it, my boy. But I suppose you ought to know something of Erisa's past, lest you be quick to judge her solely by her actions. Mind you, I would never make excuses for the terrible choice she ultimately made, but her life, I understand, was very difficult. Erza had been exiled for the foulest acts. You could see it plainly branded on her face. Such was the heinousness of what she did in the eyes of the Commonwealth. She was an apprentice blacksmith in her youth, taking up the post left by her brother. He had fallen in battle on the blood border, despite wielding her father's own lance and armor. Her father never quite recovered after this, and had grown cruel and detached. It was Erza who took the brunt of his fury. He expected the impossible of her. One day, it was all too much for her, so when next he lashed out at her, she struck back. She struck back again and again and again. When they came for her, her father was gone, and she was not herself. She was promptly cast into the downside for the crime, where her hatred for the Commonwealth only grew. Erza always was intense in her demeanor, haunted by her father's memory. More than that, her chief motive for wanting back her freedom was, in hindsight, not a healthy one. She longed to join our nation's enemies, to build for the high-wing remnants a great siege engine she could shatter the defenses of the Commonwealth and forever end our feud. What she ultimately did to Oralek, it was an act of pure and thoughtless desperation. I do not think it was simply evil, nor do I think it was personal. I often wondered, though, if her final moments in the Shimmer Pool, if she understood what she had done, and the depths to which she had fallen. For years, I must admit, I hated her. But now, my only hope is that she found a peace untenable during her relatively short life in the downside and the Commonwealth. Furthermore, I hope the life of Erza offers some perspective yet to those who have not made the same mistakes. Now then, was there something else? Yeah, Oralek. So Oralek, he was thought dead when he fell, but he survived. But why is he against us? Why didn't he just join us? You ask about what Oralek was like when he and Wolfred first became acquainted. Wolfred remained silent for a time. I was very, very sick, when I first landed in the downside. The long trip down the river must have been a little much for me. It was Oralek who found me. He could not have known of my capacity to read before he revived me. He was a physician, intolerant of the sight of suffering of any kind, not just any physician, mind you, a gifted, highly decorated one. He served on the front, so he's the one that Tarek, the bard, learned how to treat seasickness and stuff. He's the doctor. Back then, skirmishes erupted frequently, and those, such as Oralek, they had to deal with many casualties on either side. In time, he said he grew repulsed by what he saw. This sowed in his heart a yearning for an end to all bloodshed, so he tried to use his status to negotiate a treaty with the high-wing remnants. It must have gone about how you'd expect. He was given direct orders to return to the front, but when he refused to soil his hands again, they cast him to the downside. Here, he gained the notice of the Nightwings, and before long, he grew to be one of the finest rites conductors anyone had ever seen. He was instrumental in the liberation of his companions, whose roles in the Triumvirate were later filled by Erza and me. In time, Oralek's own opportunity for freedom came up. He longed for it, so that, with his exalted status, he might stand a better chance of negotiating peace. However, on the evening of his liberation, well, you know the story from that point. Wolfred breathes a heavy sigh. He and I were kindred spirits for a while. I could not bear to think that he was gone, and now, I still cannot entirely believe that he is back. He is our adversary now, transformed, grown cold. Still, part of me is happy that he lives. Make no mistake, of course. I shall not be swayed against our plan, not by Oralek or anyone. As I have said before, we share a higher calling now. Yeah, but as for Oralek, he wants his freedom still, although I wonder if he still remembers why. Anyway, was there something else, my boy? Wow, Oralek, you really lost sight of everything, dude. Like, you survived, but did you? Did you really survive? You're not even you anymore, man. You hurt other people so that you could conduct a fake rite. For what, man? For what? My pleasure, reader. Reflecting on the past from time to time helps demonstrate how far we've come, yet how much farther we have yet to go. You want to talk? What brings you to me this time, my dear reader? I just wanted to see if you had new dialogue for me, that's all. Yeah, let's definitely see what's here. So hey guys, I don't know what's going on up with all the stars acting all really weird and stuff, but let me tell you something here. You ain't gonna find a better deal all this stuff from anybody. I mean, anybody in the downside. You gotta trust me with that, okay? So, yeah, stock up. A fortified sun serum permanently gains +1 hope. Now we're talking. Yeah, we can do with some of that. Yeah, baby. Can I upgrade this? Okay. Permanently gains +1 hope. It's ironic because you would think that I would want to use this on someone that I'm like surprisingly low hope points. On someone that like I want to use, but the people that I like the most to use, Gilman and Jodariel, are the two people that I most intend to liberate at this point. I'm not sure about Jodariel. She kind of seems like she wants to stay here with Ignarius. Kind of. But I'm not 100% on that. Sir Gilman is next, so one step at a time. We have time to figure everything else out. That's how you get a repeat customer there, Dad. You get him a deal. A page revealed on the slug markets. Why is there even a page on the slug markets here? In the words of Jomir Manymane, there are natives in this land with some capacity for thought and oddly keen instinct for mercantile, suspicious creatures, but not disagreeable entirely. From time to time, we make exchanges with them. They lust for coins, for the imperial soul, though why they do not say. We speculate it is a delicacy. It serves us little purpose here, whilst their slug markets' wares are sometimes valuable. The creatures appear drawn to places where the heavens shine the brightest, perhaps because they know we are as well. What they want exactly is unclear. We taught them of our lands, yet they remain preoccupied with simpler things. Fascinating. A bit of a plot contrivance, I think. Which is fine. What's more, you have gained the fall of Solium, where one among you may go free, but first you have to prevail against the fate in the liberation rite. Reader, your companions are gathered here under the fall. They shall be counting on you. Indeed, as the cycle of the rites turns ever faster, so too is our plan set in motion. My agents in the Commonwealth are beginning to cause a bit of a stir out there, and word has reached high places that the rites are ending. This is our chance, though let us not despair should victory elude us here. We shall make the most of whatever the scribes may have in store for us. That is to say, good luck, my boy. It's time. What's this? Dullness, the locket. Recover up to 5 every time they douse your pyre. Fascinating. It's almost religious, and honestly, it was so striking the first time I heard this song, and it's only grown on me ever since. It was very striking, and I liked it, but it's the more I hear it, the more I like it. Particularly, it's the adaptations, the faction-specific versions that are like so choice. The like mashups, if you will. I don't know what you would call them. The remixes. I never really noticed the lights in the background, the like stained glass, almost like portal looking. Never really noticed them. The pyres. No, wait. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the fates, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respect you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. The bent old cur, Dalbert, steps forward and struggles for a moment with his mask. Greetings, good heralds. I am called Dalbert Oldheart. It is a great honor of my years to stand upon this sacred site, upon which the 8 scribes first anointed these glorious proceedings. Nightwings, we are honored to be in your presence once more. Father, they are our adversaries, not our hosts. We need not be so gentle with them. They shall do their utmost to keep you from your freedom. Dalbert, your son speaks out of turn. Control him. My sincerest apologies for his unnecessary outburst. Almer, please. We have worked towards this opportunity, and we must make the most of it. He put his mask back on. My son and I stand ready to begin. Nightwings, your decision on whose behalf you shall conduct the deliberations, right? Oh, it's a question, I see. Reader, I would ask you to choose wisely, but I'm sure you know no other way. And you, prepare your song, Tarek. Of course, Celeste.
Whom do you intend to liberate?
This time it's Sir Gilman.
Sir Gilman.
Has this knight at last regained his honor? Let us find out now!
Who shall lend him support?
Of course.
Volfred.
Let us prevail on this night for you, Sir Gilman, and for the good of our ailing nation. And of course,
Jodariel.
as you will, reader.
It is done.
We give thanks to this opportunity to face you, O Nightwings. Now, let us strive to our fullest ability, with honor and with grace. Save your strength for the right, Father, and for the voyage home. Let this be our final battle against them. It's probably going to be your final battle against me, but
Commence.
oh. Just like that. I was tense, I was gamer focused for a moment, but you know your boy came through. No problems even. Oh yeah, you didn't beat me to the orb that time, you fool. You had your chance and you failed. You choked, brother, you choked. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you sleeping at the wheel, man? You gotta act like you want it. You gotta act like you want it. Hear us now, old noble Jomir. For we beseech you, surely we cannot prevail without your aid. If ever you heard my prayers, I beg of you, please smile upon us now. Whether from his prayer or to the scribes or simply from Dalbert's resolve, something comes over your fellow exiles here. They are banished now, they shall not soon return. Oh, I should have waited. Nice shot! Well done! Nah, man. It ain't that free, bro. Rights will be aimless. Ah, you got me. Oh, man. That is a long time to have to wait. Oh, what a shot! Yo, that was nuts! He read my teleport. What a read, brother! I'm popping off. That guy's crazy. He's crazy. He's a gamer. I can't beat that guy. He's the fastest kid alive. Unfortunately, the rest of you are nothing, but that shot was incredible.
The Nightwings proved their worth.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Defeated utterly.
Yeah, no, you guys absolutely got clapped. But that was a sick shot, though. You showed up for a moment there.
Right.
Sir Gilman, my brother.
The scribes have chosen the exile.
I guess I
appointed
could have
by the
waited until
Nightwings
we went against the
shall be
Underking.
free.
Did we already face the Underking in the Liberation Rites? Maybe.
Return to glory in the Commonwealth.
Oh, I feel like there's an optimal way to do this.
And all others shall remain
I wonder if I should play this game again in the optimal way. Maybe there's like a walkthrough for
sentences.
it. Maybe it just straight up doesn't matter. Alas, my son, once more it seems that I have failed you. Father, wait! What good is freedom to us anyway if we would be apart? Sir Gilman stares at nothing in particular. You sense he is taking in what has transpired and what it means for him. So then, this night, he is to be free! He is to be free! Nay, but that would mean, why, that would mean his honor is restored. One cannot go back onto our commonwealth by any other means. This knight's exile was self-wrought, his disgrace profound, that he has been atoned under the eye of the Underking and those of all his noble comrades. He begins to grow very emotional, and then, this knight loves you all! He loves you all! That would strive for him and let him join your noble quest. This knight does not feel as though he is deserving of this outcome, yet the result appears inarguable. Even now, this knight is drawn into the shipper pool. Our time grows brief. Therefore, know this, beloved friends. This knight shall ever strive on your behalf here there in the Commonwealth. Though his honor may have been restored, his journey only now begins. And so, good friends of the Nightwings, this knight must now bid you farewell. However, the bonds we form together shan't be broken by mere distance. Nay, strive on, good friends, strive on. You can still hear Sir Gilman as he vanishes into the shimmer pool. If this lowly knight could have achieved such glory, surely you all can. For now, farewell, farewell. Sir Gilman has earned his freedom. And just like that, another homie to the other side.
By their grace, may the cycle of the rites keep turning for as long as possible.
Brighton. She's a hair short, huh? The rites demand we act as of one mind, in perfect unison and harmony, and free of any doubt. I have grown more accustomed to being a part of the Nightwings of today.
The 8 scribes gave
Father, wait!
so that
Calm
we
yourself,
may
my son. The
execute
liberation rite is
ours.
ended. But, no. How can you be so calm, even now, after what happened? Did you strive this night with all your heart, Almer? Yes, but it was not enough. It was not enough. No, my son, it was enough. It was more than enough. Father. It's a zero-sum game out there. You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the fate in the liberation rite. Excellently done, Nightwings. It seems our group grows smaller. You succeeded in liberating Sir Gilman, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. We have but a few such liberation rites remaining. Exactly how many, I do not wish to speculate about as yet, until such time we can better say for certain. Under no circumstances would I suggest this ideal. However, it is opportunity enough that our plan may yet succeed. That was like 7%, I think. Although, all of these setbacks, I fear. Bulford trails off and falls silent. Some of the others exchange looks. They are beginning to understand. With the rite soon ending, everything which Wolfred has sought, both on his own and for many years, and now with all of you, all of it may have been in vain. The hush spreads to the others, but not to you. You then proceed to do something that none of them expect. You raise your voice. Each of your fellow exiles turn to you, their expressions asking you a question with no easy answer. What are we going to do? You meet Jodariel's gaze. The words for the occasion begin to crystallize in your mind. You are searching for the right words, as all your exiles are looking to you. Interact to gather your thoughts. Search for the words to say to your exiles. Interact to consider a different angle. Oh, I see. You tell them that you all have stood together after a time throughout this quest. and are now poised to seize a great opportunity. And only a hollow fool would turn back now. Tell them that you are not going to mince words with anyone here, because by now each of you knows each other well, as that would be a grave disservice to the group. You tell them that you have struggled to have come this far across the downside, through many challenges you have faced, only to reach this low point in the journey. Tell them that you tell them that you have stood together time after time through this quest, and are now poised to seize a glorious opportunity, and think only a hollow fool would turn back now. I like this one the best. Your path to freedom is laid bare before you all. True freedom is not waiting for you in the Commonwealth. None of you pursue this quest with any guarantees. It is clear that not all of you are going to return. The path is difficult enough without the burden of despair. None of you pursue this quest with any guarantees. It is a quest you all knew was unlikely to end well. One cannot assume that it would have a happy outcome. It is clear that not all of you are going to return. Surely this has weighed heavily on everyone. Each of you knew this outcome was a possibility. Your path to freedom is laid before you all. True freedom is not waiting for you in the Commonwealth. Meanwhile, the stars themselves are shining for you. The Commonwealth is already in upheaval, but something far more vital is at stake. You see the imminent conclusion of the rites as a sign. It is a sign that the world is changing. You now have the opportunity to live with purpose, for your people, for all those who shall live on. You stand poised to ensure the world you leave behind for your loved ones, for your people, is a world worth living in. For each other, for your own sake, for each other. Is a world worth living in, is a world worthy of homecoming. You stand poised to ensure that the world you leave behind for your loved ones, for each other, is a world worth living in. For each other? Probably. I don't really believe in for your people. In some ways I do, in some ways I don't. For your people and for each other, that's a really hard choice. I guess I am more so motivated for your people here. The plan isn't for us, not really. The plan is for everyone. If you can believe any of this, then believe above all. If you can believe any of this, then believe above all in each other. Believe that the plan may yet be achieved. If you can believe any of this, then trust what your heart is telling you. If you can believe in any of this, if you cannot see the merit in this quest, when you look at it that way, if you can believe any of this, then believe above all in each other. Believe that the plan may yet be achieved. We're doing this together. After a brief period of reflection, you share one less sentiment with the group. Let us stand together, now and always. Mere distance cannot separate our spirits. The stars have not vanished, they have joined us. Let us bring the harmony envisioned by the 8 scribes. The people of the Commonwealth need us as we need one another. Thus, do you remain together with your thoughts. No one speaks for a moment. Then, you truly believe that your Commonwealth can change its ways then, reader darling? I suppose that I may yet come to believe it too. Thou wouldst dare to change this ancient world, reading one, and yet thy words are tinged with certain truths. May long the stars remain alight for you, reader sir. All the while, Wolfert remains watching you intently. Then his expression softens, and he smiles. You are right, of course, my boy. We are the Nightwings. It is precisely as you said. The people of the Commonwealth need us, as we need one another. Lead us then, reader, to the end of our quest, and the dawn of the new age for all our kin. Everyone, for the Nightwings! They stand with you, no matter what. They await the outcome of your vision of the stars, which burn with a renewed fury, because now the last rites beckon. Each of the Nightwings gain +1 hope permanently. The stars above now burn with what appears a desperate fury, many more of them than usual. The path you choose is amid a myriad of stars. Look upon them all. Hob, Gol, Triesta, Lu, Millith, Ors, and Kaelmer. That's basically all of them. The stars of the 8 scribes, they shine together. Now, I'm sorry. The stars of the 8 scribes, they shine together, now as one. The lone minstrel draws breath, as though surprised by what he sees. He backs away and averts his eyes. This is another sign the rites are soon to cease. Few chances yet remain to confront the adversaries you have met during your journey. The essence is going to be next, Hamitha. I can delay them and maybe make the chastity come instead. And I can maybe bump somebody up as well. Wow, the tempers are still at 0. That's crazy. We've already beaten Udmildi. I was going to say Isalk. She would probably appreciate that. Well, that's probably blasphemy for her, but you get what I'm saying. I can probably face literally everyone, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that everyone? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So everyone but the Fate? Yeah, that one's not lit. Oh no, you can face the Fate again. Wait, so who's missing? Yeah, the Chastity's here too. The Tempers were here, we saw that. Is it Tamitha? No, she's there. Did I miscount? So we have Ignarius, the Fates, Tamitha, Dogfriend. I forget what his name is too. The Worm, the Chastity, and Udmildi. Who did I not say? Oh, the Accusers. Lenda. Or Lendl. I don't think it matters very much. If I lose to the Chastity, certainly. I guess I can win against the Essence. I would rather face the Essence now, though. So I guess winning against Chastity is kind of effectuating the same thing. Your next adversaries are to be the Chastity, headed by H. Manly Tinderstaff. They would prevail in the rites, not for their freedom, but for fame and fortune in your commonwealth. You and the lone minstrel then go over what he knows of your next adversary, H. Manly Tinderstaff, the offspring of a semi-famous sap industrialist who was born into wealth and lived in the lap of luxury, never having to fend for himself. When he came of age, he soon was offered cushy ambassador positions and required little more than a silver tongue to convince the Commonwealth that he was keeping busy. He soon grew so proficient at doing nothing much at all that he started spending all his family's riches to assert his fame and status. One day, he attempted to pay off the wrong individual, a particularly stern Commonwealth diplomat, who promptly turned him in and had him sent downriver. Manly was very disappointed by all this, but soon saw it as an opportunity, for he knew well that in the inner circles there were those who had gone into exile and returned. Thanks to his connections, he tracked down the Chastity deep in Wakingwood. He finangled his way onto the Triumvirate using his well-worn skills. He in turn convinced himself that he would earn a position of great influence once he secured his way back home. He continues making hollow promises. A shame that this manly and the chastity are nothing like the scribe Lustorian, and do not share his values. Now it is time we rested, reader, given all today's travails. You bid the lone minstrel a good night and take your leave. It's too late now to prepare for the flight, so you arrange to depart first thing in the morning. What do we have here? Oh, Bertrude. Following the successful outcome of the liberation rite, you find Bertrude muttering something to yourself. You hear some of the words as you approach. Shouldst thou seekest darkness, then may nightfall come to thee in time. Shouldst thou seekest courage, then may bravery soon bloom within thy heart. Shouldst thou seekest water, then may the oceans open wide for thee. Shouldst thou seekest fortune, then... You recognize it as the Bog Benediction, though you have never heard it said aloud. The Bog Benediction, an old blessing of goodwill from the southern bogs, never uttered there in modern times. The bog dwellers bade their more adventurous brethren to go forth and seek the other peoples of the land. I don't know why I stopped hovering over it as if I had finished reading it. Then Bertrude sees you there and cuts short the chant. Care thee explain thy presence, reading one? Yeah, we live here. I live here. We all live here. We were amidst in an invocation which must now begin anew. 'Tis for the Worm Knight, if thou needest know, to speed him on his homeward journey. The Worm Knights are a distant kin. Unlike their ilk, ours have but passing interest in the sea. There, within the depths, we have long seen that which is to be seen. Nevertheless, the distant kin is kin. That foolish Worm Knight, surely he could never have survived his years if not for divine aid. Thus, we provide him more. Then, perhaps the Worm Knight, easily underestimated as he is, perhaps he shall turn out to be of some small benefit, as part of Sandalwood's designs. She glares at you imminently for a moment. Mistake thee not these actions for affection, nor for a longing for the loudness of this place to escalate ever again to volumes such as only his incessant shouting could achieve. Now, leave us, reading one. The invocation must be finished ere the Worm Knight finally arrives upon the shore beyond the land before his homecoming. She turns away from you and then begins her chant again. Shouldst thou seekest shelter, then may the elements be merciful to thee. Shouldst thou seekest kinship, then may the kin hold memory of thee. Shouldst thou seekest darkness. You leave her to the benediction. The Worm Knight's absence is already felt. You know, however, that he will strive with all his might on your behalf there, on the other side. Man, this game is brutal. It's nothing but goodbyes. It's so many goodbyes. And the goodbyes just get worse. It just gets worse the more you do it. The more you play the game, the more you know the people you're saying goodbye to. In the words of Haub the Swallow, the fate united under Many Mane, the Alpha Chief. He is brash, but follows his traditions. He prizes faith, discipline, and honor, qualities he seems to lack at first. He formed the fate under the precepts of olden bylaws of his four-legged ancestors. They believed in a certain natural order in the way of things. Many Mane wanted for the fate to likewise show respect. Initially, he only chose from the other curs. He, however, urged the fate to replenish their numbers from any race or ethnic group, thus willing. Thus shall they anticipate what is to come, with open eyes and minds, and never frown upon what is in store for them. Oh, we have one more. The fallen empire of Saer was ruled according to an ancient bloodline thought to be infallible. Our society shall instead be by those who earn the privilege. We the 8, we cannot bear the burden of determining your worth. It shall be determined by your peers and by yourself. We shall provide a framing through the rights to put you to the test, against yourself, against your kin, against your adversaries. The downside cannot let us all go free. Thus, freedom to the worthy. As the worthy, your true calling then begins. As you return to a society which longs to learn the wisdom that you have gained along the path, the worthy shall lead. Oh, I guess most pages of the book only have one. I see. So that's why. It's just that this one. It's just these ones that have 2 pages. That's fine. Okay, never mind. So I did read most of it. It was nothing. The ones that I missed are just for glossary things. There is no time to return to the Moonlight Alcove as before, as the stars already urged you on. Everyone is ready to make haste for the cairn of Haub. Yeah, actually, that's really interesting. I didn't even notice that last time, or this time. Until just now, I didn't even notice. Volfred approaches you as you fly above the hidden lair that is the Moonlight Alcove. You cannot help but wonder if you shall ever return here. Our dear alcove. I've asked my agents to break down the place. It shall soon be gone, if it isn't already. We shall not be returning. We've not the time to do so anyway. And with Orlek back among the living now, and no longer fond of me, I dare not think what he would do to it. Unfortunately, hiding places are of little value once they're found. Once all this is over, those of us who do not manage to return, we shall have to find another place to live. To try to live, at least. Yeah, that is the other thing. The downside isn't a nice place to be. And here we are trying to make the Commonwealth better. It's the thing to do, though. It's the thing to do. So we have to. We can, and so we must. What else is there? Nothing? Are we done? And this was way on down the way. Oh, sorry, fish. All right. Just one more, right? Yeah. Nothing new. Nothing new. All right. We can land in either of these 2 places. Himitha believes vocations. You sense an unusual presence here? Huh. What's the story here? The honor crystal seeks Volfred. Perfect. Once more you have returned to me. What is it, reader? What's up? Please, reader, leave me be. I ask that you leave me be. Go about your business. Go, watch the stars die out, and get your idiots their freedom. And you be sure to tell that herald with whom you consort that Sandra the Unseeing did her job. You tell him that. Perhaps that way he shall put in a good word, and the scribe shall finally provide for me a bit of reprieve. She falls silent for a time. I do not know what else to do, reader. But you remain with her, letting her draw whatever strength and comfort for your thoughts as you are able to afford. That was kind of you. However, let us conduct our business. I care not for your pity. Do not come visit me again like this, without my asking. I insist. That makes me sad. I understand, but I'm sad. I guess I don't understand. I hear what she's saying. This is terrible. This one, I guess. This is gonna be worthless. I'm still not sure. So we have... Realistically, we could only get 3 more people ascended. It's probably 2, but it might only be 1. You asked Sandra to administer one of her special trials for Volfred. That fancy talking sap, you mean? I shall be interested to see if he has learned something since we last sparred like this. Then, let us bring him forth. Soon Volfred appears in heat of the summons. So it is my turn, then, is it? Then, let us see what we can do, my boy. All right. I'm less sure how to win here. The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, Sap. You answer to me here. As you will, O Sandra the Unseeing. proper as ever then. Though, I wonder if you have the wherewithal that you project. Show me then what you can do without the benefit of those whom you would lead, and let us see if you and your lovely reader have reached a thorough understanding as of yet. Can you even pick that up? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I wasn't sure. I thought that they would be smaller than me. That was a whiff, but it's fine. I thought that their aura would be smaller than mine when combined with my saplings, but obviously not. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Can I do this? I see. Huh. He's smarter than me. He's literally just smarter than me. What are you gonna do? Yeah, and like you're gonna land on me, bro. Like, you really did not think that through. Later, man. This feels like playing chess. This feels like way smarter than. I don't know what exactly happened unless he just like decided to move. Later, man. Seems like eliminating them is the best way to solo score with Wolfred. That was a really favorable position to start in, too. I am grateful for the privilege of your time, good Sandra. Flattery shall never get you anywhere with me, sap. Nonetheless, your performance was sufficient, and you passed my test. Thus, congratulations are in order, to you and to your lovely reader. Now, farewell. Sandra makes me sad. I just want to be friends. I had not seen that Sandra in some time. She has not changed a bit. But it would seem she left something for us, did she? Lose Bogue. Wolfred's blink ability transports him further than usual, plus 50%. That's pretty useful. Pretty useful. Huh. I guess it only makes sense to use this. So she has a ring. And I guess you would get the other ring. I don't trust Pamitha. I want to. But I'm not there yet. I need to see what happens at the Liberation Rite with her sister. I'm willing to wait and see. Some sort of entity lurks beyond the veneer of reality and beckons you to treat with it. As you walk through the dark corner of Lixand, you sense a presence of some sort which reaches out to you. It presents to you a vision of the adversary you expect to face in the coming rite. The apparition is aware of your next adversary in the rites, Manly. It offers to sway the coming rite against him in your favor. Excepting your adversary shall suffer a misfortune that inhibits his performance. Nothing permanent, it claims. Decline, and the apparition shall extend its offer to Manly instead. Yeah. You thank the apparition for the generous offer, but you decline, choosing your words with care. The apparition makes no response you can discern, then it shimmers and is gone. You attempt to set your mind at ease as you return to the Black Wagon and pursue your vocations. So truly strange. I just want to see if that is an option. I don't know if I would have chosen it. I probably would have. I just can't help it, I guess. I guess we should do Volfred Sandalwood. It's gonna be Joe Dariel next right now. And he needs to catch up at some point. And we do have that experience thing still, right? Yeah. So I guess. Certainly, I would appreciate your point of view. You and Volfred spend some time reviewing some of the specific aspects of the rite, such as the properties of aura. You sense he has gained something from it. Long did I bide my time in anticipation that one day the Nightwings would reform under a common cause. To be a part of it myself, it nourishes the spirit. Well observed, I have to say, my boy. So yeah, right now, I think it's going to be Faye, Pamitha, and Bertrude as like the bottom three, if you will. I'm willing to send Volfred, but only after Joe Dariel. Halt, everyone. I beg you please forgive my rudeness here. The black wagon has shuddered to a stop en route to the Cairn Halb. There is some commotion as the lone minstrel motions for everyone to stand still. Someone is here, along our path ahead. He points into the distance. However, when you scan the horizon, everything is still. You see no sign of whomever the lone minstrel referred to. Still, he indicates caution. Strange. I do not believe I was mistaken. A tense moment passes, then another. Then the lone minstrel tenses up. Our guest, he is here. You look toward where he signals, and then at last you see the cause of his concern. There is no mistaking who it is. Orlek stands there, near motionless, atop some forgotten rock, jutting from the rocky pathways a fair distance away. He stands directly on the path of your black wagon, yet he shows no sign of acknowledging the wagon's presence. He appears only to be waiting for something, likely for you all. The lone minstrel gets your attention, quietly. Reader, what do you sense? What do you sense? What do your senses tell you that at this time Orlek may have come with ill intent? Seems like he's here to talk. There has to be a way to reason with Orlek and bridge differences between him and his former triumvirate. Perhaps he has come to negotiate. Perhaps you are correct. No, that's... Perhaps you are correct. Let us try and make contact with him, then as we proceed. You give the signal for the drive imps to start the wagon and head toward him. But just as you reach the point where Orlek once stood, it seems our guest has already departed. Let us remain watchful as we proceed on course. Indeed, Orlek is nowhere to be found now. The unnerving encounter causes everyone to fall silent for the remainder of the trip. Ominous. Your wagon finally arrives at the Cairn of Halb, where still there is no sign of Orlek, or your next adversaries for that matter. Your companions organize a quick search about the premises, leaving you to watch the wagon until the rite's commencement. All by my lonesome. Something is wrong. Someone is here, alone with you. Orlek seems to be examining various objects in the wagon. When he has noticed you, whether he has noticed you, you cannot tell. What he is doing here and how he got in unnoticed, you cannot imagine. Watch him go about whatever it is he's doing, examining all sorts of things that you and your fellow exiles gathered on your journey. He shakes his head. All of these trinkets. Oh, should I do Hedwyn's voice? All of these trinkets. This wagon. It's more different now. Welcoming And yet, I am unwelcome here, it seems. In my own wagon. He directs his gaze at you, acknowledging your presence for the first time. You, a mere shadow. Tell me something. Who are you to them? Their friend. You tell Orlek that you have traveled all across the downside with this group and count them as your trusted friends. It is a different group now than in his day. A friend, is it? Beware then, for the Nightwings do not always treat their friends with due charity. Relay to them a message for me, Shadow. Tell them, I shall have my night. He strides right past you toward the door, but then he turns to you again once more. I shall have my night. Then Orlek is gone. Yeah, I mean... Look, man. Several of your companions return as you exit the wagon. You explain what happened. However, none of them saw Orlek. Most concerning, reader. Though I am thankful you are well. Orlek, he always was a peaceful individual, and yet his disposition is much different now. Perhaps we had best inspect the wagon for any signs of tampering in light of these events. You and the others conduct an exhaustive search in and around the black wagon for any signs of object missing or tampered with, as well as signs of damage or foul play. The search yields nothing. No one can find any sign that anything was moved or tampered with. Even the drive imps seem calm. The incident leaves you questioning your own recollection of what happened. You try to clear your mind, for the rite is now to commence. Oh, hey guys! You know, it seems so awful quiet now, I gotta say, without that slippery little character that used to hang around with you, what I mean? Talks a lot like this, you know what I mean? Hope he found that honor thing he was always talking about. We don't got no stocking in it, and we don't got that in stock just now. When the bearer's triumvirate is banished, adversaries are slowed and cannot use abilities. I feel like I should use this thing for hope. Yeah, that feels good. I don't plan on using her, but I hope that hope serves her well. Okay, well, guys, see you guys. All right. As the sky above the cairn darkens, your companions watch in silence and await the commencing rites. Jodariel speaks up after a time. Any moment now. Now everything is ready, and the stars begin to shine once more, precisely as foretold. Oh, here we go. The tattered mantle. This is a titan? Star of the Imp Titan, once slain by the traitor Kamler Ropecollar. Interesting. An Imp Titan. Is that everyone? 3, 4, 5, 8, 11, 12. That seems like everyone.
The infamous reader returns, along with his remaining retinue of miscreants. You managed recently to rid yourself of yet another one. Your adversaries at the Chastity. As with you, they must be very desperate.
Oh, sorry. I was concentrating very much. I wasn't even listening to what he was saying. All right. So the Chastity, huh? And there's some mysterious thing. Oh, but look at this. Are you perhaps intent on humiliating us even more after last time? I'll have you know that we've some new tricks up our sleeves this time. Your adversaries are prepared, reader. Who shall conduct the rites on your behalf?
Choose quickly your triumvirate.
So manly, huh? What is this? When preparing to fling the orb, the bearer's charge of speed increases. Interesting. He is the sycophant who seems certain he will land a position of high standing once he is free. for bribery and self-gain. He attempted illegally to grease the wheels of the Commonwealth Lending House. The records show he sought a seat on the Commonwealth Council because I deserve it. Wow. Geminian. He was born on the 20th of 6th moon, suggesting he is thirsty for new experiences. The offspring of a semi-famous... Yeah, this all looks familiar. Yeah, it's all familiar. Hayford, Zaxiana, Avrek, and Sir Tidemont. Fascinating. Who should be in the middle? I guess her. And then we'll do Volfrid. And Bertrude. We await the ancient rites commencement. Are you quite ready then, Well then, let us get this ceremony started. I feel like I should read him flamboyantly. Not sure why. Seems right. Nice. That was a little close, but we definitely made it. Just like that. Volfred Sandalwood, why it really is you, my dear friend. You must be mistaking me for someone else, Manly. However do you mean? I recognize that upright posture of yours from anywhere. I knew it has to be you. Oh, what a glorious surprise indeed. Oh, it's me, all right. But you're no friend of mine, Manly. No more than I am yours. So cut your nonsense for a change and face me like a proper sap. Oh ho! You have such a spark left in those old limbs of yours. Well, if you want me to be rude, then fine. Let's have it your way, sir.
That manly Tinderstaff has such a mind for politics. Would that he focused on the right.
Oh no, my teleportation is so big. It's so big. You have to understand. It's so large. It's so massive. I wasn't prepared for it to be that big. It's just so big.
No more than
Let's try with him.
flame remains. Sorry, Manly.
Nice.
The chastity banished to the last.
Later, man. I didn't even know what the bonus was. Oh, Volfred? Sick.
They vastly outperformed their adversaries.
You know how it is.
Ended.
Why, you dare defer my rightful freedom? You obstruct true progress by defeating us?
Bask now in the wisdom.
You sound pretty mad, fam. The rites would have me think that I have nothing left to learn. Whether that be a falsehood or a contradiction, I am yet uncertain. Nonetheless, I shall press on, for the limits of my mastery have always exceeded my grasp, and I expect they always shall. That's pretty good. This is probably the one.
Praise be to Solium.
It's only gonna matter for like one right though. Oh no. Oh no.
Now take your sordid business someplace else.
Yeah, whatever, Brighton. Back at the Black Wagon, you find the lone minstrel examining your fellow exiles after they secured a victory over the Chastity rather decisively. It is plain to you that none of them look well. Uh-oh. Wait. How are we going to... Uh-oh. The lone minstrel notices you there and turns to you. Reader. Reader. The faster turning of the cycle of the rites has put a strain on everyone. We have multiple cases of banishing sickness this time. It is fortunate that your other companions are available to conduct the coming rite, because I fear that this group requires rest. You bid Jodariel a swift recovery, and she nods weakly in response. You exchange a look with Bertrude, who seems exhausted after the last rite. As for Volfred, it is clear to you that he wishes to be left alone right now. You leave the lone minstrel to look after them, and turn your attention to the stars that remain shining out on the outside. The stars yet shine for you, revealing the path forward. Maybe I shouldn't have been using the same demon this whole time. Okay, we do have one right in between at least. Woo! Close. All right. So what do we got? Her, him. We can do this, right? Why not? I see it's time we met again with Sir Delusion and the Pyre Hearts. We can make for the Glade of Lu at first light, my boy. Let us recover through the night for now. It is too late to do much else. I don't have enough people. Yeah, Volfred's just gonna soldier on, I guess. What if he gets sickness again? Maybe he's immune in this case because he's the leader. I guess I goofed. My bad, everyone. Should have given everyone a break. I knew that banishment sickness was a thing. I just, my roster's so small. Figured I would use the people that I wanted to use. Didn't think I was gonna get punished for it. But I am a fool, as always. Alas, alas, my brothers. Alas. The hidden glade of Lu. The hidden glade of Lu is nigh impossible to find on foot, though there it is. There it lies below us, protected even now by the enchantment Lu's Glorian 100 Mines. I understand the river named for him is rather famous in your commonwealth. The mouth of the river's Glorian opens wide, not very far from here. It was there that limbless Arazek was defeated, turning the region lush, livable, at least for certain denizens, although, of course, not everyone believes this. Your adversaries, the Pyre Hearts, must be working to find their way there even now. Good fortune in your right against them, reader. Alright, so what are our choices? Falcon Ron? Sure, we'll check out with Falcon Ron. Got a special offer for me. Goods! Buy your goods here! Trade with Falcon Ron. Here in the razor brambles of the Needlefell, you encounter a familiar face hawking his wares, as always. He sidles up to you. Oh, hey guys! Fancy running into you around here. Yeah, you guys think that's alright? But anyways, I gotta say, I do just got the thing for your mint condition, although I haven't seen it exactly. I'm really, really sure it's something good, So you want this thing or what? He's offering a sealed talisman. No telling what it is for certain. Items imbued with various enchantments. Exiles may equip one at a time. Though you sense its power, such an artifact will likely cost much more once on display. Yeah, sure. You agree to Falcon Ron's terms, who grins as you make the exchange. All right, guys, enjoy. He heads off without another word. You unwrap the item that you purchased on your way back to the wagon. There you should have time to pursue your vocations. Astral Eye. Bearer has -3 hope. When dousing the adversary's flame, though, it does bonus damage. Wow, that sounds terrible. Not only is it terrible, it also wasn't worth the money I spent on it. Haha. Well, I guess that's the sale money, realistically. So maybe it is worth the money I spent on it. However, comma. Should I mentor someone again? Wait, why isn't Jodariel? Oh, because she's maxed, I guess. Sure, we'll mentor him again. I should be interested to see which lessons you have taken from the book. Volfred gains a somewhat stronger grasp of how to better pass the celestial orb through strength of will and trust in one's triumvirate than through dexterity alone. He nods in understanding. A most fascinating aspect of all of this. One I endeavored to continue studying for a long time yet. Trusting people? Strength of will?
You are nothing, reader.
Whatever, Brighton.
Nothing but a mindless cripple.
Uh-huh.
Your every action is a stain upon the legacy of the eight
If that was really
scribes.
true, Brighton, then why are you saying all
Rites
this?
have been a long-held secret to keep
You're
out
trying to intimidate me,
those
bro.
such as
And it makes you look like a clown. You wake from a little sleep you managed to get this past night. Once more, the voice tormented you within your dreams. You attempt to rid your memory of it. And the voice truly is, wait. What did the spirit do? The spirit was gonna make it harder for me? I literally didn't even notice. What did he do? If the voice truly is that of the Archjustice Androboles the Ninth himself, as Volford indicated, then none of you are likely to receive too warm a welcome should you regain your freedom. I mean, you're not wrong. And so we go. Onward. Deep in the gnarled roots of the Black Basin, you find a messenger imp looking to bring you the latest news and rumors from the other side. This time around, the imp brings tidings of Sir Gilman and what happened to him since the liberation at the fall of Solium, when at last his self-imposed exile came to an end. You learned that that his return to the Commonwealth was met with much rejoicing, and that before long he was promoted to the rank of veiled captain on the blood border. And yet, with tears welling in his eye, he did refuse the post, stating he no longer had the heart to fight against the high-wing remnants as he once did. He then cast down his helmet, and when next anyone saw him, he was among Volfred's agents, having joined the revolution to reshape the Commonwealth from within. You thanked the messenger imp for the report, and saluted crisply, as surely Gilman would have. Soon, the news has everyone right. Do you think that one day I could be brave as him? Because I don't always think I can. Knight or no, he always shall remain Sir Gilman in my eyes. It must have taken great restraint for him to do what he has done. One of the Sea Dominion's own, laying down his arms by his own choice. I'm honestly surprised, even having known him. I landed at her voice at the end. Noble Gilman made their gallant choice, it seems. Our plan comes closer to fruition through his good example and support. Nerg. The tears he shed ought have been bottled, and thus set aside for use in various salves. The news of Gilman's liberation fills you and your exiles with newfound resolve. Ingenious imps in the glades of Loo. What do you have here? Oh, hey, you guys, Dad here. He don't like talking much, but don't get weirded out by that or anything, because I think he likes you, especially if you keep on buying stuff. Haha. Permanently grants +1 quickness. Thanks, guys. Good luck in that thing you're doing. Thanks, man. Ingenious imps. This is from, in the words of Jomir Manymane, the Alpha Chief. Special mention must be given to the downside's most prolific native creature, which we call the imp. With all respect to our comrade Haub, an imp himself, possessing an extraordinary intellect, most imps are driven by the simplest impulses: to eat, to drink, to procreate, to move, to survive. These creatures, they are symbols of this place. They are far more resilient than they seem. Though wild by their nature, they, like all of us, can learn. Haub insists that imps are willing to be put to work. Like other aspects of the downside, they wish more than to exist, but to exist with purpose. Alright, and what's the story here? The Glade of Loo, sure. In the words of Luce Glorian, the 100 Minds, the scholar. Never have I witnessed an affront to nature, mine and everyone's, quite like the poisoned woods of limbless Arzek, the root titan, and his suffocating influence. I shall leave it to the boastful Underking to tell you more of Arzek's vanquishing, whilst I may tell you something that the glade that he protected, which became my own, for my own genealogy now occupies the soil there, and strives to forevermore to present Arzek with taking root again. The brambles of the glade are constantly encroaching on themselves, and falling once again to dust. This miraculous cycle, reflected in the starlight piercing through the canopy, needs to be witnessed whenever the stars invite an audience. Oh, there was another thing with Jomir? Yeah, Jomir Many has something. The downside, talismans. Survival often is conflated with the physical. When we think of survival, we assume the need to sustain our bodies or improve our bodies. The strong survive. But take it from an alpha chief. There are different kinds of strength. The spirit is what drives us. By comparison, the body's impulses are weak. Here in the downside, faith is found in limited supply. Trinkets and mere baubles that would barely fetch a price in our homeland here are talismans. Seek talismans that mean something to you. Hold on to one that you hold dear. It shall reward you with reminders of your faith, your power, and your potential. Great. I guess we're ready for the right? My favorite guys, they're back. All ready for some, I forgot that I wanted to sell this. This is stupid. I don't want it. I will give this to someone. Faye. This does give quickness, which is useful. But not really, though. Here, Faye. There you go. It's by virtue of me apologizing for not liberating you. And you being my favorite of the people that I'm not liberating. The night grows dark over the glade of Lu, and you and your companions stand prepared at the appointed place at the appointed time. Faye and your companions exchange quick, expectant looks. I don't know why I made them quick. Some with each other, some with you. Though everyone is rather quiet now, in one another's company. You sense a vague concern in Volfred, perhaps at having to confront the Pyre Hearts once again. As for Pamitha, she seems very much at peace, awaiting for the stars to signal the commencement of the rite. She does not have to wait very long. Instinctively, you clutch the Book of Rites as the stars above, take a hold of everyone's attention. Why is everyone so nervous? Whoa. It's very spooky looking. Redder than normal. All right.
Rita, I am still very cross with you, you know.
Oh no.
To think I saw in you a worthy heir.
To
Not
being a
just
reader?
To the legacy of the Night Wings, but to the future of the Commonwealth. That traitor Volfred. Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises.
I mean, you
and
say
his
that.
Dangerous ideas.
I mean,
That, dear reader, would make you a fool.
all right, man. Whatever.
I have no choice but to explain it thus.
That tasted
So even
weird.
you
I just
will
drank some water.
understand. Now for this black
Kind of
and
tastes
right.
like pennies.
Some of us still have our duties to
Am I
uphold.
bleeding? Surely not. Surely I would know if my voice was so sore that it actually was bleeding, right? Surely I wouldn't be surprised by that. I'm not gonna read the voice. Oh no, the Nightwings. He struggles with his mask for some time. Please have mercy on this night, O Nightwings, for this night knows well of the limitless power which you most certainly possess. Then he squirms into his mask. Limitless power can only be the explanation for how you freed that no good Gilman. Hell, this might must know. How could such a thing be possible? Inheriting the loudest, clumsiest, ugliest, most obnoxious, least competent worm ever to sully the knights of the Pyre Hearts, the ranks of the Pyre Hearts. And seeing him to such a victory? Would that this knight could kneel, for you would kneel before your stupefying power. By the end of the speech, you sense Sir Deluge is not entirely sincere. Even now, you hear him snickering nervously with his triumvirate. It seems news of Sir Gilman's liberation has caused quite a stir within the ranks of the pirates. Even still, stand together, ready for the fight. Yeah, whatever, man.
Who shall it be this time?
Okay, so options are a little thin this time. Right. I guess we'll get these back. Yeah, this is fine.
Hey,
Sorry, Wolfred. Prepare yourself, everyone. We are not afraid of you, especially not this night. Worm Knights, attack! Oops. Sick misclick. Huh. Whoa, nice jump. All right. Oh, wow. Well, it's all right. We're just absolutely going for it this time, huh? Ah, the slash is so big.
Quite the close call there, no?
I would say so, honestly.
A blow against the
All right, so the slash is kind of a big AoE. Oh, close.
to do better than that.
What?
Banished.
All right.
Not much to be done whilst all are banished.
That vengeful vow is coming through in a big way. Oh, I can't fly over the outskirts? That's funny. It makes sense, but I figured I'd try, you know? Figured I'd try. That was not nearly as far as I thought it was going to go. Ah, the vengeful vow is so powerful. Oh no! So close. Not good enough, brother. Not good enough. Not good enough, Gary. Not good enough. All right. Just run it right in there. Yeah, no, it's definitely getting harder. It's definitely getting harder to actually win. Just make it quick and painless on this night because this looks like it's over for us pretty much. I mean, you're not wrong. You are not wrong.
Doubtless using exile as a means of checking
So it seems like the teleport doesn't quite work for scoring purposes. But that'll do.
The Nightwings managed to prevail. Their adversaries must be crying tears of shame.
Brighton is absolutely a salt mine. Now then, if you're quite satisfied making sport of us, then we shall slither away in humiliating disgrace. So, thanks. Yeah, whatever, man.
Much to learn from this experience. Even a traitor heart like Hamatha can learn
Good a
something.
time as any to say thanks for having me along on this strange little journey of yours, reader darling. Oh, very close to maxing out.
May misfortune find you ere the turning of the stars.
Whatever, Brighton. You don't need to be so disappointed in the world, all right? Look. Just makes you seem. There proves little time for rest as the Black Wagon after your fellow exiles prevailed against the Pyre Hearts in a rather one-sided contest. Those afflicted with banishment sickness seem to be doing much better, at least, and express gratitude to Faye, Pamitha, and Wolfred for their efforts. Just then, the lone minstrel appears before you. No words escape his lips. You can guess full what he has come to indicate to you. Follow him back out into the darkness. Stars above seem to be few and fading, and yet one still shines defiant. All right. Here we go. Yeah, things are escalating. You notice that the lone minstrel is standing there with you, reading the night sky. The gate guardian and I We have paid witness to the liberation rites upon the fall of Solium for a long time. We have seen so much. And so I am a bit taken aback, is all, to see something which I have never seen. You look upon the stars. You look upon the stars together for a while. Then, I wish for you good fortune and the wisdom of the scribes on your ascent. The lone minstrel leaves you there alone under the night. It has grown very late, and you need rest. The black wagon shall have to take flight again come the morning. All right. Oh, there's a new thing here. Something appears different now about the sacred mountain west of here. The lands of the Emperor's Ascent and Emperor's Fall appear ashen. On the other hand, the once precarious regions below, which you know as the Temple High Ground and Temple Cistern, High Road and Temple Cistern, seem swept clean by the elements. The lone minstrel observes all this alongside you. Inclement weather we have lately seen, reader, sir. We ought be able to make landing closer to Scribe's Gate now. Then I suppose this means we shall see Celeste once more. Then I shall go tell everyone to prepare for our landing. Interesting. So half of the encounters as before. I guess we'll do Volfred. I'm definitely bringing Volfred, right? You arrive once more among the sublime grandeur of Mount Alodil. It appears that Tamitha and the Essence have already arrived, along the other route. Okay. With some time to spare, after having landed, you join Volfred on a brief expedition up to the monument of Jomir Menimane. The book says almost nothing about the present circumstances. I wish that I had clear guidance as to how we should proceed, O scribes. Although, perhaps this is the nature of the path. It isn't to be read and understood. It is to be embraced with all one's heart and mind. What other choice is there? You return to the wagon once he finished paying his respects. You have occasion once more to pursue your vocations. So, Volfred is the next one, right? So, I guess I can max him out here, right? You and Volfred go over his understanding of his aura and its connection to his presence, both physical and spiritual. The discussion proves informative. It is possible our plan, 73%, shall not succeed, despite our fiercest efforts here and in the Commonwealth. But I know for certain that our efforts shall not be in vain. We learn and strive together. We prevail or we fail together. On this path we share, it has been and shall continue to be my greatest honor. Oh, Jodariel's not appearing here because she's already maxed out. That's why. That's why. I always try to bear in mind that together our auras grow even stronger. Again, you stand before Scribe's Gate, where the gate guardian regards you all above an archway carved from stone. The exiles of the Nightwings, you must know by now that once the stars no longer shine, the right shall cease. For now, step forth. Except for you, Tariq, you stay right here. Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared, and as for me, you shall not blaspheme under the gate again. Do we understand each other, Tariq? I, Celeste, I apologize for my behavior before. I shall adhere more strictly to my duties. Be sure of it. Now, each of you, come forth. Please state your names and what it is that you seek while crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, your companions cross the gate until it is your time to do so, and you follow them in turn. The gate guardian regards you all, then waves you through toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Am I free to accompany them, Celeste? Or shall I remain here? She looks at him a while. You are free to accompany them, Tarek. As you will, Celeste, until we meet upon the summit then. I think they like each other. He definitely likes her, but I think she likes him too. I'm not sure. I'm not very good at reading people. Oh, it's you guys. Well, come on in. I guess you got here right on time because I was just thinking maybe I would close a little early. You know, business has been real good and everything. It's been a little slow in spots, a little slow is all. So I was thinking maybe I should do a sale. What do you say about that? Wish to know your thoughts on a potential sale? Yeah, sure. Stay strong. You'll be fine. You reassure Falcon Ron that his goods are already competitively priced, and that a sale should not be necessary. You know, that's just what I was thinking too. Isn't that funny? Haha. I mean, prices can't be beat already. So sale, I don't think that make no sense at all. So you buying something or what? Shooting star, the bear can banish adversaries by flinging the orb into them. And a scoop of stardust. We'll get this. I have nothing to use it on. That's the end of that statement. You guys have a good day out there. Commence the liberation rite. Once more, the time has come for the liberation rite, where one among you can go free if you prevail. Freedom is likewise at stake for your adversaries, the Edsons. As your companions gather under the fall, awaiting the commencement of this vital rite, the lone minstrel finds you and regards you in his calm fashion. Night is falling. These moments prior to each commencement, I must admit, they give me pause. Knowing so much is at stake during the trial that is to come. Tell me something, reader. Would you, to ease the waiting for us both? I read that in the wrong order and it didn't sound right. I have traveled far and wide, even beyond these lands. However, the Commonwealth, I know only through word and song. I sometimes think on what life would be like out there. If you were not ensnared within this place and free to roam your country, what would you have done with all your days and years rather than striving here under the stars? Fighting for freedom in my own way? Making the world a better place in whatever way I can? Perhaps it was inevitable that you were to be cast into exile. You cannot abide by the state of things within the Commonwealth. There is so much needing to be changed there. It seems then that you would face a great challenge there than a greater challenge there than even here. Your Commonwealth. It sounds to be a country rather set upon its ways. Man, I'm struggling. Of course, that is the nature of an ambition of the plan, 73%, of which you are a part. May your actions here help bring about the future you desire on the other side. Just then, the lone minstrel looks forth, and you see that it is time. The stars above, though, faint and begin to burn. So, man, they are absolutely popping off. So this is Pamitha's moment, but she hasn't said anything, interestingly enough. It's Pamitha and Tamitha, right? Maybe it'll be right here. Yeah, it's actually just after this, usually. Okay, so that's why.
The stars
Don't be
that
impatient.
yet
Just
remain
wait.
aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine. 'Tis my sincerest hope your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the essence quickly quench those flames of yours.
Yeah, Brighton, you're openly antagonistic now. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the essence, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Tamitha swoops down from somewhere and unfastens her mask. I am known as Tamitha Thane. I mean to return to my ancestral home and promptly resume my responsibilities as flight tactician of the High Wing Remnants. Our long stalemate against the Commonwealth shall soon be ended, should I and several of my sisters manage to rejoin our clan. Then our vengeance shall be swift and thorough. Your quarrel with the country that cast you into exile is beneath the notice of the scribes, Tamitha Thane. Here you shall be judged under the stars. My quarrel with the Commonwealth is all that gave me and my sisters strength enough to reach this point. The scribes ought well take heed of how my people suffer. We are not weaklings anymore, like your Triesta Tithys. We shall not fall in line with the flightless fools in their naked attempts to subsume our heritage, our culture. Speak not again thus of the saint, or you shall be expelled, Tamitha Thane. Tamitha scoffs, then turns her attention towards your side. And, Nightwings, as for you, the fury we shall imminently show is nothing in comparison to the hatred growing for your Commonwealth in the mountains on the other side. She signals to her sisters to ready themselves. You seek your freedom, but there shall be nothing save for devastation should you manage to return. Really? So nothing from Tamitha at all. Nightwings, on whose behalf shall you conduct this liberation rite? Choose quickly. May you heed your heart in making your choice, reader. I trust you are prepared to play the hymns with me, Tarek. Always, Celeste.
Whom do you endeavor to return?
So, she's not even an option. That might be why. So yeah, this is Joe Dariel's pass through, and that leaves Volfred for last, I suppose. I think I did Volfred for last time as well. I think it makes sense to move this here.
Joe Dariel.
If that is your wish.
Who shall be at her side? Volfred.
Prepare yourself. Sorry. Prepare yourself, Joe Dariel. For on this night the Nightwing shall prevail in your name and set you free. I mean, this is fine, right? All right, I'll see what I can do for her, reader darling. Our final obstacle to overcome ere I can soar again. Sorry, I was checking what Brighton said because I didn't hear him. Above your Commonwealth. Such destruction I shall rain upon it soon. But first, let us dance this final time. Oh, I misplaced that. Oh, the song. Just like that. Not perfect, but it should do. It shall do. Oh, I only had two. I was kind of anticipating a third dash. Obviously, though that's obviously not even a thing. No! Whoa! Yeah! Woo! It was a little tense there for a second, but we got there. As the liberation rite continues, you sense Tamitha reaching out to you, or perhaps just reaching out to anyone at all. Reader, someone, please, let her prevail. Let her prevail, please. Let her prevail here, this once. If this thought makes me a traitor, so be it, but please, let Tamitha prevail, for she is here, wrapped up in all this because of me. The plea trails off, and Tamitha remains steadfast, All our attention focused on the liberation rite. As for Tamitha, prepare yourselves, Nightwing, and for you, Pamitha, I await the outcome of this night, for it shall soon ensure that I may never have to see your smirking countenance again. I am genuinely conflicted. I'm genuinely conflicted. Hark now, my sisters. Damn what the book says. Advanced strike formation. Prevail here against these wretches, no matter the cost. In disregard for the way of the rights, Tamitha Thane has ordered her triumvirate to push further afield, adopting an even more aggressive stance for the remainder of this rite. Ah. No! 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 I choked! I absolutely choked! Whoa, that was close. Whoa! What a play! No. It ain't going down like that. All right. One more. Forward. Uh-oh. That's it. That's it. I got caught up in the drama. I forgot about Pamitha's thing. I forgot. I honestly forgot. I remember that happening before, and I didn't lose. Like I said, I only lost one time before, and I've only lost one time this playthrough as well. I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious to see how it plays out. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Pamitha, but like, I'm sorry.
Return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others.
I wish it could be different.
To carry out
but some things are more important, is how I feel. Genuinely. Damn you for this, Pamitha. All of this because of you. After all this time. She turns her gaze towards the rest of you. I never thought this day would come. I have all of you to thank for doing this for me. The life that I recall in the Commonwealth was at times difficult. I am much older now. I know not what I shall find on my return. However, I know this. That place still is like the Commonwealth I left so long ago. Then I shall strive to make it better. For as long as I retain my strength and breathe and breath. Strength and breath. You see her smile faintly as she disappears into the shimmer pool, though you still can hear her voice, though faintly now. Farewell, then, reader, all of you, for now.
Godspeed, Captain Jodariel.
Yeah, she seems really prepared for this, unlike some.
Even now, watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close. Now take your execrable companions someplace else.
Well, Pamitha, truly, you did the best. You did get the best of me again. Know that your actions put our sisters on the other side in even greater peril. Not that you care, of course, yet I'm certain that they shall someday prevail, with or without my aid. To think that I was born to share blood of someone such as you. Man, it's so sad. There's got to be a better way for that to result. There's got to be a better ending for them, and I'm just beefing it. You prevailed in the liberation against the Essence. Already does the Black Wagon feel quieter than usual without Jodariel. Return to the Commonwealth. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. It never grows easier having to say farewell to one of our own. Oh, cheer up already, Wilfred. You wonder who, if anyone, among you shall be the next to go. Our plan, 81%. So she did like 8%. It's pretty good. Our plan approaches a key turning point. Let us ensure it soon comes to fruition, not only for ourselves here, but for our companions and our loved ones in the Commonwealth. But we have little time now for reflection into this. Look yonder, reader. The stars demand we go already. Let us help them usher in the end of this. You turn your attention to the glimmer of the stars. The current rate of disappearance suggests another liberation rite shall be coming soon. The few remaining stars shine for you. All right, so who's going to be next? The Chastity? Okay, sure. It doesn't look like we're going to affect it either. I kind of feel like all of these plot lines are wrapped up. Jodariel is gone, so no point in talking to Joe Muir. We can come here again. We can use Faye against them. Maybe they'll talk a little bit. Feels like something to do. Basically, the interactions is kind of what I'm interested in here. Is just the interactions, whatever we get. Now the stars bid you to return to the Ridge of Gold, where you shall stand against the fate once again. Your adversary is Dalbert Oldheart. Likely knows that the cycle of rites is drawing to a close. His last remaining chance to earn the favor of the scribes and then regain his freedom likely hinges on the outcome of this next rite. The cycle of the rites is soon to end. The exiles of the downside striving to be free. Your adversaries, your companions, and even yourself are running out of time. The Minstrel. After the liberation of Jodariel, you find the lone minstrel back in the wagon, looking as though no such thing had just occurred this night. I think you see him tilt his head as you approach. Some words of congratulations are in order for this evening, I should think, reader. And so congratulations on prevailing in the liberation rite. Surely Jodariel shall be most grateful, and her safe return unto your commonwealth ought benefit the plan, silly one, in which you all now play a part. As for your adversaries, the Essence, this must have been a bitter loss for them and Tamitha, although they must have known their chance was far from certain. Thus shall we await the next turn of the cycle of the rites. Celeste and I are to return our respective duties, for the time, as now Scribe's Gate is sealed. I await when next we shall meet, when next you may yet live up to the glory of the Nightwings in the eyes of the 8 scribes, which yet shine down for us. He trails off, then nods to you in a cordial manner and bids you a good rest of the evening. To be fair, she was asking me for help when she specifically said for me not to read her mind. An interesting dilemma. I wonder if she wanted me to read her mind before as well. This book cannot accompany you if you should earn your freedom. It is to remain here for your successors, for it is bound together inextricably with us. There is no sorcery, however, to prohibit you from spreading forth its teachings. We charge you to go forth and share what you have learned along with your path. Reveal not the rites themselves, nor the existence of this book. Transcend its bounded limitations, for it cannot be transcribed. Any such attempts shall fail. Beware of those who would dare to read it on the other side. Under their guise of seeking wisdom may yet lurk Under the guise of seeking wisdom may yet lurk a much darker desire to undo that which we strive to do. All right. At dawn, your companions are prepared to depart. Everyone is silent. Your travels are to take you back to the Ridge of Gold, but soon after, the stars shall draw you here again. I'm not so sure about the overworld. It made a lot of sense when we were first traveling through. Oh, sorry. You over here, Sir Deluge, in a full-on panic as his fellow Worm Knights attempt to calm him down. What do you mean it was the Nightwings? We are not to face them in the coming ride, are we? At some point, he realizes your wagon is lost beside his own. You, Nightwings, this knight shall not forgive you for this transgression. Once we prevail against whichever adversaries are doomed to face us next, then we shall come for you. Go, why must this Nightwing be forced to fly so far above the land and sea? Yeah, it definitely had much more purpose, in my opinion, in the opening of the game as opposed to later on. I don't hate it. In fact, I'm not sure if I like it. I think I do like it, but I'm not sure that I like it, you know? I would feel better about it if I felt like there was more things happening, more interactions happening. Oh yeah, I guess I'm gonna start over in Hades, huh? I've started over in every other game, right? What's the story here? Yonder lies the Ridge of Gold, somewhat less imposing when viewed from this vantage point. Do you not agree, reader? The midst of the downside hold that it is no mere ridge of stone, but the remains of Lord Gandroth, once slain by Gold Galathanian himself. Though perhaps such tales are of little import now, when you stand to confront the fate here in just a short while. Another special offer. Alright. You make a successful landing in the Downside Prairie, near the southern edge of the Downside. Memories of having first met Hedwyn, Jodariel, and Ruki come flooding back, none of which are here. You now should have some time in the vicinity before continuing on to the Ridge of Gold. Here in the lush overgrowth of Hollowroot, you somehow run into the familiar countenance of the slub market proprietor, far from one of his usual stops. Oh hey guys, fancy seeing you here. You come around here often, eh? He brandishes some sort of package which you sense contains a talisman that emanates a small amount of power. Anyways, I got something you might want around here. I think in good condition too. I don't know what it is, but I do know what it's worth, and I can give you half off. So what do you think? You want this thing or not? I literally cannot. I literally cannot afford it. Well, okay, but don't say anything. I got you guys. Come on. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. What's the story of the squad? Oh, and also a new page? Really? The Downside is connected to our realm via a single artery, the river named for our prestigious sap colleague, Luz Glorian. That river gushes into seeming nothingness. That seeming nothingness turns out, of course, to be the Downside. Its existence undermines thousands of years of thought about the composition of our world. The Downside's southern edge we call the Sandfolds. It is a desecrated wasteland. It is a desecrated wasteland speaking well to this land's lack of hospitality. Here, the strength of many who survived the river journey finally fails. If only they could clamber further north, where lies the verdant Downside Prairie. Better place to perish, to be sure. Okay. So I came here thinking I was going to tutor someone. Volfred Sandalwood. She could level up and actually get a new skill point. That's something. What is this? A Downside Clinger. Yields fruits from time to time. Though only if one says the magic word. A keepsake from the Downside Prairie. Alright. Sure. You would teach me more about the rites? You ask Faye to explain to you, in her own words, the histories of the 8 scribes, and speak to how their varied backgrounds form the basis of not just the rites, but the Commonwealth. Blessed are the scribes, whose eternal wisdom shines upon us through the stars, and illuminates the path to our salvation. Wait, what did I just say? Why, that was strange, but I feel so invigorated now. I think I want this next. I know they must be watching still. I know it. You do believe me, and believe in them as well, don't you? All right, straight on to the Ridge of Gold. The Ridge of Gold. Hey guys, what are you guys doing all the way out here? You know, it's not so bad here. I was thinking I got some pretty good stuff. I thought you might want to check it out. I don't know why I keep buying this. Wait, you didn't. The new thing isn't here. The new thing isn't here. What's up with that? What's up with that? You guys really are my favorite customers, you know? You and the others are busying yourself for the commencement of the rite this evening when you notice Faye behaving strangely, more than usual. Maybe he is here. I mean, I think he has to be somewhere nearby. She notices you then. Oh, I'm sorry, mister. I think maybe my friend is here? I was hoping to say hi to him before we have to do the ceremony with the star. Star what? The star ball? Oh, I see. The celestial orb. Okay, sure. Wait, that's him. My friend is there. There he is. Just then, your adversaries, the Fate, arrive on the other side of the Ridge of Gold. They begin making necessary preparations. Faye rushes over to them before anyone can stop her, even as the stars above start shining through the darkness. My friend, huh? I wonder if she could read people like she reads faces.
The stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending.
Yeah.
Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free. Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
Oh, hello again. Hello. Why, hello indeed, young one. We are the Fate, and once again we hail you and all the Nightwings. Thanks. I was wondering, may I speak to your son? Why, I do not see why not, but let me see here. Elmer, where are you? Begging your pardon, young one, but my son. He's not always punctual, you see. Hold on. I shall fetch him. Okay. I mean, my friend, I hope that he remembers me. Wait. Where's father? Father! Oh, hello again. Your father, he went looking for you. Did you not see him? No, I did not see him. This had best not be some Nightwing trick or I'll... Oh, there you are, Ulmer. Our cordial adversary wishes to salute you, I believe. Oh, that's right. I mean, here, this is my salute. I'm saluting you. It's nice to see you, and may the scribes watch over you, okay? I want them to watch over us as well, but maybe just this time, or not just this time, but this and other times, maybe they can watch over all of us, okay? Two of them stand and watch as Faye skips over to rejoin our group. An unusual sort, that one. She is about your age. Father! I mean, he's not wrong. I'm back. Sorry, I'm late. I'm ready to do my part, however I can.
Choose now your band of traitors.
Oh my gosh, it's very weird having such a small party. Oh,
Choice is cast.
I did this wrong. It's fine. The scribes, I hope they're watching for all of us. Steel yourself, Ulmer. Are you prepared to face your adversaries once again? Always, Father. Let us prevail. Here and now. Let us do so indeed, my son.
Begin. The Nightwings make their mark upon the plain.
All right. Just like that. Bam, $30 in the bank, brother. I need that. I need that.
Good. Glory
Oh my gosh. What are you doing, you? Put your mask back on. We are in the middle of a rite. Oh, I know. It's just, I wanted to say, I think that you're very brave is all I think. Because we have encountered many triumvirates by now. I mean, and we have the dissidents and the tempers and... What are you talking about? Get to the point. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, my name is Faye. I wanted you to know my name. It's Faye, since I know yours. I see. Then ready yourself, Faye. We shall not hold back.
Such a struggle it must be for poor old Dalbert and his witless son.
Oh no, the zips. They be zipping, bro. They be zipping. Whoa, you see the moves? Look at the plays. Look at the moves. My dude had so much movement. That was nuts.
Her wings have served her true. The right is nearly
All right.
ended.
Oh, what? I kind of disagree with that, but you know. Oh, look. Broken ankles, brother. Broken ankles. Nice zip, bro. I'm all the way over here now.
Nightwings prevailed somehow. Most excellently done this time, I must admit.
All right.
The ceremony.
Wait. I wanted to say, I'm sorry. I wanted to apologize. I think, my young one, you must not say such things. You're one of the Nightwings, the most envied of all triumvirates. We aspire to your greatness and your legacy. Father, please, no more of this. They have prevailed. We need not grovel at their feet. Almer, is it Almer? I just had a question. Ask quickly, then go about your business. Oh, would you be my friend? What? I was wondering if you would be my friend, because I don't have a lot of friends, and you are brave and gentle with your father, so... Oh, ho, ho, ho. I shall see you in a little while, my son. What? The scribes, were they not friends? I choose to think they brought us here to be closer together, not to be apart.
The rites do tend to teach something of trust.
I guess I kind of wasted the experience on her, huh? But it's fine.
Until the next rite. If there even is to be another one.
Surely there's going to be at least one more Star Festival, no? Inside the wagon, after besting the fate, Wolfred is discussing aspects of the outcome with the others when the lone minstrel seeks you out. Pardon the interruption, reader. Though I need to ask a moment of your time while the night is clear enough for you to see, please come have a look outside. Perhaps the news of your next destination may further stir the hearts of your companions. Amongst what stars yet remain, shining in the night, one of them now burns as bright as you have ever seen. All right, here it comes. As always, there was no break really at all this time. And it's the chastity, of course. The cycle turns even more quickly now. Nope, that's Wolfred. The cycle turns even more quickly now, until such time as it shall shudder to a halt. You make a sound then, almost like a laugh. I forget myself, reader. I should not say such things. The scribes, they would say that one ought to focus on the path right in front of him. When we set forth to walk a long and labored path, it can be all too much. If we stand back and look upon it as a whole, we may well decide to turn around. But if we begin to walk while casting down our gaze, whilst resisting well the urge to look too far ahead, we may make steady, careful progress. Soon enough, we may arrive where we endeavored. The lone minstrel bids you a good evening. You had best retire for the night, for when first daylight comes, it shall be time again to take to the skies. Faye this time, huh? Faye seems very happy about something, and has been chanting softly to herself. On closer inspection, however, she seems to be engaged in the conversation with the wagon wall. And so, after the rite, he said to me, farewell. Can you believe it, little brother? He said that. Then he left to go find Mr. Dalbert, who went on ahead. And so I think that maybe we're friends now. Don't you think so, too? We have a lot in common, don't we? Friends are supposed to have a lot in common, right? For instance, we're both fighting for what we care about, and for those who helped us when we needed it. Is that not so? He's very lucky to have met Mr. Dalbert, isn't he? She falls silent for a time, then, it cannot be that the 8 scribes intended that all of us just have to fight each other all the time. It just cannot be. So many whom we face, they don't like us very much, do they? But if we prevail against them, it must mean that they can't go home, even if they really want to. So that's why they don't like us. Back home, when they told me to stop being me, I didn't like them either. You want to know what I think, little brother? I think the scribes put us together in all this so that we can learn from one another, grow closer, and as friends. That is what I think, little brother, and I told them so. And maybe the next time I see Almer and Mr. Dalbert again, they will be happier to see me then. She bounds off, noticing you as she goes. Hi, mister. You sense some burden has been lifted off of her, and her knowledge of the rites, however informal it may be, has crystallized into a deeper understanding. Faye gained 1 hope permanently. All right, what's the story here? The Ridge of Gold. The serpent titan Gandroth, this is by Luce Chlorian, turned to a brittle stone not long after his death. Of that you may be certain. What remains is a flat, elevated basin that stands us closer to the heavens. Upon the fallen Gandroth's hide, the stars themselves alight, and you shall know you stand on sacred ground. We set the metal sigils, lit the candle flames, and we emblazoned on the rocks, the rock-like forms, the sigil of our passage to and from this land. And then the stars themselves, they did reply to us. They sang, shining bright, their voices loud and clear. We understood their cadence, and we knew how often to return. All right, onwards. This very well could be the finale, no? I mean, we only have a posse for this rite and the next liberation rite after. Like, after the next liberation rite, there's literally nothing left. As far as the triumvirate goes, unless they're gonna wheel me out. And apparently I don't walk so good or something, I don't know. They sent me down the Rocky River, if you know what I'm saying. Like, it didn't pan out super well for your boy. I'm just cruising, you know, looking, seeing if there's anything. Not really like searching, just, you know. Hey, whoa. Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. False night wings. Orlek calls down to you all from atop his wagon. Again, you seek to climb that accursed mountain beneath us. Again, you seek to take my rightful place. I should send you crashing down to it, that you might fall as I have. He stares down at all of you. But I shall not. Rather, we shall meet upon the summit ere this last cycle of the rites is ended. Until then. Alrighty then. So he's gonna meet us for the last one then. How did he get a wagon? Wolfred or Faye? I guess we'll go with Wolfred. You make landing on the sacred mountain. You make landing on the sacred Mount Alodil after you encounter with Orlek. Orlek spoke the truth. He has a right to gain the summit. When the time comes, Celeste shall deem him worthy and shall let him pass. While he has transgressed against the rites, he has also already been anointed and prevailed. Nothing is written in the book on this, and liberty ought already be his. For the time, it seems that he has not yet traveled to the summit. Perhaps he is still making preparations with his fellow exiles. When exactly Orlek intends to make good on his promise, he did not make clear. For now, you are to confront Manly and the chastity upon the summit. First, you may prepare. I mean, I got the impression that it was going to happen, like, literally right now. Later that afternoon, you accompany Wolfred through the fading glory to the temple cistern, to the monument of the Underking Orbs. Faith is all that brought me this way, and yet I have great fear about the outcome of our plan. 83%. So many here and in the Commonwealth have put their faith in it. That should we fail? But no, we will not have failed. We will not have failed. He returned to the wagon after he finished paying his respects. The summit awaits, but first there's some time to practice your vocations. +3 glory for the next rite. Hey Sandra. Yeah, you don't want to. It's okay. All right. I just figured I'd ask, you know. Foraging seems pointless. I guess Pamitha next? Fine, then. Let us chat together for a spell. You and Pamitha review what observations you have made thus far about the various triumvirates you have confronted on your journey. She has keen insights about some of them. I used to soar above the mountains with the high-wing remnants, and we would see the Commonwealth shining down on the horizon. It enraged us, the mere sight of it. I can fly free no longer, yet that anger, I don't feel it anymore. Sure. Everything and everybody has its weaknesses. If I've come to learn anything at all in life, it's that. It's really like not so much a difference between voices, but more so like a difference between deliveries. I don't know how substantial that is. Here in the narrow passageways of Mount Alodil, you encounter a messenger come to deliver news and rumors from the other side. News this time pertains to Jodariel, whom you liberated at the fall of Solium. You learn Jodariel's past transgressions have all been forgiven. She soon was to be reinstated on the blood border, on the presumption that she wanted her old status back. In fact, she was offered an especially prestigious leadership position in the First Veil, that being an elite blood border platoon, shrouded in secrecy, other than the famous results of its operations. The Commonwealth's veiled leaders always were surrounded by sentinels in similar garb. For a demon such as she could not be seen in the streets, but she refused the gesture, rather bluntly, the report suggests. Instead, she sought Volfred's agents, as well as several of her former fostered sons and daughters, and soon the ranks of the revolution grew stronger. The last part of the messenger news must have been damaged in transit, though appears to be in Jodariel's own words. All you can tell is that it says, await. You thank the messenger imp for relaying this information. Your companions are excited to hear the news. Tsh, tsh. Wonder what the rest of her message said. Having someone of Jodariel's will and stature with us on the other side shall pave the way toward a brighter future. We can envision it. A demon such as she set loose with the Commonwealth. Do you think she still has her horns now that she's back up there? The news of Jodariel's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. You have returned once more to the Scribe Gate, where the Gate Guardian awaits under a dim sky. The exiles of the Nightwings, the exiles of the Nightwings, and you, Tarek. This is to be our final meeting, one of our final meetings. Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared, and afterwards, I would have words with you in private, if you please. It seems to me that rather late for words now, Tarek, but I shall hear them once you charge across the gate. Now, all of you come forth. Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Once more, your companions cross the gate one after another, and once more you follow them in turn. Celeste regards you all, then waves you through toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome, go forth with glory. And Tarek, I, Celeste, you may rejoin the others in a while. For now, I would hear those words of yours. Certainly, Celeste. Everyone, I shall see you shortly. Good luck, man. Oh, here it is. Morning for his lost and lonesome bride. Oh, hey guys, it's gotten real cold up here again, but it's worth it. Let me tell you, I got customers stopping by. Okay, I might be exaggerating just a little since I've been waiting here a little, but I guess you're gonna buy anything? I simply cannot afford. I simply cannot afford that. I mean, I can sell something for this, though. Yeah, Faye. I hope things go well for you, because I'm thinking that this is the last time. Must be our lucky day here. I don't know what, Dad. Strikes me as this is going to be the last one. Time has come again to deliver one of your fellow exiles to the homecoming in the Commonwealth, lest your adversaries, the Chastities, achieve the same. The lone minstrel has returned and approaches you as you await a signal from the stars. Well, maybe not, actually. Maybe they're warning me that this is the second to last. In which case, Faye? Probably Pamitha. Which means that I kind of did this in a weird order. His voice. There is something that I wish to ask you, reader. Something which ordinarily would not be my place to discuss in any detail. You have observed the stars. If you would not mind my asking you in such a direct manner, how many liberation rites are you supposing yet remain? I think 2 remain. You tell him that the only logical deduction which you have been able to make based off all your readings of the stars of late is that there shall be one final liberation rite after tonight. I concur with your evaluation, reader, sir. I would like to make certain that you were aware, so that you and the Nightwings may yet make the most of your remaining time together thus. As to what shall happen once the final liberation is ended, we soon shall both find out. But lo, it seems that we are called upon once more. Look forth. Pamitha?
Reader,
Yeah, I don't know how to
I would
feel about
ask that you
Pamitha.
Think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed.
I genuinely don't remember.
Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still. I would not sing your praises to them, rest assured. I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
The pyres burn. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the chastity, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Manly flourishes into the grounds, and grasps his mask with spindly fingers. No, I'm not going to do a voice. Warmest salutations to you all. Upon the blessed eve, I am H. Manly Tinderstaff, and I must say that I am very moved to be a part of these proceedings. So there's a little bit of a voice there. It shall be my humblest of privileges to return, quite soon I hope, unto the Commonwealth, where I shall dedicate myself in full toward the betterment of that society. I long to be a part of this glorious tradition, even when my freedom is rightfully restored, for it is not the case that exiles such as we are called upon to lead. How you govern in your commonwealth is not our business here. Your intention shall mean nothing if you do not prevail in this right, Manly Tinderstaff. Oh, but I mean no offense. I meant no offense at all. I shall serve well with these rights, I promise. Why, I think I shall be sending my exiles here into the downside to replace me. I can think of quite a few who I think would benefit from experiencing this wonderful tradition for themselves. Then Manly covers his face again. Now, as for you, Nightwings, make no attempt to undermine me here, and nothing shall befall you or your loved ones in the Commonwealth. Is it a deal? Nightwings, your choice. Nightwings, your choice. In whose name shall you conduct this liberation rite? I wish you the wisdom of the scribes in making your choice, reader. And I wish you to nope. And I wish you to come prepare your song with me, Tarek. I don't know why I struggled so much. It is late. This is a long stream. But I feel like this is the end of the game, so we're just going to hang out. All right. Wolfred, now's the time, brother. There's so much to be done. Should I or any one of us return? But let us focus on the here and now. We face a worthy adversary here in the chastity.
Who shall lend him support?
This one's more for you then, reader darling. And I suppose for him.
Faye.
Me? Of course, I'll do my best. This is important. Now it begins. Do me this favor, if you please, and stand aside like a good sport there, I promise to reward you handsomely once I am free.
Commence.
Oh. Jump. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Yeah, that was a little bit of an overshot. Oh no. Nah, man, I'm too fast. I'm the fastest kid alive. I think I messed up this team comp a little bit. I'm gonna be honest. Oh no. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I was like, how are you going to stop me, Sap? Like, actually, how are you gonna stop me? Oh, what is this now? It seems that the scribes so enjoy our company, the entertainment we provide, that they've deigned to reignite our pyres. Observe! Something stirs in the sky. If the heavens are to rain and reignite your pyres, then the right shall continue, ere one pyre or the other is put out. Okay. A worthy attempt, just didn't work out. Oh no! Okay. What are you gonna do? Yeah. Like, how are you gonna stop me? Whew, close. Later, man. Just watch me slowly lumber onto the pyre. Humpty, 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 hump. Oh no, actually this does kind of work. Yeah, okay, it's fine. I thought I messed it up, but actually it is right. I just have to score with Wolfred, which is kind of necessary. What with? Oh, so close. Whoa, that was such a good jump. They jumped completely over, was that Faye? It looked like Faye, but the positioning's actually wrong for it to be Faye, so, but whatever, it's fine. Stop. Stop.
Alas for Faye.
Stop it. I was getting pranked. And I've had it up to here with your pranks. What? Bro, come on, mate. Come on, mate. What do you mean, mate? Oh, Wow, that was pretty good. Yeah, what now, huh? What are you gonna do? Nah, you can't do that. Oh, but you can do that. All right, yeah, true. Bars. What if I just fly, though? What are you gonna do? Yeah, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Gangster, brother. Straight gangster. That's not gangster at all. I just flew in. It wasn't that big a deal. I just felt, I felt like a little bit of a pop-off was necessary. Every time we win, I feel like just a little bit of a pop-off is necessary.
The scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Night Wings shall be free. Absolved of all misdeeds. Return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain.
All right, so that's Volfred.
Carry out their rightful sentences.
Why, this is an utter outrage. Have you any idea what you've done, you ingrates? I mean, that sounds a lot like a personal problem to me, brother. I am indebted to you all. Words fail me, but I shall try and force a few, as now I haven't long. The plan, 83%, of which we're all a part, it cannot, by its nature, be dependent upon any given individual, and that includes myself. We each face doubt from time to time, and I became quite certain I would never see the Commonwealth again, the stars fading and all. That outcome would have been acceptable to me, provided that our plan prevailed. My agents in the Commonwealth and those of you who have managed to return, united, you for certain can achieve much more than I or any one of us. Nevertheless, if I'm going to be the next one to return, then I've my work cut out for me, I think. He falls silent for a moment. Then, Nightwings, this has been the greatest honor of my time. I now take leave of you all to do my very utmost to ensure that the sacrifices you've made for me, our nation, all of us, that those sacrifices shall not be in vain. Then he reaches to you. Reader. Sorry, he said it himself. Reader, until we stand together. With that, Volfred Sandalwood vanishes into the shimmer pool. He calls out from within as his return journey begins. Stand together, all of you, no matter what shall come. I shall see you on the other side. We may be separated soon by distance, but our purpose remains shared. Scribes, guide you.
Godspeed, Volfred Sandalwood.
That was kind of a bad read on the scribes guide you, but that's fine. We'll stick with it. It's fine. Is that the second bad read I've had for someone's final line? And now there were 3. So there's one more, huh? Do we do anything in between? You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the chastity in the liberation rite. That's one less mouth to feed. Do you think Volfred is already home? You succeeded in liberating Volfred, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. Soon you shall be summoned back to the Mount Aladil for one final liberation rite, and thus one final chance to influence the outcome of your plan. So many events. So many events already in motion, but even as you wait for them to happen as they will, there still is something vital you can do. Now, reader, if you please, I fear the stars have little patience left. You turn back to the darkness to look upon the last few stars too stubborn to relinquish their light. Oh, yeah, no, there's still at least one more thing before the liberation, right? All right. Did he update the planner for me? The accusers seem to be next, huh? Do the run back with Udmildi? It's only fair, right? Once more, you are to face the withdrawn. Then, although, I wonder, he hesitates before saying anything more. You cannot sense his thoughts. I apologize. I was lost in thought for a moment. Let us make way for the cairn of Haub, where everyone is feeling more refreshed as much as possible. What's up, dude? Following Volfred's liberation, the lone minstrel has returned to the wagon and stands as though nothing has happened here this night. He tilts his head as you approach. Once more, the Nightwings have prevailed in the liberation rite under your mindfulness, reader. A commendable achievement. Surely Volfred shall live out his days in gratitude to you and your companions. Perhaps he may now seek Tizo there in your commonwealth. I should think Tizo would have liked to witness what took place this night. I trust that together they shall make a formidable difference to the plan which you all endeavor to achieve. 93%? Goo! Now, for the time, Celeste and I are to return to our respective stations. We all await the next turn of the cycle of the rites. May you prevail once more when next we traverse Scribesgate. Until then, reader, rest well under the stars. He nods and leaves you to recover after a long night. Slow a shell. The sparkly thing in the center is in fact its heart. Oh yeah, it looks different now, but it's the same thing from before. On legacy. In the words of Triesta Tithys, the Blessedborn, reader, though you shall always bear a burden, it is much lighter than the burden of a lonesome exile. Go forth and become free. Then join with others such as you and lead with mercy, continuing to demonstrate your worth and knowing that the empire's fall formed the foundation of our commonwealth. You shall cease to be a reader and become a voice both to be free. You shall cease to be a reader and become a voice both to the free and to your successors here, who shall take up this book when you no longer need it. The cycle of the rites shall see to it that you and others like you shall be liberated ere the coming of another age. May the stars shine ever brightly on us all. So I can become a voice. I don't have to say the reader. I can be a voice instead. I wonder if that's a language that they're speaking. It is daybreak. You are to set forth from the cairn of Haub for what appears to be the final time. Thereafter, you shall return here for one last exile's final chance at liberty. I gotta give him the run back though, right? I gotta give him his last chance. Gotta prove myself worthy, right? Worthy of one loss. Merely one loss. It is sad though. Especially since I didn't even evoke Isalk this time. I just lost. I just straight up regular lost. Though then again, I was playing greedy, right? So it wasn't that I just lost. I could have easily scored. Maybe even like twice or something. But instead I didn't. I was farming for gold for dollars that I didn't even end up really using. Well, no, that's not fair. Because I don't have any money right now, so I did use all of it, right? So I guess I didn't waste it. But then again, it is on stuff that I don't really need. Pamela says she can sway the coming right against the Watchman in your favor here. What does that mean? What do you mean? Are you gonna cheat? Instill fear in the withdrawn. You do your best to keep up with Pamitha as she delves into the dusty wastes of Lixsand. She indicates that some of her winged sisters may be nearby to lend their aid. This is as far as you can follow, reader darling. Please excuse me for a little while. She swoops off, leaving you on your own. Some time passes, during which you can almost feel the downside encroaching all around you. And then, well, that was certainly interesting. I suggest we get out of here. It would appear the withdrawn soon will have a little accident that should dampen their spirits. Wow. Huh. That seems like cheating. You find Pamitha by herself again, though her expression is grown darker than her custom. Leave me be, would you, darling? trying to get some good and proper moping done here, and you're distracting me. Leave me be, reader. Just leave me be, reader. Just leave me be. You don't want to know what's lurking in my heart or my mind. You'll find that it isn't pretty. Yet something about her thought process is different to you now. You know that, with her conditioning, she can resist your scrutiny, but now her thoughts are laid bare to you. What's wrong? Pamitha seems to be inviting you into her thoughts. You remain there, in that lonesome space with her. What is it going to take, I wonder, Tamitha? Shall I just go ahead and kill them all? That would be proof enough, perhaps, about my loyalties to you and to our sisters. Perhaps I ought to start with this one right in front of me. The bond between you severs as Pamitha opens her eyes and stares at you. Then she smiles sweetly and gives you a gentle laugh. You see, reader darling, my thoughts are rather cumbersome at times. But do not fear. I have them very well under control. Still, thoughts being the lonesome thing that they are, I nonetheless cannot fully suppress them. She exhales and looks askance. You know by now why I am in this mess with all of you. You could say I lacked Tamitha's sense of commitment, her zeal. She lives only to see your nation overthrown, or something worse if she could have her way. Centuries of conflict can be quite emboldening in that way, especially when one's sister's leading cause of death is Commonwealth forged steel. Wielded with the utmost mercy, of course. While I had little patience for the senselessness of it myself, became a bit of a pariah, I suppose. I knew Tamitha was going to get herself killed and her others killed someday, so when she was to fly out on this one big mission of hers, I had other arrangements made. But after she was caught, you people did not exactly uphold their end of the bargain. I knew there was such risk, of course, and yet, chance is a chance. Tamitha was clipped and cast down, a mercy, they called it. I did not see it that way, and in my growing protest of her treatment, I was soon to follow. She falls silent for a while. I haven't yet decided if I entirely regret my actions, but I do seek Tamitha's forgiveness, and wish that she could see my thoughts for what they are, as it seems you can. Then she might realize our nation's people have much more in common than she knows. Sometimes I wonder which of them's the stupider. She brushes past you and out of the wagon for now. Pamitha, I think we need you, Pamitha. I think we need you. On the other side. Conspiracy. She made repeated attempts to make contact with enemy combatants taken into custody. Insurrection. The record states she remained loyal to the High-Wing remnants despite claims to contrary. She was a talent ace of the High-Wing remnants, who possessed the talent of her sisters, but not their single-minded zeal. She grew weary of the fighting, and decided she would put an end to it. Thus, when a critical battle approached, the Commonwealth was waiting, and her own blood sister was among the harps captured and clipped. She was more guilt-stricken by this than she expected. When she attempted to contact her blood sister in exile, she was told that she could seek her firsthand and was exiled in turn. More things at the shop, huh? Hey guys, don't tell me, but I ain't seeing that old Mr. Sandalwood with all the rest of you guys here. Or what? Well, good for him, I guess. As long as he don't take out the rest, or he don't take all the rest of you with him. Know what I mean? I value my customers. I can't afford this. Oh. Oh, but I can. I don't know what I'm saving this for. New Game Plus, I guess. Pleasure was all mine and Dad's. You guys. Great. We commence the rite. The mood is more dour than usual as you make preparations for the coming rite. A hush has fallen over you and your fellow exiles, and a sense of dread hangs in the air. At least one of your companions is unfazed. Nig! We sense the influence of one of our own. She is nearby, her mind corrupted, calls out, screaming. Canst thou hear it, perhaps? She speaks of the witch Udmildi, the adversary whom you expect to face this night. The witch, she doth revere an ancient god undying and unyielding on this land and on her consciousness.
We may attempt an exorcism here, for the conditions are unique, and she may not be expecting us to be abetting ye. However, 'tis a risk, upon our mind and my own. Although a worthwhile risk perhaps. Bertrude seemed to think Utmildi can be weakened somehow, through the coming rite. Then the stars above begin to shimmer with a strange light. And this is it. Merely invoke Isalk. There, the star of Isalk. Our adversary worships it, and whom it represents. Fixate upon that star, reading one. If thou so darest, invoke its power. Do so, and our adversary, Udmildi, she shall be emboldened, but also left vulnerable to our own sorceries. We may yet limit her ambitions thus. Islak, huh? All right. For all the marbles this time, boys. For all the marbles. I don't even know if my strategy is as much of a winning strategy as it is normally.
Your home. Today it is aflame. Much like a stack of books.
Huh.
The flame. Because of you. Because of your outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed.
Oh yeah, Brighton must have been the previous reader, because when Brighton was liberated, they needed a new reader, and he became the voice. That makes sense. What have we here? Ye have returned once more unto our presence. We sense something among ye. Who? Bertrude slithers forth and gazes at her adversary. Thou maggot, we should have known. But Bertrude does not respond. Ye Nightwings, that one shall be of little benefit to ye. That one's sorceries are a mere pittance to the overwhelming might of I don't remember what it was. I'm gonna say Isalk again. Soon ye shall see. I don't remember what it was. I'm just gonna stick with Isalk. I've been saying it the whole time. Reading one, thou invoketh the star of Isalk. Thus, so then, beware. Through our sorceries shall Udmildi be cast into a hopeless doubt about her faith upon her god. It shall be done if we prevail, but only if our own mind shall perhaps be forfeit otherwise. Seems that through the outcome of this rite, either Udmildi shall be permanently weakened, or Bertrude shall instead.
Choose quickly your triumvirate.
Okay, so I'm thinking we want to move this off, because we can give her this and this to her, and place her as our front man, and then run in perhaps as
Bertrude.
Faye.
It is done.
What is this terrible presence all around us? It cannot be the scribes. It cannot be. Now then, Nightwings, ye wish to mock Isalk. Ye in your infinite fullness shall be among the first to suffer.
Tis taken, now begin.
Just like that, right in there.
Upon the flame.
And then we have the stamina. No! We had stamina. Trade. Ooh, close. Close. No! You got me, you got me. Alright, but we're back in time. We're back in time. I caught that. No, 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 no. No! 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 What a play! Bounced off my pyre, though. We have time. We have time.
Your flames grow.
Oh, but not enough. Not enough. Not enough. All right. One of our own. Seeketh ye the lifeblood for thyself, yes? Ye wretched witch. Ding. Tampering with the eldritch forces of which ye knowest not, ye forfeit everything for an abomination from the stars. Quaint. We thought perchance ye sought the true enlightenment, yet ye reveal yourself to be as narrow as the things which ye now consort. Isak shall devour ye as all the rest.
Ah, the foul witch Udmilda. Would that she served the scribes
Whew.
as faithfully as the
I am definitely not doing this challenge. I need to win. We need to win. We need to win, win, win. We're here for nothing else. Nothing but victory. Oh. Oh, that was a mistake. I misclicked. Okay.
They banished.
No! Okay, well, we still have time. We have all the time in the world. All the time in the world. Pamitha is guaranteed points every single time. If I can just make one dunk, actually, with her is enough, I think. Okay. Just waiting for my stamina. No! Oh, Faye! Oh, okay, okay. Clutch it up, clutch it up.
Show of strength from the Nightwing's opponents.
Now it doesn't matter who scores. Literally doesn't matter. Literally all I have to do is score. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ceremony.
Oh no! Oh no! Please. Please. Game. Game. Please. No!
The orb was cast into your path.
Okay. We have one more shot. One more chance. Just. No, 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 no. No! It's all falling apart. Okay, so we have that. I think I'm going to wait for Pamitha. Okay. Oh no! I thought it was more guaranteed. I choked again.
Withdrawn prevail.
I choked again.
A victory so narrowly achieved. And
Oh
thus
no.
more glorious.
I'm so sorry, Bertrude. I
The
messed
right
up.
is complete.
I messed up. I goofed. Oh. 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 Oh, that was the most important one. Oh, that was the most important one.
Teachings of the scribes. Apparently, the exiled Bertrude
Oh.
is committed to the path.
Oh. It's never gonna be okay. Oh, I don't really care about this. I guess we'll do this one. I don't know.
You may go now at your earliest convenience.
Oh, pain, Pecco. Pain. Oh, that's not good. Oh, Bertrude, No one speaks further of the withdrawn back at the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the right that is to come. Last chance then, is it? If any of us is going to get out of here still, it's this time or never. The stars always shine with the truth. The ending of the cycle of the rites is now upon us. He looks over at you. Please look forth, reader sir, and see this for yourself. You may well surmise where we are going next. The others turn to you as well. You turn towards the wagon's door. You know what you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. The dim and fading light of the final star pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention, guiding you toward the end point of your path. Alright, this is it. This is the end of the game, yes. I had only ever lost one right before this. And it was against exactly the same team. I'm now 2-2, I think, against them. But I'll never have to play against them again, because now the game is over. We're playing against someone else for the finale. Oralek. You are summoned to the Fall of Solium for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus the cycle of the rites shall be ended for an age. You sense that if the rites ever shall commence again, it shall not be during your lifetime, or that of any of your companions, even the longest lived ones. The stars reveal to you one more thing. The adversary whom you face shall be Oralek. Already he has crossed the Scribe's Gate and awaits your arrival. If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves. It is a shame that we should have to confront Oralek in the end. Our goal should never have been at cross purposes. I am surprised that this is what the scribes desire. For now, it may be best that you recover until dawn. Regain your strength as best you can for the coming trial. Rest well, reader. I do feel like I need a drink. The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Alodil to make a final effort to achieve your plan and get somebody home. But who? All right. What do you want, Brighton?
So-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot.
Yeah, Brighton. Yes, we're conspiring against you. No, we're conspiring against you.
Never have your freedom.
I don't need my freedom, Brighton. Gosh, look at what your freedom did to you. Look. By dawn, you are already up and about, and after a troubled slumber, the Black Wagon is prepared for its final voyage to the Fall of Solium. No one speaks. As you lift to the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood. Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now. I think it may befit the circumstance. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind it very much if I were to play this song for the Nightwings? The lone minstrel wishes to play his ballad, by your leave. By all means, brother. You urge the lone minstrel to play this ballad so that all you might hear it. I don't think I know this song. I might. I mean, I probably do. I've heard most of the songs, but I'm not gonna. Oh, yeah. The rites shall come to bear, illuminate the signs. The exiles shall be there. All are not the same, but 3 shall be as one. Freedom in the flame, the end has just begun. Strands may break alone, but twisted they won't break. Together on their own, the journey shall be made. We'll go this way. Didn't mean to ask. It did come across as a question, but I really do like that song, and it's very fitting. It's very fitting. You touch down amid the old masonry of Mount Alodil to make the pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. Here one last liberation rite shall soon commence. Of course, it's an excellent song. The music of Supergiant is always excellent. Always. Literally all of it. No, still not at. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain to carry out their sentences here in the downside for the remainder of their lives. And in the Commonwealth, the plan for which of which you are a part shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. Let's see. Can we talk to Sandra one last time? No, she still doesn't want to talk to us. Okay. It's my first time hearing it. I also don't listen to much music with lyrics. Depends on the mood. This song you would never encounter it unless you were playing this game or you happened to be on Supergiant's YouTube channel. It exists nowhere other than these two places. It is not a song that plays on the radio. And in fact, it has like deep lore connections to the game itself. It's literally about this game. And it was obviously made for this game as well. After having landed, you join Bertude on an expedition to the monument of Jomur Menimane, for what is likely to be the final time. We beseech thee, ancient gods of the last age, and we invoke thine aid. We have traveled far to gain this summit many times, and stood steadfast with our compatriots who seek to leave this place. We now offer ye our services eternally, if ye would grant us such a boon as to ensure our triumph in this coming night. Long would we serve ye, O ancient gods, should ye accept our offer here and now. Soon she is finished. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Jomur Menimane has shown you favor. At dawn, you should begin your last ascent. For now, your vocations may occupy what little time you have to spare. Bertrude, huh? You notice Bertrude studying the Beyonder crystal. She sets it down as you approach. The mouthy wraith rebuketh our attempt to summon her. She insisteth that we are too young to understand. Why is she a witch? Because she's a witch. Where did Fry go? Fry. Yeah, she's a witch. Fry. I don't know who Fry is. Who do you think? Who do you mean by Fry? The other girl. Faye. You're talking about Faye. She's still around. Which is funny. Faye isn't like her canonical name. She, as far as I know, she doesn't have a canonical name. She's got like maybe, I think it's at least 8, but maybe many more than that choices for her name. But they all rhyme with A. So it's like Faye, Bay, Tay, Ray, Say, all of those. So Fry is not among them as far as I can tell. But I never went to the second page, so I don't know what page 2 of her names are. I've chosen her name to be Faye both times because she's very Faye-like. The mouthy wraith rebuketh our attempt to summon her. She insisteth that we are too young to understand. She must be referring to Sandra. It seems that Bertrude may be able to invoke her. Stubborn, that one, possessing an ancient understanding, olden ways in olden times. Many centuries of history, knowledge of the 8 scribes themselves, held captive there within the green-tinged stone, within that race's own memories. Would that we could extract them in some way. Perhaps thou could induce the race's obedience, reading one, for she heedeth not. She claimeth obligations only unto thee. Although, She stops and thinks very carefully. The Beyonder crystal is not to be tampered with. Your fellow exiles know that its use is at your sole discretion. She backs away from you, still thinking to herself. Ignorest thee our inquiries about this, reading one? Our reasoning has taken us elsewhere. Her refusal to cooperate is like to be an ancient warning of some sort. 'Tis possible that others of the southern bogs know of something of her, but we shall not be tampering further with such sorceries ourselves. Can you do a reading stream of like books one day? Can you do a reading stream of books? That sounds illegal. I don't know about that. That doesn't sound very kosher. I do have some things that I could probably get away with reading. There's like a choose your own adventure D&D book that I have. I could do that. Yeah, sure, right? Because it's a choose your own adventure book. It's not supplanting the actual experience. Used to watch people reading the Bible. Well, okay, so the Bible is like the most open source piece of literature that there is. The fact that people sell the Bible is ridiculous. The Bible should be free, right? Like, come on. It's the Bible. Yeah, it's not actually a choose your own adventure book, but it's definitely in the style of, well, it might actually be officially branded choose your own adventure. I'm not sure. I mean, it's right over there. I could look for it, but I'm not going to right now. But yeah, my point being, the choose your own adventure book, the point of it is that you can go through it multiple times and experience different stories. And in a streaming setting, we would experience exactly one play setting, and that would be it, right? And it could even be a collaborative thing, right? Okay, legit, one of those books started my worst fear, being buried alive. That's it. That's your worst fear. I already know. You don't need to tell me. I already know. Nyag. 'Tis possible that others of the southern bogs know something of her. Oh, wait, we already read that. Yeah. That the wraith refuses to cooperate suggested her predicament is suitably deserved. She heads out in a huff, but just as the air grows still and quiet, you sense something from the Beyonder crystal. Mouthy wraith, as always, she says. Can you believe it, reader? Ah, to be so young and foolish again. Sandra the Unseeing laughs to herself. Your proximity to the Beyonder crystal must have been sufficient to invoke her in this case. That crone of yours is far too curious, I think, but it appears that even she has learned her lesson in this case. Thank the stars, I'm beholden to no more than one among you, Nightwings at a time, and thank the stars that it happens to be you rather than her. And if that crone attempts to lay her fingers on the Beyonder crystal again, I shall just have to torment her dreams till she's my age. Do feel free to mention that if it comes up. Now, farewell. You know where to find me, lovely reader. She vanishes. It seems that Sandra proved resistant to Bertrude's tampering. So much history is trapped within the Beyonder crystal, there it shall remain for the foreseeable future. Do you want to talk, Sandra? Or are you done? No, she's good. Just a little event between Sandra and Bertrude. It's so much worse than being buried alive, but since you know I won't tell you, well, yeah, it's buried alive. You're just denying it because you want to save face, because I guessed so fabulously, so fantastically, before your very eyes. I understand. I'd hate to be embarrassed myself. Alright, so we have something, you sense something Falconron values here, or a potent serum here. Ah, +1 hope permanently. Fraptuous Day. Calais. Here in the sheer cliffs of Mount Oladiel, you encounter a messenger imp sent to deliver you the latest news and rumors from the other side. You learn the imp was personally sent by Volfrid himself to fill you in on all the latest happenings with him since he was liberated at the fall of Solium. On arriving in the Commonwealth, he was taken in with open arms and soon offered a seat among the Justices of Peace. The Justices of Peace are a branch of the Commonwealth governing body, and widely considered the most influential. It is they who pass sentencing on those who transgress against the country and its people. He admits that he was quite taken aback by everything at first. But he of course refused, stating his belief that the traditions of the Commonwealth have been corrupted over the many years. Such remarks put him in real danger. In the next moment, however, he was whisked away to secrecy and safety by his sons and daughters of the Revolution in a daring raid. The Commonwealth claims he perished in the Brazen Act. Now Volfrid continues his work to find a way to bring home all the rest of you and to transform the Commonwealth according to his plan. It's 95% success rate on this plan. Not so bad at all. He closes with a message to you all. Have faith. We shall prevail together in the end. You thank the imp for bringing you this news, which gets all your companions talking. Unsurprising. From all our years, we know him for a stubborn sort. His will cannot be shaken. He has his convictions, I'll give him that. But convictions can't erase the centuries of enmity between my people and the Commonwealth. The scribes are guiding him. They're on our side, his side. I know they are, because they told me so. I heard them, I just know. May the scribes keep watching over you wherever you may go, sir. Even if the rites themselves shall cease, ere your plan is achieved in full. That could be your signature thing, Poetic Panda? What about mythology? You should read the Odyssey or like Oedipus. I don't think Oedipus is mythology. That's just a play, right? Poetry. There's a lot of poetry, and I'm pretty sure poetry is way too recent in most cases to be something that you just read, like copyright free, if that makes sense. Most poetry is, at least. I definitely am not Poetic Panda, and honestly, I can't necessarily read poetry for very long because Like, just imagine reading poetry. Like, a poem is only going to be like at most a minute or two long. And if I'm streaming for, you know, I'm at almost 9 hours now. That's like thousands of poems or whatever. Like, that's a really, really large amount of poetry to read through. Even if I'm analyzing it, I'm still only going to analyze every poem for like 10 minutes at tops, right? What about what's his face? The famous guy, Edgar Allan Poe. You're talking about Edgar Allan Poe. I don't know how I know you're talking about Edgar Allan Poe. They be long poems. Yeah, you're talking about Edgar Allan Poe. Yeah, his stuff is not that old. It's not that old. People act like Edgar Allan Poe is like ancient. Same thing with H.P. Lovecraft. Both of them are not that old. Their stuff might be old enough to be like in the public domain, to be honest, because like I think that they're before Mickey Mouse, and Mickey Mouse is like obviously the metric. It's the oldest thing that I'm aware of that is not in the public domain. You love Telltale Heart. That's a weird thing for you to love. Monkey Paw freaked you out. I mean, naturally. It's not a terrible idea. I can look into it a little further, see what kind of public domain stuff there is, but it's not something that I anticipate doing regularly is the thing. Like, it could be something for a time, but I feel like I need people to interact with in order for that to like, otherwise it's just like me podcasting about this poem that I'm reading. You know what I'm saying? Like, which isn't necessarily a problem, but at least when it's a game, it's like the game is a medium that is it's giving me something to work with back, as opposed to the poetry, which is much more one-sided generally. But you're right about the Odyssey and stuff like that. That's definitely something that I could do. We could read the entire Odyssey and the entire like Journey to the West probably. I don't know if that's content, but we could probably do it. You're not wrong, right? If it's in the public domain, why not? I mean, even if it isn't in the public domain, there's something to be said for my interpretation of it. I don't know how much the fair use applies to that, to be honest. But if it's in the public domain, it's for sure kosher. If I'm voicing it myself. Just you read really well? I truly don't. I read pretty well earlier on, but like the longer into the stream I get, the worse I get at reading. It's pretty bad. Yeah, kosher, you know how it is. All right. The news of Volfred's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. The messenger imp accepts a small bite to eat from you and hurries away. Your companions gain +1 hope for the next rite. And this is it. This is the end of the game. The final rite. We're here, right now. You stand before the scribe's gate with your companions. The gate guardian is there, as ever, but you sense something is different about her. The exiles of the Nightwings. We shall not meet again after the coming rite. Tarek and I, it shall be time to take our rest, I think. Greetings, Celeste. I would tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am uncertain anyone amongst us feels thus. You have a duty to uphold, Tarek. And then what, Celeste? And then nothing, not for the rights or us. Not till the dawn of a new age. Haha, and then what, Celeste? Haha, and then what? I'm about to pass out too. Yeah, no, I've got to wake up for tomorrow's stream, but other than that, I don't have anything at all going on. But I do have an actual start time scheduled, and it is in about 6 hours. 7 hours from now is when my stream will start. So I'm basically the same boat. Yeah, I'm going to go to sleep, and I'm going to wake up, and then I'm going to be streaming again. That's the plan, at least. You're surfing? What a loser. And then nothing. Not for the rights, not for us. Not until the dawn of a new age. Sorry. I didn't know how to respond to that, so that was I'm sorry. I genuinely do apologize. I thought I should say something that would be interesting. And I didn't know what to say. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was my get back for every time you rooted against me. That's what that was. There you go. Now we're even. Loser was the only thing you thought of? Well, that is kind of your thing, to be fair. Like, What do you mean? Of course it's your thing. That's the thing that everyone attributes to you. They give you L's all the time. It's your favorite thing, isn't it? What do you mean? It's your favorite bit. Now, Nightwing, step forward. Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with sureness in their step. Alago, Pamitha Thane. I came here seeking my blood sister Tamitha's forgiveness, since she ended up here because of me. Maybe something good can come of it, as yet. We are Big Birchroot. We seek to fulfill the plan of Sandalwood, for we are fond of him and his beliefs, and then to go about our business. Oh, my name is Faye, and I'm here because of the scribes. This is the path that they have shown for me and all of us. I like it when they call to me. Finally, you step forward once more. You, a crippled scholar who vowed to help his friends be free again, who managed to come this far with this group. The Gate Guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway toward the summit. The 8 scribes. They still haven't forgiven each other? Yeah. That might be my bad. But yeah. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Except you, Tarek. You stay here. Right here. I thought you said, the rites are not yet ended, Tarek. He looks over to her, then over to the rest of you. Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align. How dare you not solve their problems? Shake my head, how dare you? Yeah, I messed up. Oops. Whoops. The Gate Guardian and the Lone Minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. They're great. They're perfect for each other. I love them very deeply. She's super serious. I like her a lot. Celeste, she's great. Tarek is also pretty straight, but he's like the fun one of the two of them, which is saying something. Because he's also very straight-faced most of the time. You have gained the summit of Mount Aladil for the 7th time, the final time in which any of you shall have any chance to leave the downside. The Beyonder Crystal seeks me. Sandra! Thank you for visiting on such short notice, reader. I understand you have important matters to attend to, so let me be blunt. Please, listen to me for a moment. I know this whole affair is coming to an end, all of it. I sense the binds that formed the rites becoming weak, which means soon you will not need me anymore. Not that you have needed me at any point, but still, my services will not be of any further use. I would love to tell you that this means I shall be freed from my eternal prison. For some of my Beyonders, it shall be a release. My accomplices are bounded by weaker words than those which have bound me. They shall fade away, I think, and finally rest. I, however, shall remain. She hesitates for a moment. Thus, I have a proposition for you. I do not know where you shall go from here, but I ask you to take me there, wherever it shall be. By that I mean, take this stone prison of mine and keep it. Do not just leave it, as all your predecessors have, each time they stay among the Nightwings. Reached an end. Soon the Beyonder Crystal shall serve no use at all, except to keep me trapped. I am content to remain thus, for I have little choice, but I would prefer to do so in your company. For I do enjoy your company, reader. This may not be much of a compliment, but I assure you that I much prefer your company to an eternity of solitude. Yeah, that is not a compliment. Literally not a compliment. I have no wish to see you again. I'm sorry. That is not what she said. We try again. I'm sorry. One more time. I have no wish to see you gain in years and to eventually decay, whilst I remain unchanging. Yeah. When you misread something and it's exactly the opposite of what she's trying to say. But I should rather have more years whilst having contact. Even if those years are to be brief, they shall afford me many more in which I might think back upon our times. Nor do I expect you to accommodate my needs, for I am well aware I have my limits in accommodating yours. That is to say, I wish you to go forth after this night and live your life however you see fit for your own sake. May all this rights business enrich your coming days somehow, and in considering that life after this night, if you think that there may be a place in it for me, however small, then once again, I simply ask that you take me along. That way, should you ever wish to visit me again sometime, you could. and I would like to have that as an option more than not. My request here is a selfish one, for there is little I can offer in exchange, other than what little my companionship is worth. Perhaps I could lull you to sleep once in a while. Couldn't be me, of course, never, not even once, never misread anything, never at all. True, true. Yeah, so this is Sandra. She's been trapped inside of a crystal for 837 years. She wants to be my nighttime sleep aid. Who knows? You could always try to sell the Beyonder crystal for a reasonable sum somewhere, or something to that end. There must be someone out there with an interest in this thing. So then, you have heard my sad little proposition. What do you say? Yeah, sure, man. I just wanted to be your friend all along. You're just kind of rude. Not gonna lie, but that's okay. I get it. You grasp the Beyonder crystal and set it into the folds of your clothing. Sandra senses this and makes a sound, as though surprised. Thank you, reader. She's at a loss for a moment then. Let us go then, from this place. Go and face your last remaining adversaries. May you crush them under heel and achieve the outcome which you seek. I believe you shall prevail. She disappears into the stone for now. You took the Beyonder crystal with you. It's weird to have it gone off of the desk. All right. This is it. Stop by my favorite merchant man one more time. Hey, guys. I guess you probably had heard the big news, huh? Yeah, well, I'm going out of business here, I guess. Just hasn't been the same, you know, what with all the stars fading out and stuff. Anyway, just wanted to say you guys are great. I'm sure I'm gonna miss you guys having around all the customers and all that. But you guys are good stuff, you know? I thought so too. After all my stuff, it's all on sale. I'm gonna throw a little extra in there just for you, okay? So, enjoy, and maybe I'll see you around, okay? Henceforth, all of Falcon Ron's goods are 5% off. Woo! He's literally going out of business and he only has 5% off. Whatever. It's fine. I guess I'm gonna sell this, right? I want this. I don't need it, but I do want it. How much does this sell for? 87. Well, that's not enough. Uh-oh. Do I have to sell something else? I don't want to sell anything else. Faye, you can have this. Because you're my favorite. Ha! You're my favorite! Do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get... Her name is Faye. And she's my favorite. All right, great. We'll move on now. Now that you understand. Now that you've expressed that you understand, we can move on. I guess I'm not going to get this. And that's okay. 40 plus? What does 40 plus mean? You're leaving so soon, guys? Yeah, it's all right. I can afford your stuff, so we're moving on. You have gained the summit of Mount Aladeel for the 7th time. Very few stars remain to light your way as you await the commencement of the final liberation rite. The Lone Minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there perhaps some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far. Why you always forget? Oh, is that you counting? Because it's always a different number, Laurie. That's why I don't remember, because every time you say it, it's a different number. I can't remember the next number you're going to say. I just have to remember that when you say a number with a plus sign, that you're counting puns. It could be anything that you're counting or saying. It could be literally anything. I'm just going to be 100 plus. Yeah, at some point, if you keep counting eventually, I'm surprised that you knew what number you were at. In fact, I feel like you lost count at one point. All right. The Lone Minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there perhaps some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far. Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go. I wish to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well this night and always. Go forth with glory. Then he looks up, and he extends his hand in friendship. You clasp it. You see Faye has joined you. All of your companions are there with her. In fact, all 3 of my companions. Oh, hi, mister. The others, they said they wanted me to join them and come talk to you, so here I am. The scribes are watching us. Reading one. Thou art both wiser and less irritating than most others of your kind. We have learned something from thee, and we are grateful. Nay. Well, reader darling, what do you say we give these old scribes a real show to remember, shall we? You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions, with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall now conduct this final rite. Begging your pardon. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Wolfred's voice. The minstrel's voice. Minstrel's voice is like, begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall see each other soon. He departs. After this night, the outcome of Wolfred's plan, the plan of which you all have been a part, shall be decided, one way or another. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles, as the last remaining stars ignite. Final liberation rite of this age shall now commence. Here it is. And we're turning Eastsalk off instantly. We are not having that on. We're just trying to win. You should read scripts like old ones. More characters, the better. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. You're trying to kill me. You're trying to kill my voice. You want my voice to die. Like a dog in the street.
Look, for one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader. Hear me for one last
You know there are voice actors who are like VTubers? who like do voices. I am nowhere near their level. With you killing dogs? I have only killed some dogs. I haven't killed many dogs. The number of dogs that I have killed is certainly less than certainly less than 50. Certainly less than 50 dogs have died by my hand. When you say dogs, do you count mechanical dogs? When you say dogs, do you count alien dogs? If you don't count mechanical or alien dogs, then the number of dogs that I have killed is certainly less than 10. On stream? I'm keeping my dog away from you. That's real. The pyres burn, and each of their triumvirates is present and prepared. Dogs actually love me. But before the lone minstrel can concur, as per the custom, not another word. The demon Orlek slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask. The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I awaited this. My freedom once was stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it upon this mountaintop. You may now attempt to take it from me once more. He stands there for a moment, silent. Then, Orlek dons his mask and stands prepared. May these damned rites cease forever for the misery which they have caused. He's pissed. No, I'm a great dog owner. What do you mean? Dogs love me. It's just video games. Nightwings, we shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended. Thus, I would have your decision on whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite. The one whom you anoint, or else the exile Orlek, shall be returned. Godspeed, reader. You know what is at stake better than I. I have utmost faith in you to make the best decision and conduct this rite with glory. Nightwings, the star's remaining light grows dim. Your decision, please. All right, Pamitha. It is time to decide. It is time now to choose who, if anyone among you, shall go free this one last time. The rest of you shall remain in the downside till the end of your days. One by one, you meet the gazes of each of your fellow exiles. Faye, Bertrude, Pamitha. Your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends. Together, you have come this far. But now, the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. Are you prepared to choose this one last time? Yeah, for there is no turning back. Now, what did you say? Never play Little Pet Shop? I actually wonder if the online game is still online. I've never heard of that. Wait, what? Wait, what? Orlex a demon. Oh, that was the guy who was speaking. He sounded like a demon. He's a demon. It's a thing. It's just a person with horns, but they're called demons in this game for some reason. Someone dying? No. It's not that people are dying. Okay, so we've been cast, we've been exiled. Yeah. So one of us can be saved of the three of us, or three of them. Only one of them can be saved. And this is the last chance for someone to be saved. With but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation.
Oh, let's see what Orlex's profile has to say, actually. He is a former exile of the Nightwings, betrayed and abandoned in his moment of glory. He was repulsed by what he saw on the blood border, which sowed in his heart a yearning for greater peace. He tried to use his influence to negotiate a treaty with the High-Wing Remnants, but not everyone was swayed. One day, he received direct orders to return to the front. When he refused to soil his hands again, they cast him down. There, in time, he became affiliated with the Nightwings, and grew to become one of their finest rites conductors, until tragedy struck, and he was left clinging to life at the foot of the sacred mountain. Yeah, he's got a tragic backstory or whatever. So, Faye, sorry, Faye, we're not going to liberate you. Bertrude, you don't even really want to be liberated. But Pamitha, you are important. You are a harp. You're not necessarily a representative of the harps, but it needs to be you, because the High-Wing Remnants, the other faction, the other country that exists, has been eternally at war with the Commonwealth. And you can be a representative, you can be an ambassador to them, unlike any others. Now, I understand that the situation with your sister really hasn't been resolved, and that one might be on me. However, this is bigger than all of us. And Pamitha, I just need you, I know you have intrusive thoughts, I need you to ignore those thoughts. I need you to do what you can for everyone. Please. I tell you that you've made a terrible mistake there, reader darling, but I think you haven't made as many as I have, so I'll try not to mess this up for either one of us. Thank you, Pamitha. That's all I'm asking. Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Pamitha, as well as you.
Who shall lend her support? Bertrude.
Yeah, she one time thought about murdering me. I can read minds, so I saw her thinking about murdering me once. It's fine. Thy will is ours, reading one. Let the remaining stars shed their last light upon our ceremony here. And lastly, Faye. Blessed are the scribes who grant me and all of us this final chance that we might free our friend Pamitha. Those are to be my adversaries, then. And who is it, I wonder, who asserts his will over that group? You sense Orlex searching for you, almost reaching out to you. You are the shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me, but you who relinquish your own liberty for the sake of them? Strange. It is fitting, then, that I should have to face one such as you. What happened to Pyre? Are you talking about Sir Gilman? He was liberated. He was the homie, so I liberated him. These are the only 3 people that I haven't been able to liberate. Everyone else has been liberated. They're all on the other side, helping with the revolution. Yeah. I may have failed in that one, right? In a big way for Bertrude. But with regards to the revolution, I've been doing just fine, mostly. Then Orlex stands at the ready, signaling for his 2 allies to do the same. By light of dawn, the cycle of the right shall cease. Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time. The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence. Tarek. I am prepared, Celeste. Then let our song this evening shake the heavens themselves. Aye, Celeste, let us make sure of it. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here it comes.
The final chance at liberation for the age.
Oh! Oh no! All right. Oh. Oh, that was a mistake. Got him. We just run. We just run. Yeah, baby. We're scoring. We're scoring. What do you mean? What's going on? We're winning right now. There's literally no... Ah! It's fine. It's fine. Oh, God. Okay, so that didn't go great. But it's fine. We have more opportunities. The sky rains ash. Soon shall your pyres own mingle with them. Just then, the skies above begin to rain down with fire. How did you know the sky rained ash before it started happening? The final throes of the cycle of the rites and the ending of the age. Oh. He banished all of us. Well, that's just not fair. Got him. Yes, let's go. Just a few more like that. Yes, one more. Whew. Okay, we need like 2 more of those. I said 1 more because we got another one, not because that was the last one. No! All right. Okay, we got him back. No! So close. Oh my gosh, it was so close. Oh no. All right. We still have some margin for error. All of you shall rot here. You shall rot as I have all these many years. You false nightwings who would deny me once again my rightful liberty. You who deny the liberty to all of the triumvirates you face and vanquish under the guise of the traditions of those blasted scribes. Come, let us continue with this glorious affair. I'm just reading his lines so hard. Just trying so hard to read his lines. Might be overacting them, if anything. Okay. Oh, so close. Oh, wait. But we got it. We wrapped it up. Getting over talkative now. I'm gonna pass out. All right, later, man. Okay. So the false nightwings bear their fangs at last. But that cannot be your finest effort. You think you deserve your freedom more than I? Then fight for it, damn you. That's the plan.
Has changed, that Warlick. Grown old and bitter lo these many years.
Ah, close. Close, but not quite there. Got him. And slam dunk right in there. One more. Orlek stands, breathing heavily. He looks back at the thin lick of flame that is his smoldering pyre before returning his attention to you, back to your triumvirate. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna stop me, huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah. All right. Just like that, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Victory for the Nightwings, brother. That's all there is. That's the end of the game, man. That's all you got. Or like nothing.
Which left little room for doubt.
Woo!
Thus ends
Woo!
the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen.
We did it. Not bad there, reader darling. Just another night in the downside, no? You look upon Pamatha, for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now, the Shimmer Pool shall engulf her. Any moment now, she shall return to glory and join with Volfred's ancients and the Commonwealth to help achieve the plan. Any moment now, the cycle of the right shall end until at least the dawn of a new age, any moment now.
And thus the scribes have chosen.
All right, there's a record scratch moment happening.
The scribes have chosen. And thus the scribes have chosen.
Brighton, we heard you, bro. It's not working.
No. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
I have no idea what I did. What did we do? Damn. Did we already miss our chance? I didn't really read that like her. Damn. Did we already miss our chance? That's a little better. Each prior time upon the fall of Solium, the Shimmer Pool has opened following the Liberation Rite and taken in whichever exile prevailed. But now, all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, that the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again. Orlek approaches, his head bowed. The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last. Then something else catches his notice. Wait! A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. The Shimmer Pool has appeared again, different, somehow, but open. Pamitha looks into it, but it does not engulf her, at least not yet. It seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes. This is not their greatest treachery, it's their greatest jest. The Shimmer Pool is flung wide open. It seems that all are worthy now of freedom. Orlek strides toward the Shimmer Pool, but... Halt, Orlek. Wait. I just need to get into character for a moment. Halt, Orlek. Orlek glances over at the lone minstrel, almost in surprise. The Shimmer Pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside, and you shall surely drown, of that I can assure you. He laughs to himself at this. Then we have been cheated! No, the Shimmer Pool is revealed, and one of you may still return as planned. But, as for who returns, someone shall have to choose. Ere the last light of the stars is extinguished and the rite cease to be, this is the final trial of the scribes. The final trial of the scribes. Then, our confrontation, the liberation rite. It was all meaningless? No, the victor of the confrontation is to be the one to make the choice among those closest to the scribes, either the anointed or he who anointed them. Then it sounds like I can get out of here, though maybe you can, reader darling. It shall be either you, the reader, or... Wait, it shall be either you... Wait. Sorry, I'm having so much trouble focusing on his voice. He sounds like this. Kind of like Eeyore. Either you, the reader, or... It shall be either or. Pamitha, please make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know for how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. Quite the dilemma, but I think I know which way I'm leaning here. Reader, darling, do me a favor now, and go get out of here before I start having second thoughts. Pamitha wishes to give up her freedom so that you may regain yours. Very well. Reader, sir, the choice which Pamitha made, or rather the choice which she gave, it is now yours to make instead. And this choice, it may keep bouncing back and forth like this? Absurd. It may. Sorry. It may, until such a time as one of you is willing to accept the burden and the outcome of the choice, and that is the trial. And I fear that there is little time remaining now. Ha! Reader, if you and your companion are too cordial with each other to accept that freedom, either one of you, then I shall gladly take it. Freedom ought to be more than some flirtatious trifle to exchange. Reader, what is your will? Pamitha, you need to go. You are decided. You choose Pamitha. She looks at you with some astonishment. Pamitha, madam. Do you agree the reader's choice, or shall you make another? Sure, why not? Thank you, darling. I guess I'll owe you one when next we meet. In this life or the next. Then it is done. You see a look of genuine surprise flash across Pamitha's face, and then she is gone. You gave a chance of freedom so that Pamitha may yet have hers.
Godspeed, Pamitha Thane. stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites.
All right, we did it.
It is finished.
The rest is up to you guys.
The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings.
I'm still not sure.
The opportunity.
I'm still not sure about Pamitha, but I'm choosing to believe the part of me that believes in Pamitha. That's the part of me that I like the most, after all. That night, the exile Pamitha returned to the Commonwealth. She was to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. She found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of 6 liberated exiles, Wolfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles in the starless sky pretended the return of the scribes. The people surged into the streets, shoulder to shoulder. Led by the 6 exiles, their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth panicked. No blood was shed that night, and by dawn, it was over. The leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exile, or joined in the new cause. Thus, in the 838th year, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Saurian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile, and they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. And we remember the exiles of the downside, whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. Oh, is this like an epilogue thing? We can see where everybody is? Okay. Let's start with Hedwyn. After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth and was vital to the outcome of the plan. The peaceful outcome of the scribes' return was attributed to several key factors. One of them was the underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hedwyn's visibility among the people in the streets. Identified to be a liberated exile, he was believed to be Golathanian reborn. More importantly, however, was that one of the winged harps of the high-winged Redman accompanied him. She was later identified as Fakani Shang, his lover. Their bond was symbolic of what was at stake at that night, and proved vital for the peace that followed. In all his days as a leader of the Saurian Union, Hedwyn oft confided in his friend Jodario. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friends he made, he had pledged to Jodario, Rookie Greentail, and the Reader of the Nightwings that they might all be free together. He had broken that vow, for in the end, not all of them were able to return. A terrible guilt over this darkened his mood for a time. However, the others whom he still knew lifted his spirits, much like he had often lifted theirs. All of the Nightwings knew the stakes. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact with us, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so, in turn, did they oft think of him. Pamitha. After regaining her freedom, Pamitha Thane found herself in a difficult position. Having once betrayed her people of the High-Wing remnants, she knew that she would not be welcome in her native home. She did not trust the Commonwealth either. Instead, she found her place among Wolfred Sandalwood's agents, who were busy doing their part to help fulfill the plan. As it turned out, the plan was a success. Pamitha Thane stood shoulder to shoulder with her other fellow former exiles, and truly, they were a sight to behold. A disturbing rumor later spread that night, the High-Wing remnants were slated to mount an assault, which for some reason never came to pass. Pamitha denied any knowledge or involvement. Afterward, Pamitha played an active part in negotiating terms between High-Wing remnants and a new nation that would become the Saurian Union. Her previous attempts at something of the sort led to her exile. She must have felt some satisfaction to succeed this time around. Sometime later, Pamitha had an unexpected run-in with Rookie Greentail, with whom she had spent a fair amount of time with while traveling with the Nightwings. Under these new sets of circumstances, it turned out that the two had more to talk about, and rather more in common. They would often put to test which one was able to outdrink the other. It is unclear as to which one of them prevailed in that contest in the end. One day, Pamitha received an invitation to return to the High Wing Remnants, where she was to be fully pardoned. She held out hope that she might see her blood sister, Tamitha, there, knowing full well that Tamitha did not regain her freedom. Tamitha did later learn that Pamitha was welcomed back by their people. However, she never responded to her blood sister's attempts to contact her. Pamitha, in turn, did not expect forgiveness from her at any point. Nonetheless, she kept on trying to reach out, she said, to ruffle up her feathers just a bit. Later, when asked, Pamitha Thane admitted she felt as though she had no home to call her own. This was during an interview conducted amid an extensive trip abroad, where she had traveled thousands of leagues beyond the bounds of the Saurian Union. Pamitha continued to journey thus, citing that it reminded her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. The imp called Tizo was the first of his kind to achieve liberty through the rites. While he was not the only imp trained in the ways of the scribes, imps are native to the downside and thus care not for traveling abroad. This made them useful to triumvirates. Yet, Tizo had a different calling. The Nightwings believed that he, too, could play a key part in Volford Sandalwood's plan. During the night of the scribe's return, he stood out to the populace as something of a miracle. They had only heard of downside imps before, from legends of Hob the Swallow. Afterwards, he became something of an icon, representing both the fall of the Commonwealth and the beginning of a new era. Sandalwood sometimes called for his assistance, and Tizo was always happy to oblige. The two would often reminisce about their times with a lone minstrel. Tizo often missed his interactions with the reader of the Nightwings. They had quickly built quite a rapport back in the downside. And Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all his time conducting the rites alongside the Nightwings, who made such sacrifices for him. Other than that, Tizo was diligent about his role as something of a living artifact and helped interpret the messenger imps that relayed news to and from the downside. Despite having gained significant celebrity, he never let it go to his head. Although he did take full advantage of his access to the Saurian Union's fishing industry. What about Sandra? After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings became inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings, who remained in the downside, continued to use the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. However, there is no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of the Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the Operation Sandra the Unseeing. One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather, that the visions that it granted were anything other than the result of an active imagination or a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bog offer still another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. There existed such an object, in which the Sisters of Arch had been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired, along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant that they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder crystals remain unknown. Yet those exiles of the Nightwing who claim to have seen this apparition all spoke with degrees of reverence, or perhaps a little fear. Can you believe this, reader? Honestly. Sandra has appeared before you, as well you can see. They are so far from the mark with all this nonsense. I am wont to laugh. In fact, here goes. She laughs. She was referring to the account of her. You sense she does not care for it. Well, let them gossip all they like. I merely wish that they would mention you, at least in passing, when they were at it. Though they shall never know even half the story, shall they? Sandra seems irritated by the incomplete account of what happened to her. The account was relatively flattering despite the lack of detail. It could be worse. Perhaps making some light of the situation will make Sandra feel better. I'm going to try to reassure her, I guess. I don't think she needs it, but... You suggest to Sandra that the account of what occurred to her was really not that bad, and that she liked aspects of it. You are much too diplomatic, you know that? You can tell she is unswayed, and yet her grin remains intact. She appreciates the gesture. Anyway, let us get going, lovely reader. We know the truth of it. That is what matters. She fades into the Beyonder crystal for now, and you tuck it away, safe. When the worm Gilman returned to the Commonwealth, he believed that he had regained something even more important than his freedom, his honor. Gilman relinquished his knighthood and declined an opportunity to serve as captain on the Blood Border. He was not interested in fighting any longer. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those such as he, a circumstance soon came about in which there came a need for him once again to make use of his military training. Thankfully, however, the scribe's return ended peacefully. Gilman was on edge throughout the night, expecting violence to erupt at any moment. But the moment never came. When the matter was at last put to rest, then Gilman truly knew his time as a knight had ended. He declared to all in earshot that he would never fight again. Unless, of course, there was some extraordinary set of circumstances again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend, Rookie Greentail. He was also grateful for having studied under the reader of the Nightwings, without whom he would never have completed his penance. Because of this, perhaps because of this, and perhaps because they were on opposite sides of the world now, Gilman dedicated his life to him. By that point, he had long forgotten about his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge, his former commander. Breaking free of his abusive leadership was his first step toward gaining a bit of self-respect. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion, and was content to lead a monastic life on a small residence in the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself to be renewed each day. Speaking of Rookie Greentail, after Rookie Greentail earned back his freedom, he returned to a lavish wealth ceremony in the Commonwealth. As was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Volfred Sandalwood's revolutionary forces, as he promised. On the night of the scribe's return, Greentail was there with the others, inspiring the masses. He never looked prouder, the very image of Jomur Manymane himself. When the dawn finally came, and it became clear that the Commonwealth that everybody knew would be no more, he realized many new opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing, but the money was too good, and soon his family was as well off as he always said. One of his orders of business was to seek out one of his old companions, Pamatha Thane, to whom he took a liking during their quest for freedom. They bonded further over love of drink and supported one another through uncertain times that lay in store. He also kept in touch with Gilman, ever the perfect practice partner. They would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with the group of friends he came to know so well during his time with the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that even Greentail at a loss for words for sometimes. And Faye? Long after the rites had ended, Faye admitted that she knew well before the fact that she would not be going home again. At least, she had a very strong feeling. She ended up not minding very much because she had very little to return to the Commonwealth. Her sense of home had changed. She took to wandering from one celestial landmark to the next, ever paying homage to the 8 scribes, each who she believed had influenced all that transpired. She was no stranger to traveling alone, but was always happy to have company. Through it all, she would wonder how her little friend Tizo had fared. While they were divided now by great distance, he always remained in her heart. Though they could not see each other any longer, Faye often thought about Jodariel and spoke to her as though she were there. Faye never tried to make a decision without first consulting her Faye never tried to make a decision without first consulting her idea of what Miss Jodariel might say. Whenever she felt genuine doubt, which was not very often, she sought out the reader of the Nightwings. If there was anyone whom she trusted as much as the scribes, it was him. One day, she encountered one of her former adversaries, one called Ulmer Oldheart, who had served the Fate. She remembered him much more than he did her, though only just at first. Their shared experience in the rites, their different points of view about the scribes, formed the basis of what grew to a long-lasting relationship. Faye always was devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Her gentle manner and unwavering conviction often helped them brave life in the downside, both with courage and grace. After her liberation, Jodariel soon became an icon in the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Saurian Union. Her horns and stern countenance inspired the people to believe that she was Solium Mur reborn. She became a great, if reluctant, leader. In the uncertain times that followed, Jodariel's seasoned expertise often came into play in both matters of security and state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. She remained close to Hedwyn all through this experience, and they supported each other through their struggles many, many times. She often had to stop herself from fearing for Faye, whom she had tried to look after as much as possible in the downside. Soon she would reassure herself that Faye was very capable of surviving on her own, and in fact, she was not mistaken. She never settled down with anyone, although from time to time she thought about Ignarius despite herself. She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant in her life. She would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness for the most part. Several exiles of the Nightwings cared more for the plan of Sandalwood than to return from the downside. The crone of Big Birchew was a prime example. She had found a suitable environment to live within the dismal region known as the Flagging Hands. There she had built up a thriving place of business, known to many exiles in the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away almost as though nothing had happened. When one gets to be more than 400 years of age, perhaps then even monumental events such as the culmination of the rites or the collapse of the Commonwealth are seen as trifling matters. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the effects of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. Though they were very far apart now, she sought out news as to his whereabouts, and found his actions in the Saurian Union a rare source of inspiration. By and large, Birchew kept focused on her work. Whether casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans, the work brought her a sense of purpose, she would say. In the Commonwealth, such services were strictly forbidden, but in the downside, there was a real need for simple luxuries, which the compensating slug market could not always provide. Thus did Big Birchew continue to live up to her name, and the tales of her days with the Nightwings made her that much more of a living legend. As the cycle of the rites drew to a close, it grew evident that a chance of freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Ulmer Oldheart's grasp. They and thus they and the exiles of the fate returned to Jomur Valley. There they struggled to get by, as the exiles of the downside tend to do. Sometime after the rites had ended, the Old Hearts at last heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down, along with his son. Dalbert passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Ulmer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes, and so, after a period of mourning, Ulmer began a new journey. One day, during his travels, he ran almost headlong into another exile, after paying homage at the spring of Ylmer. He was stunned to find that it was none other than the one he knew as Faye from their days as adversaries in the rites. Faye was overjoyed to see him, though Ulmer was unable to bring himself to understand why. Eventually, of course, he did, and they remained together, growing ever more accustomed to their new lives and downside. Not a day went by that Ulmer did not think about his father and give thanks to him and speak to him, at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, for surely Dalbert would have been there among them, smiling down at his son and watching over him and his kin. After the final liberation rite, Lendl refused to believe that the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive night, staring into the blackness of the sky, awaiting any kind of sign that he might gain another chance at freedom. No such sign ever came. His fellow accusers started to express concern for him. Survival had become their top priority once liberation had slipped from their grasp. But Lendl dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted rather forcefully that any evening now the stars would shine for him again and mark the way toward his inevitable freedom. He was, of course, mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him. After that, the exile known as Lendl the Liar was never seen again. However, there have since been sightings of a bedraggled demon who wanders the downside and bears Lendl's cruel countenance, suggesting he yet lives. After the cycle of the rites had ceased, Witch Udmildi returned to the Flagging Hands region, where she sealed herself within the pit of Millith. There, even her fellow exiles of the Withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved over a time and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the pit of Millith erupted into flame. So intense was the conflagration, it could be seen all the way from Jomur Valley. Arson was suspected, though the cause was never verified, and many bog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. A tempest was blown from the north, finally quenched the flames. When at last the ashes settled, the grounds had cooled, and the site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of the witch Udmildi could be found. And for the contents of the pit of Millith, which notably included a profane object thought to be the remains of Isak, all of it was gone as well. Back in the Saurian Union, Udmildi's repeated threats of the return of Isak were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims. Could be that Isak returned from whence they came? It's unclear. Kind of ominous, honestly. All of his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger only to find himself facing another. He had escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion. He had escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he had escaped the rites. After the rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient test were crestfallen, as their last chances to return to their home vanished, along with the stars above. But the Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that at last there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. While most of his fellow exiles of the Pyre Hearts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulses toward conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him for some reason. Reportedly, they had disappeared into the waters of Worm Gulf, which may yet begin to explain the significant increase in the worm population observed in the vicinity. Barker Ashpaws had never been much to, Barker Ashpaws never had much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he always found its bylaws to be stifling. So when the rites ended, he did not care at first. He soon grew very bored. The rites had given him his life a certain sense of structure that he had always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all. He decided to continue conducting the rites for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. His packmates, the Dissonants, proved more than happy to participate, and thus they ran against each other back in Jomir Valley. Gradually, other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaws some healthy competition. His old friend, Rookie Greentail, ceased meaning anything to him, and he forgot all about it amid his pursuits. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who had led such a directionless existence to that point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time or more was oft debated by those who watched him work. Alright, Tamitha. Throughout her exile, Tamitha Thane was motivated by a single goal: to return to the Commonwealth and exact vengeance on her enemies. When she realized the rites had ended and that she would never see her mountain home again, she nonetheless remained determined to aid her people however possible. She gained certain information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, who had formed a pact to regroup on the other side after the liberation. Other such reports exposed certain weaknesses in the Commonwealth defenses and revealed to the High Wing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potentially impactful strike. As Tamitha could not participate in the assault, she learned what happened well after the outcome. On that night, known as the Scribe's Return, the Commonwealth had fallen. The High Wing remnants thus prevailed, at last, without even having to fight. And soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha learned that her blood sister, Pamitha, was an accessory to the successful outcome. Tamitha was very skeptical of this, but as similar reports kept mounting, she soon accepted the prevailing opinion, however grudgingly. Once, a messenger imp arrived bearing some sort of message, seemingly from Pamitha. However, Tamitha turned it away. She would not give in to an impulse to forgive. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, Tamitha retreated to the crags of Black Basin and grew ever more distant. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weakness. While Manly Tinderstuff realized that the rites had ended and that he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through this ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his family on the other side via messenger imp, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system. He attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one thing to escape the downside, and now it was gone. Tinderstop bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin to Cinderroot. There he yet wallows, complaining to his companions of the chastity, who still put up with him, either about his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side. Once it became clear to Ignarius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew that it was time for him and the Tempers to call it quits. But first, he and the Tempers decided to celebrate. And that they did for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went on their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning in his life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for very long, and took on many lovers in this time. However, he sometimes thought about that one he had called Curly Horns, and what became of her. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at that time. With the rites drawn to a close, the Slug Market's revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet as is sometimes the case with those of an entrepreneurial leaning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with a messenger bearing news from the other side. Ron gave it to one of his remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth in newly minted coinage from the Saharian Union. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from a legal standpoint in the Saharian Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Bertrude's and found a distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Especially in the Saharian Union, Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality, though he assumes no liability for any side effects. When Wolfert Sandalwood regained his freedom, he knew that his work had only just begun. The nation had exiled him to a life in the downside, now prepared to honor him, but he was not interested in such ceremony, nor in freedom on the Commonwealth's own terms. He soon rejoined his agents, with which he had been coordinating for years, slowly, carefully planning for a night that soon would come. For Sandalwood and his loyalists and sympathizers, true freedom was at stake. Not just theirs, but that of everyone living under the Commonwealth. He hoped to gather liberated exiles representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites having ended sooner than expected, his optimal scenario became impossible, but Sandalwood did not relent, and he prepared to execute his plan, imperfect though it was. And on the night of the scribe's return, he stood as one of 6 former exiles of the Nightwings, and their voices echoed together through the streets. The scribe's return. Inspired by the liberated exiles, the people of the Commonwealth demanded new leadership. Cast yourselves down, chant from the scribe's return. These former exiles, who ought to have disappeared into the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership, now stood united with its people, who poured from their homes in solidarity. It was imperative to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. An overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Ensuring this was his priority that night, and in the end, the result was self-evident. The plan's goal had been achieved. Sandalwood's work far from over still. He labored ceaselessly with representatives from across the population to restore a sense of stability. This transitional period had its troubles, though none that were not quickly solved. Such was the will and spirit of the people. They understood their freedom carried new responsibility. After the Saharian Union was born the next year, Sandalwood was elected the nation's first prime minister. It was not his intent to run for this office, but the people chose him anyway. He led our fledgling nation through its nascent years. One of his allies in all of this was the imp Tizo, with whom he traveled all across the downside. Sandalwood often cited Tizo as the wellspring of his own enthusiasm for a brighter future. Such was the creature's spirit. As Wolfert Sandalwood gained more fame throughout this land, all his sacrifices and his contributions, he remained ever steadfast about 2 things. The first was that the cause itself ought to remain its focus. The freedom that the people had achieved, it was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who had stood with him, each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day, on his birthday, the people of the Saharian Union presented him a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. It has since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow former exiles and our cause. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside. Their parting was heartfelt but brief. He remained there at the summit of Mount Alodil with Celeste, where the 2 of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tarek nor Celeste were ever seen again. We know all this now through song attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Saharian Union and merely were imbued with weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims as having met the duo that presided over the liberation rites. Another folktale suggests these minstrels were heralds of the scribes. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their famous songs describes another, simpler outcome, that the 2 gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life that they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and songs for it was they who watched over the rites and ushered in our times. And that leaves... After the shimmer pool closed for what would have been the last time, Orlek looked around him, in a flickering light of the Nightwing's still burning pyre. He then turned to the fall of Solium, and looked up toward the black starless sky. He cursed the 8 scribes then, one after the other. After that, he strode forward, towards the waters coursing from the side of the Mount Eladiel. And without hesitating, he cast himself down. Orlok's body was never recovered. The drop from Mount Eladiel does not appear survivable, thought Orlek, though Orlek did survive it once, This time, however, he was filled with fury. Such was the betrayal he had suffered when his fellow exile claimed his rightful freedom. This time, Orlek was filled with nothingness, and chose to leave the downside in the one way he still knew he could. The other Nightwings, who were witness to this, never forgot what they saw. There was one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known about him. However, some accounts of him begin to paint a picture. We know he was of common birth, weak-framed, though raised with a penchant for learning. The journey to the downside left him close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found him. They brought him from the brink. He showed them the path. He pressed onward with the others. He made a vow to help his friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. In the end, however, he remained in exile. From that point on, accounts of him diverge. It is said the voice, which troubled him, he never heard again. Some say he helped improve the lives of other downside exiles, though whether that is true, only he knows. Someday, perhaps the reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of night in all its brilliant glory. Until such a time, and ever after, all of us give thanks. Oh my gosh. That's Pyre, huh? Wow. I was a little concerned. So the first time, let's start there. The first time I beat this game, my opinion of this game couldn't have been higher. It literally could not have been higher. It hit me in a way that I cannot describe to you right now. And when I finished playing this game, I was so curious to know more, but I couldn't stand to know any more than I had known about the game. I wanted my gameplay experience to be what it was and nothing else. Like, this was the end of the story. There is no other ending of the story. That was it. I was done. And that's where I landed originally. And obviously my opinion changed as I really care about Supergiant's games a lot. They're so good. They're so important to me. I absolutely felt that I simply needed this song is beautiful, but I am going to continue to talk over it. This is specific to this game. I'm sorry. I'm going to continue. As much as I want to just listen to this song, I do want to continue talking. Okay. So, part of my concern was that the game would never be as good as it was the first time I played through it. That was a genuine concern. I genuinely didn't want to ruin this game for myself. And playing through it again, there are things that I have problems with, genuinely. But the problems are so slight. I hesitate to even mention them, to be honest with you. Like, the game is hard, I guess. Like, that's my biggest complaint, I guess. I'm just not very good at it. The gameplay is, like, not that important in the game. It is a fun game, don't get me wrong. The gameplay is fun. Certainly fun enough. But, to me, so much of Pyre has, like, very little to do with the game. Like, just as a visual novel, this game would still be a top tier game. And I hate to say that because I know that they developed the game with like much care and much concern. And it's not like the writers are the only thing here. Because it's not just the writers, it's not just the lore, it's also the songs. Everything together matters, truly, for sure. There's no doubt that everything together matters. But to me, it's the story that definitely resonates. The story and the characters are for sure the most important thing. And there is no doubt that they absolutely nailed it as far as I'm concerned. Dude, Mildy was voiced by Darren Korb himself. That's funny. All right. I wonder how the music production works. Like, how much you can directly attribute to Darren Korb, or if he's more like a master mixer, if you will, like a Final Cut. Like the lead writer, right? Like if you're the person who is responsible for the text that appears in the game, if you will, you probably don't write most of it, right? Well, you probably rewrite a lot of it, but like it was written originally by someone else almost always, right? Like that's the nature of your job. Obviously, I don't know that with regards to like literally any studio, but as I understand it, that's what a management position tends to be like. But when you have a smaller studio like this relative to, EA or whatever, right? It's very possible that everyone is like individually responsible for so much of their David and Darlene Corp, huh? Sorry, I didn't see I didn't have enough time to see everyone. Wow, look at the color. Man, what a cool shot. Wait, so 4, 8, 9. So it is 10 plus the reader. Well, I'm glad I didn't forget someone. Wow, look at how much taller Wolfred is than everyone else. I really like the way that they decided to stylize the reader, the way that they represent them. I kind of wonder what the lady looks like, if they look any different, and if the they them X, if they look any different as well. I imagine probably not, but I don't know. I mean, how do you choose if you have the lady model? How do you choose which one to use for the they them? Do you just you make another one, I guess, right? I think you make another one just to let it be different, because otherwise it's like, well, why did you even ask? Well, because of the pronouns, I guess, which is probably reason enough, but seems justifiable to me to just make a whole separate thing. Just why not? Well, because it costs, but it's probably okay. The end. So, still, I do have that thirst for knowledge. I do want to know, in some ways, all there is to know. True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked. I imagine that's the greater difficulty, which just sounds impossible. Just sounds truly impossible. Oh, I thought it was gonna be different, but it started me right before the end. Yep. Oh, should we look? Should we look? We'll look. We'll look. We'll look. We'll look. Let's see how my first playthrough is different, right? While we're here. while we're here. Okay, where do we want to look at first? The roster? Let's look here. So, wait, my record is 23-2. Does that mean that I lost twice? I think that does mean that I lost twice. So I guess I lost a second time that I don't remember. Probability of success is actually lower. Much lower. Interesting. Very similar. Very similar. I ended up saving Wolfred for last. Interesting. I'm surprised that I sent Tizo. I think it makes more sense for Wolfred to go than Tizo. But Tizo, as I recall, I don't know for a fact, but I feel like I remember Tizo saying that he wanted to go. Oh, what is this? Huh, so I used the unique stuff, the legendary stuff. What else do I have? Oh, I have all kinds of stuff. Goals Bracer. I guess I just kept all of the legendary stuff. And I used this, of all things. Huh. What else? I guess there's not really much else that I could have done differently, right? I'm gonna look at what the new campaign mode is, and then we're gonna call it a wrap. I know I saw it when I was looking at this. Yeah, True Nightwing. For players who have finished the campaign, your adversary shall be favored by the stars themselves. Base difficulty is the same as heightened, all Titan stars unlocked, and some must be used. Enlightenment required to rank up rescaled. And cannot load checkpoints or restart rights. Oh, so I could have restarted rights? I didn't even realize that was an option. Book of Rights and White Loot fully unlocked. That's sick. Slug Market inventory fully unlocked. Sure. Feats of Glory introduced much sooner. Cool. Once chosen, this setting cannot be changed. May you find the freedom that you seek. I wonder if there's a true ending here. That's sick. Actually, is that worth asking? Pyre true ending. Oh. There are other true endings to different characters and triumvirates that depend on how much you can look through the text files yourself. There's 3 main endings. So there doesn't seem to be a main secret ending now. Okay. I'm surprised. Usually when you have a difficulty like this, interesting. Is there anything else that's worth checking? Pyre developer explains why there is no best ending. This is a Kotaku article, but I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to read the quote. There's no best ending in Pyre. We really didn't want to be dishonest with the choices the player made along the way. Okay. Because it would feel antithetical. Sure. That actually makes a lot of sense. But what's the point of the true Nightwing difficulty then? If it's not a true ending, why would you have a true Nightwing difficulty? Is there a different unlock? It's okay for there to be different, but with a story-driven game like this, it seems like the true ending would be the obvious thing, right? Especially since true is in it, right? It's not Nightwing, it's true Nightwing, which to me implies true ending. I'm curious if there's anything. I'm not going to look up that right now because I don't think it's that relevant. It sounds like it would just be like a bonus thing, but it could be something as simple as like the gold raiment skins. That would be something. That would be perfectly sufficient in my opinion. I don't know why you would want them if you if you finish True Nightwing difficulty and you got the gold skins for everyone. I don't know where you would use it except for versus mode, I guess. But you know, that is at least something. But yeah, that's Pyre. That's literally the whole game. We did it. Didn't take that long at all. Was a absolutely delightful experience. I definitely did stay up late, and I am going to be back pretty soon. Woo! I need to eat food, I guess, huh? So I guess I'm gonna eat food, then sleep, and then come back to streaming. I guess that has to be the way that things do, because I'm not gonna wake up early enough to eat before the stream. Uh-oh, that sounds like a problem. Oh well, that's what we're doing. Thank you everybody for coming. I appreciate you for showing up. Oh man, this game is fantastic, brother. Am I willing to give it a number? Probably not. It's top 5 still. I can do my number, my tier list of video games one day, or whatever, but not today. Not today. We're good for today. So that's it. You know, do the YouTube stuff, whatever, man. You know how it is. No, I'm not even gonna mention it. I'm gonna pretend it didn't happen. All right, that's it. See you guys.